Hello everyone and welcome to our today's video on full stack web development on Intellipaat. Full stack web development is a term used to describe a developer who is able to work both on the front end and the portions of the back end in a web application. A full stack developer is knowledgeable in various programming languages and technologies such as HTML, CSS, JavaScript and databases. The demand for skilled full stack developers has increased significantly in the recent years as businesses continue to rely heavily on web applications and digital platforms. A report by Indeed, a leading job search website, showed a 49% of growth in job postings for full stack developers from 2015 to 2018. Additionally, according to the Glassdoor, the median salary for full stack developers in the United States is around $110,000 per year. Becoming a full stack developer opens up numerous career opportunities in various industries, including technology, finance, and e-commerce. In today's fast-paced digital world, companies are constantly seeking individuals who are able to design, develop, and deploy web-based applications quickly and efficiently. As a full stack developer, you will have the skills and knowledge needed to just do that. Not only does the full stack development provides a fulfilling and a challenging career, but it also offers a chance to constantly learn and stay ahead of the latest technological advancement. As a full stack developer, you will be having the ability to work on a wide range of projects, from building dynamic user interfaces to create a scalable and secure backend systems. So, if you want to create a career in the full stack development, then do watch this video till the end. You will get multiple fun quizzes, case-based questions, thorough practical examples in this video to gain a clear understanding of full stack web development. Let's move on to the agenda of the session, but before that, make sure to subscribe our channel and hit the bell icon. First, we will start by introducing you to the SQL and showing you how to install the SQL Server. We will also be covering the basics of SQL commands and tables and walking you through the SQL project. Next, we will introduce you to the Jenkins and demonstrate how to use GitHub's repository to manage nodes and clouds. We will also be taking on the DevOps project, where you will learn about how to deal with GET and POST requests. We will then introduce you to the Node.js. Then you will have a chance to get a hands-on experience with this popular server-side platform. And to round out our front-end coverage, we will also be exploring React.js, including operators, data types, and arrays. And finally, we will be covering MongoDB, including operators in MongoDB, and wrapping up of our series with a discussion of common full-stack web development interview questions and answers. So whether you are a beginner or just walking out an experienced developer looking to expand your skill set, this video is just for you. So sit back, grab pen and paper, and let's get started.
So let's understand who is a full stack web developer. A full stack web developer is a person who masters all the technologies used in creating an end-to-end web application, including front-end and back-end services. Let us first understand the front-end web development. Front-end development or client-side consists of creating the GUI and visual components of the website, such as web pages and user interfaces that people interact with through their web browsers. The front end is developed using tools such as HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Now let us check what actually is back-end web development. Back-end or server-side development is a process to add functionality to the components created in the front end of the web application. It focuses primarily on databases, back-end logic, APIs, and servers. The following are examples of back-end programming languages: PHP, Ruby, Python. A full-stack developer has the skill set of both front-end and back-end developers. In addition to that skill set, a full-stack developer should also have a few other tools in his tech stack. Below mentioned is a comprehensive list of all such tools and technologies. First is HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Then comes third-party libraries like React.js, programming languages like Java and Python, database CRUD operations, version control tools like Git or GitHub, computer science fundamentals like networking, data structure, and system design. A full stack developer is one of the most in-demand jobs, and the salary trend is as follows. A full stack developer's salary varies from INR 5 lakh per annum to 14 lakh per annum, while in the United States, the average income for a full stack developer is $74,958 and can go as high as $114,000 based on skills and experience. So that's all about full stack development. Happy learning.
So we'll be installing SQL Server, okay? So what you have to do is go to your browser, type SQL Server download, and then search for like a link from Microsoft. Okay, just click on that and then just scroll down. Then you will see that there are two options to download file from developer or Express. Choose developer. So choose developer, a setup file will be downloaded. After selecting the setup file, like after you open the setup file, you will be presented with three options to select. You can select basic, custom, or media, but for our purpose, we'll be choosing custom. Okay, once you select that, it will download and install, and then you will come to this window. Okay. Okay, once you get this pop-up window, it will be like this much only. Okay, so just go to, and once you come here, go to installation option in the left side panel. Okay, just give me a second. Okay, yeah. Once you come to this window, just click on installation. Just write this down, okay, if you get stuck somewhere. And then once you select this, go and select the first option here, new SQL. You have to select the first link, new SQL Server standalone installation, or add features to an existing installation. Something, the first option. Okay, choose the first option. Once you click that, there will be a new pop-up. Okay, pop-up window. Another, it will come up. So you can see this, right? It will run some tests, like it will check for updates, all those things. Just click on next here, and again it will check for some other, like it'll do some checks. Okay. Okay, so you will get this warning, just ignore it, you don't have to worry about it. Okay, then after installation rules, click on next. Here guys, this will appear empty. Okay, this part will appear empty, so don't worry about it, because I have done this multiple times. I have multiple instances in my computer. Okay, so don't do any changes in installation type, just click on next. Okay, and then in product key, again, don't do any changes. If in your computer it shows something else, just change it to developer. The option under specify of free edition is there, just change it to developer. If it is not changed, just don't do any changes. Okay, most of the time don't do any changes, just click on next. Okay, and then just agree to the license and terms, whatever it might be. You can go through it. Let's be honest, no one does it. Okay, just click on next. Okay, this is the important part, guys. Whoever are making notes, whatever it might be, just know this. In feature selection, you have to select database engine services and SQL Server replication. Only this. Even if you're learning machine learning, R, Python, Java, whatever it might be, don't select it, because it needs additional packages that must be downloaded and integrated with the system. Okay, so don't do it. Just you have to select the first two options under instance features. Under feature selection, guys, only two options must be selected: database engine services and SQL Server replication. Okay, then click on next. Got it, guys? That is very important. Most of the people do mistake there, and you will get most of the errors there itself.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, a full stack developer should be able to write front-end code in which of the following language? And your options are Java, JavaScript, HTML, or all of the above. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
When you reach server configuration, nothing you have to change. Just make sure this is in automatic. The last one, SQL Server browser startup type field must be automatic. That's all. Make sure this is also automatic, guys. SQL Server database engine. That is also automatic. Just make sure these two are automatic. Most of the time they are. You just have to change the SQL Server browser, but just make sure this is automatic. Okay. So I'll click on next. Okay, this is database engine configuration. Okay, here what you have to do is you have to click on mixed mode. Okay, and then you have to enter like some password. Okay, you have to remember this password or else you won't be able to connect with your database. Okay, whatever you want to work, at least to this instance you won't be able to connect. Okay, so I will just write let's say 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Okay guys, after giving your password, just click on add current user. Okay, and you will get your PC name and your instance, yeah, PC name and admin. Okay, and then click on next. So guys, in database engine configuration, click on mixed mode, set your password and then confirm your password, then click on add current users and then click on next. Okay, it will show you all the summary of your installation. You don't have to worry about it. Just click blindly to install. Okay, button. Once the installation is done, it will show you like this. Okay, database engine. I mean, there are many more options that will be shown. Okay, in when you install it for the first time. For the second 2 times, it's like it shows like this. Okay, okay. So I'll start with a new tab. Okay, just type SQL Server download. Okay, see that's there. And then you can check for www.microsoft.com. Only from that website you have to download. Okay, any other it's don't go there. It's you can download it, but it is not the original. Okay, just download it from the source itself. Okay, so yeah, once you come to this page, just scroll down and then you will see that there is developer and express version that is shown. Just click on download now in developer. Okay, a setup file will be downloaded, and when you open the setup file, no, there will be a pop-up like this. Okay, it'll show you like this. Okay, and then you can go to installation and then just click here and then go to new SQL Server standalone installation or add features to an existing installation. That the first option there. Just click on that. There will be another pop-up. Okay, it'll be running some checks and all. Okay, suddenly global rules, all those things it'll check. We'll just skip through this.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Okay, just ignore that warning. So don't change anything here. Give next here. In installation rule, when you, this is important guys, in feature selection, just give me a second, there is a, my screen is frozen. Okay, yeah, so here in feature selection you have to select database engines and SQL Server replication. Okay, and then click on next. And here you have to name the whatever, like every installation you have to create a new instance. Okay, and there it'll go to server configuration. Okay, select custom, guys, always go with custom. Okay, not basic, custom. And here make sure your it matches like this itself. Okay, Most of the time this will be in disabled. Just go here and make it automatic. Okay, don't select this. Just go next. And then here in database engine configuration, click here and then set a password. You have to select mixed mode and then set password and confirm it. And then click on add current user. It will show a user and then click on next. It will show the summary and then it should get installed in your computer, guys. Okay, don't use spaces, avoid using spaces. It might work, but it will confuse computer, and if you want to work on it more extensively later, no, it would be difficult. And apart from that, there is no other rules, like don't start, like it's same as variables, guys. I'm not sure if you guys are from technical background, but still, so just installation might take a while. Okay. Once this is done, no, I will show you what to do. There's another software you have to download. So server is just a backend part, guys. So server is like, I told you, right? It is a database. So it will be in the background. But to interact with it, to what I mean by interaction is writing query, manipulating whatever the data is there in the database, whatever it might be. For that, we use another tool. Okay, if you guys have used MySQL, there they use Workbench, MySQL Workbench. Here we are using Microsoft SQL Server Studio. Okay, Management Studio, SSMS. We call it SSMS. Yeah, after everything that all those things are done and you click on close, this window will still be open. Okay, and just go here. You can see this third option, right? Install SQL Server Management Tool. Yeah, you have to click on this to download SSMS, the last part of the, like, whatever. I'll click on this. It will take me to a new window. Okay, I will in the browser. Okay, it will take me to a browser. And once this is done, I already, like I told you, I already have it downloaded. It's very easy to download. Just give me a second. Just give me a second, guys. I will show you what you will see after you download it and then open the setup file. Till then you can. Okay, fine. So once you open the setup file, whatever you downloaded there for SMS, I told you, right? You will download like 677 MB or something. That file must be okay. The front end part, SMS. So after that, you will get this. Okay, SSMS. Okay, you just click on install. Okay, this don't mess with the like default location. Also, guys, before downloading all these things, just make sure you have enough space in your computer. Okay, once you click on install, like it'll yeah, I told you, right? After you click on the SSMS setup file, you will come here, and then once you click on install, it will load like this. Okay, it will take a little bit more time here, but it will be done. Okay, once the setup is done, okay, for me it's showing here in this picture, at least in this screenshot. No, okay, fine. So I'll show you how to connect with your database. Okay, once all those things are done, and then you will be able to use your SQL Server. You can write queries, whatever you want to do, you can do it. Okay, so next, no, after you restart your computer, you'll come back to your vanilla Windows. Okay, there what you have to do is you have this Windows search bar, right, that you used to search for applications in Windows. Okay, go there. Like I'll just show it to you. Yeah, here just type SSMS. Okay, you can see this option, right? Yeah, click on this. This is where you will be writing all your SQL queries. Okay, this is the main thing where you will be working. This is the front end part. This is what we downloaded now. It will show SQL Studio 18. Our SQL Server is 19, but SQL Studio, this is a beta version, guys. I'm just using it. Okay, so this is the one. Okay, I'll show you how it is done. Just let me. This is what you will like start with. This is the SSMS. Okay, you will not see the exact thing like this. Okay, but approximately like this only it will look. But you will always get this connect to server window first. Okay, just let's wait for another 2 minutes. Okay, fine. So once you come here, you know how to do it, right? Go to your Windows search bar and then type SSMS, and then it must open, and then you will get this window. Okay, this kind of window. I hope you're able to see this. Okay, I'll show it here. Okay, this connect to server window, you will be shown this. Okay. Make sure your instance is here. Most of the time you are, because you are downloading it for the first time. For example, I've done something else. No, new instance I've created. So it would be the same thing. So don't worry. Connecting. Just don't get confused with this. Okay, it will be there. Just make sure in server type it must be database engine, and server name it should be your instance, like your computer name, and then your instance name. And authentication here, no, someone was asking me, so Windows authentication, what happens? You can directly connect here with Windows authentication, but since we want to protect our database, no, so we'll be using SQL Server authentication. So in SQL Server authentication, under login, you have to type SA, okay, which means system administrator. Okay, you are working as a system administrator, and then the password would be like whatever the password you gave during installation. You guys remember, right? During installation, you have given some password. If you don't give that right, there will be a validation error. Okay. Then just click on connect. It won't be like this. Okay, I have in my computer. It's some problem is there. Okay. It would look more like this. Something like this. Okay. Here in top ribbon, you will see new queries. In my computer, there's some problem. Okay. I have to move this object explorer that side, this side. All the queries, whatever you are required to write, create database, cats, you can start executing it. See, command completed successfully. Like this, you can use your SSMS. Okay. Okay, it's fine. That's why I kind of use this VS Code. Okay.
What is database? Okay. So a database is nothing but an organized collection of data stored in electronic format. So what is the meaning of that? The meaning is we used to write the information in notebook or in a register or any physical format, right? That means writing the data into a physical format and storing the physical format in some place. That is the idea we used to have about storing a data, right? Now from there, we move to database management system or database. That means we are now going to store the data electronically in computers, right? Instead of storing the data physically, we are going to store the data electronically in computers. Okay. Now, to do that, we need our data to be stored in a database in a way or we need to organize our data in a database in a way so that we can access the data, we can manipulate the data, and we can update the data very efficiently. Now let's say, let's consider an example of dictionary. Okay, if you are searching, let's say if you are searching a word in a dictionary, then you need to go through the pages. You need to find out that particular word. That is very time consuming and inefficient. Now in current era, if you want to search a meaning of a word, you just need to type the word and the word meaning would be right there, right? So the physical search in the physical database is non-existing now because it is inefficient, because accessing the data is inefficient. Now let's consider about efficient data manipulation. Let's say we are writing some information in a registry book. Okay, now let's say the registry book is at office gate, and whoever is getting into the office, they are entering their information in the registry book. Okay, and then they are getting into the office. Let's say we found out that there is a mismatch or there is a misinformation in the registry at, let's say, 10 days back. Okay, 10 days back there was a misinformation in the registry book. So we need to update that information. To update that information, we need to go through the registry book physically. We need to search through the pages. We need to find that information. Then we need to update it. Again, that's inefficient way of manipulating data or updating data, right? So to do it efficiently, we have database in place. All right. So the basic idea of a database is we need to organize a collection of data in a way that we can efficiently access, manipulate, and update the data. So database is not only about storing the data. So data is of no use if we cannot access the data or manipulate the data or update the data. It's not about only storing the data. Okay, that's the very first thing we need to understand. All right, so that's about database. Okay, now as we learned about that, data is going to be stored in database, but we are learning about database management system. What is it? So it's like we are not going to have only one database, right? We are going to deal with multiple databases. Let's say we have a database for, let's say, one business or one department of the business. We can have another database for another department of the business. We can have number of databases for number of reasons, right? Now let's say we have 100 databases. Now in order to manage these 100 databases under a umbrella or under a software, right, we need a management tool or a management software using which we can, manage the databases, right? So database management system exactly cater this particular situation. So DBMS or database management system is a software that basically manage different databases. Now in order to manage what I'm actually trying to say about managing databases, so managing databases could be many things, like starting from creating a database, changing the database name, dropping the database, creating tables within the database, inserting data within the tables, updating data on the table, deleting data from the table, right? Creating relation between the tables, right? Having relation between the databases. Everything would be managed by the database management system. Okay, so when we talk about database management system, it's basically work in and around of databases. So database management system is nothing but a software which manage multiple databases. Okay, and what is database? The simple meaning of database is a container which contains data. So it's not like it will only contain the data. It will contain the data, and the data would be organized in the container in such a way that the data can be accessed, manipulated by the end user very efficiently. Okay, all right. Now, what are the different type of databases? Type of database architecture. The first type is file server architecture, and the next type is client server architecture. Now, what is file server architecture? This is basically the old one, or the old architecture. Okay, and this is the new one or the new architecture. Okay, so when we talk about file server architecture, that means when we had the computer system established very newly in our society. Okay, then what we used to do, we used to keep notepad files, we used to keep Excel files, we used to keep Word files, right? So those files are created to store data, right? So we can open an Excel file and we can have all the information that we need stored in the Excel file and we can save and close the Excel file. That means our file is stored safely in our computer or in our server, right? Now, if we want to search the information from the Excel file, this is much more efficient than our regular physical storage, right? If we want to update the information, this is again much more efficient than our regular physical storage. But the problem is how much or what amount of request the file can serve. Okay, the meaning is if someone is trying to access the file, he or she will log into the system, open the file and access the information or access the data. So while he or she is performing the activity, if someone else has the same requirement to access the data, can they do it? No, because let's say I am currently accessing the file, right? I am opening the system, I have opened the file and I have updated some information. So during that particular of time, if someone else is trying to access the file, he or she cannot do it because currently I am logged into the server. I have hold on to that information and till I am logged off from the server, no one else can take my position and do the file access. So that's the major problem of file server architecture. There are some other problems as well that we are going to learn in a minute. And to solve that particular problem, we have client server architecture. So what is client server architecture? In this architecture, multiple requests can be served at a time. That means if 10 end user is trying to access a single file, 10 user can access the same file at the same time. Okay, so that's the major advantage that we are having over file server architecture. So that we are going to learn in detail. Let's first understand about file server architecture. So as we have learned about file server architecture, this is a pictorial view. Okay, what do you mean by that? So we have couple of files. Couple of file means in digital format. In digital format means either in Notepad or in Word or in Excel or in PowerPoint, whatever form it could be. It is in digital format. We have created multiple files to store our data. And we are simply storing the data in your local system. The local system could be our laptop, our desktop, or anything, right? Any computer. So we are storing our file in the local system. This simple architecture is called as file server architecture. So what is file? This is file. What is server? This is server. So we are storing our file in the server. That is why it is called as file server architecture. All right. Now, let's understand the problems. This is the original file. Let's say I have made a copy of my original file in my server. Okay. Now the same file is having two copies, copy A, copy B. Okay. Now, if someone is making any change in copy 1 and not making the respective change in copy 2, then what would be the situation? We are having two different data in two different files, right? So let's say I have two different files. I mean, one original file and a copy of the original file. Let's say someone made a change in the original file and in the copy, it did not reflect it, right? Now, if someone is accessing the copy of this file, then he or she is going to get a false data, right? So that is a major problem in file server architecture. That is the data inconsistency. What is the meaning of data inconsistency? The meaning is my name is Devobroto. So my name is getting recorded here as Devobroto. If I am accessing this file and this file is referring my name as Devobroto Ghosh, then that is an inconsistent data. The name should be same for all the cases. Be it I access this file or be it I access this file. Because if my output depends on the file I have accessed, that is going to lead to a disaster, right? So in file server architecture, one of the major problem is data inconsistency. Okay. What is the next problem? Next problem is unable to perform multiple requests at a time. What is the meaning of that? Let's say my file is stored in this server or local system. Okay. Someone, let's say Reena is trying to access the file. So she is currently logged into the system and accessing the file. Let's say someone called Rahul is trying to access the same file at that moment, but he cannot access the file. Why? Because currently Reena is logged into the system and accessing the file. Now let's combine these two situations at a time. Let's say Rahul made a copy of the file and placed in the server. All right. And Reena has made a change in the original file and Rahul is accessing the same data from the copy of the file. So Reena is going to have a different value. Rahul is going to have a different value, right? So that will lead to another problem. So here, one person can access at a time. But at the same time, if that person is making the change in only one file and not reflecting the change in the other respective file, that will again lead to data inconsistency. So here we have two major problems. One is multiple request is not going to be solved or not going to be served in file server architecture, and we are going to land in data inconsistency problem. Okay. So these two problems are the major problems of file server architecture. This is my notepad file. I am storing this file here. Okay. So this is my file and my laptop is my server. Okay. So this is the basic understanding of file server architecture. All right. So let's understand about client server architecture now. So in client server architecture, as you can see, the database is located centrally. That is the first thing you need to understand. The data or the database, both are same. Database is nothing but organized data, right? So the data and database is basically the same thing. Data is in unorganized form and database is data in organized form. So here we have data. Here we have the database management system. Okay, so we learned here database management system, which deals with database, right? So database management system actually access the database, right? So this is my database management system and it's managing this database. Okay. Now we are getting multiple requests from multiple users to the database server, and the database server is passing the request to the database server. Okay. And database server is serving the request and giving the request output back to the respective end users. Now here we have solved two problems. One, as we have only one database, unlike this original file and copy file, we have only one database, right? So we are not going to face data inconsistency issues. That is number one. What was number two problem? Unable to perform multiple requests, right? Now in this architecture, we can perform multiple requests, or we can serve multiple requests at a time using what? Using database management system. So if all the requests are directly goes to database, it cannot solve or it cannot serve all the requests at a time. Database management system is the software which actually facilitates the multiple requests and extract the output from the database. So the entire management of serving multiple requests is done at the database management system end. All right. Now the question is database and database server on two different systems? So where the database is placed, this is called as database server. And this is our endpoint where all the requests are coming. That means this is our database management system, which is getting the information from database server. Okay. In many cases, it could happen the database server is a computer where database management system software is also installed. That means these two nodes are basically the same. That is also possible. But this is the overall architecture of client server model. This is my database management system and this is my database server. Okay. Now, here one thing I forgot to tell you guys. When this database management system is passing the request to the database server, example. All right. What is the example? OLEDB is basically a terminology. OLE means online enabled protocol. Okay. OLE means online enabled. We have also other terminology like OLTP, online transactional protocol. Okay, all this terminology we are going to learn in the next classes. So let me give you a simple example of client server architecture. So let's say this is my client, like this. How is it? It's basically a web browser, right? Now using this web browser, I'm trying to connect to what server? Which database server? Google database server. So from here, I am trying to establish a connection to Google database server, right? So once the connection is established, that means once the website is loaded, now I can send multiple requests using Google search. So from here, I can send multiple requests to this database server. And in against to the request, what it will do? It will fetch the respective information from Google database, right? And it will give us the information back about our request. Let's say we are searching client server model. That means we have established the connection by typing the URL www.google.com. So over the public internet, we have established the connection with Google database server. Now we have made a request client server model. So the request is being sent from this client environment to this server. And once it gets the information, client server model, it will get the relative or the respective information from the Google database. And as you can see, these many results has been shown within this seconds. So you can understand the amount of processing capability that is possessing by this server and this database, right? My laptop is having a 3-core processor. So it's not having the ability to process all these records. It's only have the ability to send the request, and the huge amount of processing is being done at the Google server end. And we are only getting the request output. So that's the example of client server model. Now, that what I was saying is like, so when the database management system is talking with the database, they should have a language to talk to each other, right? They must able to talk to each other using one language, and the language is called as SQL. Okay. So in order to work with database, we need a programming language which is called as SQL, that stands for structured query language. Okay. And this is basically the standard language for accessing many databases. Okay. So just to give you a background, everyone. So the SQL language is basically developed by IBM at early 90s or early 80s, I guess. I don't recall exactly the time. So the SQL language was developed by IBM, and they have patented this particular language. So no one else can use this language. Everyone can inherit this language and make their own programming language. But the terminology SQL, it's only dedicated for IBM. Okay. So when we talk about SQL, this language is basically developed by, it's basically developed by IBM. Okay. So that's an important question for your interview as well. So if someone asks you, SQL programming language is developed by whom? So it is actually developed by IBM. Okay. And later it considered as a standard language for accessing and manipulating databases. Okay. So it is not called as Microsoft SQL, no. IBM is a IT company, all right, which actually developed this language, all right. And this is the standard language for accessing or manipulating databases. So there are multiple softwares, database management softwares in the market. Let's say we have Microsoft SQL Server, we have Oracle database, we have DB2 from IBM. So all these products are created by different companies, right? But every company use their own programming language, which is basically same as SQL. But they cannot name it SQL. Why? Because the SQL name is patented by IBM. So for Microsoft, what they call it? They call it T-SQL. For Oracle, what they call it? They call it PL-SQL. But the language is basically the same, but the name is different. All right? Because the name is patented by IBM. All right? So SQL stands for Structured Query Language, which is a standard language for accessing or manipulating databases. Okay. Categories of SQL commands. So as I was saying, SQL is the programming language that is being used to access the database, right? So a programming language obviously consists of different commands, right? So there are basically 4 types of category in SQL commands. The first one is data query language or DQL. Okay, so let me write it down. DQL, it's already written. Okay, the next one is DDL, that means data definition language. Data definition language. The next one is DML or data manipulation language. And the last one is DCL or data control language. Okay, let's learn about data query language. What is it? Whenever we want to select some data, whenever we want to access some data, that is basically fall under data query language. And to do that, what is the command? The command is select. So whenever we will be running select command, that will show us the table information or the data that we want to see. So data query language is basically whenever we are trying to access the data. Okay, the data is being stored in the table. So the data is basically getting stored in database, right? So when we are getting the data stored in the database, the obvious thing is we need to access the database, right? So whenever we want to access the database, we need to use the data query language. Okay, so the data query language is basically a category where we can access the data. And using which command we can access the data? The command is select command. Okay, now the next category is data definition language. So here we have a new understanding of table. Okay, now what is table? Table is the basic understanding where we can store the data actually. So when we say like we store the data in database, that's exactly not the correct statement. So let me give you this hierarchy. So the hierarchy is, yes, only select in DQL. The hierarchy is, first we have database management system. Then under database management system, we have databases. Under databases, we have multiple tables in a database. So in a database management system, there could be multiple databases. In a database, there could be multiple tables. And the data is basically going to store in the table itself. Okay. So the raw data is basically getting stored in the table, and the table is getting stored in the databases, and the database is getting managed by DBMS, database management system. Okay. All right. So when we talk about table, then we have multiple commands to create table, alter table, and drop table. Okay, so table, we are going to explain about table right after this slide. So hold your breath till that point of time. So whenever we want to create table, alter table, or drop table, then these category of commands are called as data definition language. Okay. So the basic idea of table, let me give you a perspective of table right away. So table is, let's say, I want to store the information of students. Let's say, let's take an example of Intellipaat. Okay. So Intellipaat wants to store the information of the students. What would be the table name? The simple table would be like student details. Okay. So student details is the table name. So what are the attributes of the table? Attributes means what are the values that we want to store in that table. We want to store student ID. We want to store student name. We want to store student mobile number, student email address, student location, student batch details, student's age, right? So all this information we need to store to have the information about the students, right? So the meaning is, using table, we are actually defining the data. So a single column cannot define the data. If I only say student name, can it define the data? No, it's only a part of it, right? If we want to have the entire data, it must be a collection of information, right? So the collection of information needs to be defined in a table. The collection of information, as I said, student ID, student name, student mobile number, student email address, student age, student location, combining all these things, we are defining the data, right? That is why it is called as data definition language. All right. Now, the next thing is data manipulation language. What is the meaning of that? Now, let's say my data definition or the table is now created. Okay. Now, once the table is created, what we need to do? We need to insert some data in the table. What are the things that we can do on a table with respect to data? So either we can insert some data, or we can delete some data, or we can update or modify some data, right? We can do only these three things on a table, right? So when we talk about table, on table, we have only possible three options to do using data. One is insert data, delete data, and modify data. All right. Insert, update, and delete. That three things we can do on a table, right? Or that three things we can do on data. That is why it is called as data manipulation language. So when we want to insert some data, then we need to run insert command. When we want to update some data, we need to run update command. When we want to delete some data, we need to run delete command. Okay. So this is the category of data manipulation language. All right. Next is data control language. What is that? So we need to impose some restrictions for the users. Let's say I am the administrator of Intellipaat. I can read, write, or modify a data, right? You guys as a student, let's say your right is to read the data. You cannot delete the data or modify the data. I am as a trainer, I can read the data, but I cannot delete or modify the data, right? So here we should impose some control over the data access, right? So to do the controlling or to impose the restriction, we have data control language. Using which command we can do this? We can do this using grant and revoke. When we are creating a table means, let's say we have a table called student details. Okay, so we can create the table using create table command. In the same way, let's say we need to update the table. How to update the table? Let's say we want, instead of naming the table as student details, I want to name the table as student detail information. So I can change the name of the table using alter table command. Now let's say I don't need this student detail table anymore, right? So as I don't need the table anymore, I need to drop the table, right? Or I need to delete the table. So I can delete the table using drop table command.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which of the following are front-end technologies? And your options are jQuery, SASS, AngularJS, or all of the above. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now let's continue with the session.
What is table? A table is basically a database object which comprises rows and columns. So what is row? So this is basically a table. Okay. Please have a good look in the structure and tell me what could be the purpose of this table. Employee details, because we are having employee ID, employee name, employee salary, employee age, employee gender, and employee department, right? So it's basically, in simple words, it's holding employee information, right? So in this table, what is a row? A row is this horizontal information is called as a row. Why? Because whenever we want to access information cannot be, we cannot say we got the information with only one field. We can say we got the information with the entire set or the entire data set. So we cannot say that I got the employee name. That means I got all the details, right? I can say I got all the details when I'll get employee ID, name, salary, age, gender, and the department. Then I have the full information about that employee, right? So this is called as record. That means record about an employee. All right. This is called as record, or this is called as row. Okay. So this is record or row. Now next is column or field. What is field? A simple information is called as field. Simple information means part of the information. So this column or this field only stored the details of department. This field only stored the information about gender. This field or this column only stored the details of age. This field only stored the information of salary. This field only stored the information about name. This field only stored the information about ID. So can we get the full information from a single field? No. So we need to get all the information from all the fields, right? So a table is basically consists of two basic things. One is row or record, and one is field or columns. These two things are the basic information or the basic structure of a table. So what is field? A field provides specific information about the data in a table. Specific information, that means only about salary information of the table, only the age information of the table, right? And what is row? It provides all the information about an individual. Okay. If I want to get all the details about one particular employee, then I need to get the row or the record. So when we are storing some values in the table, let's say we are storing 100 records. Okay. So out of these 100 records, it could be very much possible that we repeat the information in the table. Let's say country. Okay. If we are storing, let's say 10,000 records, then most of the records would be repeated for the country column, right? So that's number one. That is data duplication. Now, what is data consistency? Data consistency means when I have changed a value for a particular, for a particular table, for a particular column, let's say in the student details table, the student name was Rahul. Okay. And the student name got updated from Rahul to Rahul Singh. Okay. So now as it is updated in one table, all the respective information, all the respective tables where the name was previously noted as Rahul, that should be changed to Rahul Singh. That is called as logical consistency. Okay. So normalization basically has two parts. Okay. One is to remove the duplicate values, and two, to remove the, number one is to remove the data duplication, and number two is to increase logical consistency. So I believe we are clear with minimizing the duplication. It's a very simple thing. So we need to design a table in a way so that the number of duplicate values are minimum. That is there, right? Now, how we can increase the logical consistency, or what is logical consistency, first of all? So logical consistency means, let's say I have, let's say I have a table called Facebook user, and this table is holding columns called username, password, first name, last name, mobile number, email address, and age. Okay. And let's say we have another table, let's say personal details. Okay. There we have ID, first name, last name, age, country, gender, date of birth, language, interest, hobby, etc. Let's say email address, etc. Okay. So let's say for a particular user, let's say the user name is this. This is the first record. For a particular Facebook user, let's say for username ABC, password is 123, first name is Devu, last name is Ghosh, mobile number is 99999, email address is devu@gmail.com. Okay. And age is 35. All right. So this is the first record of Facebook user. So this particular table is holding this user details. The same user is having entry in personal details table as well, right? Let's say the user ID is 1, first name is Devu, last name is Ghosh, age is 35, country is India, gender is male, date of birth, let's say whatever it is, let's say DDMMYY, or let's say date of birth, let's say 21st 09 1987. Okay, language is English, interest is computer science, hobby is music, and email address is this. So first we need to understand the relation between the table. What is the relation? This table is holding the personal details of all the peoples. Everyone is having the details recorded in the personal details table. And out of everyone, some of the person or some of the personnel is having Facebook account. So they are having the Facebook user details in the Facebook user table, right? So let's say I have updated my age from 35 to 36, where in personal details table. Now, if the age is updated to 36 here, that means the respective field of this table, Facebook user table age for this particular user should be updated. If it is not updated, if it is at 35, that means it is an inconsistent data, because this is 36 in personal details table and the same value is different in Facebook user table. So the age is inconsistent in the database. Is it clear to everyone? When we are going to say a data is inconsistent, right? In the same way, let's say this person is now changed its email address, and it changed its primary email address from debu@gmail.com to debughosh@gmail.com. But it's not updated in Facebook user table. That means this data is now inconsistent in the database, right? So it should be debughosh@gmail.com automatically. Whenever we are updating this value here, the respective value should be updated automatically. The design signature of the table should be in a way that whenever we are changing a data in a table, the respective changes should be made to the other table to maintain the data consistency. Okay. Now, as we know, normalization have two purposes. One is to reduce data duplication, and number two is to increase data consistency or logical consistency. So we need to design the table in a way that whenever we change a data in one field, the respective data would be modified automatically to the other tables, other respective tables. So this is the purpose to do normalization in a database. So for normalization, we have to sometimes break big tables into smaller tables. Yes. All right. So let's move ahead with the slide now. So this is about normalization. Now, to learn normalization, let's understand how we can remove the redundancy. Okay. To remove redundancy in the database, whenever we construct a table in a relational database, there are some attributes which repeat themselves. In order to remove those redundant values, we perform normalization. As I give you an example, country, right? Let's say in this example, let's say language would be a repetitive column, country would be a repetitive column, gender would be a repetitive column, right? So there are few columns which are repetitive in nature, right? So we need to design a table in a way so that we can reduce the duplicacy or redundancy from a table. So that is the one of the responsibility of normalization. The next is to maintain consistency and integrity. So both are basically the same thing. So don't get confused with different terminology. Okay, both are referring the same thing. So what is consistency? So multiple users access a database. Some read the value while some other update the same value. Consistency is ensuring that this data is same across all the present copy of the databases. What is the meaning? Data has been read from this table. Data has been read from this table. Whenever we are updating a value from this table, we need to make sure the data is getting updated to the respective values as well, respective tables as well. Because if someone is accessing the data from this table and he is getting this value, if someone else is accessing this table and getting some other value, that is a problem. That means that is inconsistent data, right? Whenever both the values would be same, that means it's a consistent data. So that's the same thing it's defining here, or it's explaining here. Multiple users access a database. Some read the values while some other update the same value. Consistency is ensuring that this data is same across all the present copy of the database. Okay. All right. So what is integrity? Receiving data without any manipulation. If the data is true, then it upholds the integrity. It's basically saying the same thing in a passive voice, I would say. So if I'm
relational database, I can just say it as a real-time data. Okay. So it is from Microsoft side, guys. So every 2 years, the Microsoft will only be uploading one database, or you can say it as a backup file. Okay. Based on adventure works. You can see here the first task to be performed is download the adventure works from the following. Okay, I'll be just showing how to download, not to worry. Okay, so the first task will be to download this, guys, adventure works database, or you can call it as a backup file. You can see a .back extension. Okay, so first task is to download this adventure works 2012 backup. Okay, fine, guys. So it is from Microsoft site only, guys. So Microsoft will be uploading these relational database, okay, real-time databases every 2 years. So we'll be working on AdventureWorks 2012 backup file, guys. Fine. Okay. So once after, downloading this AdventureWorks database, you have to restore it in your SQL server, okay, or the SQL server, okay. So that will be your second task, guys. After downloading this AdventureWorks backup file, you have to restore it in your SQL server. Fine. Once after restoring, so these are the tasks to be performed using that database. Okay. Okay, guys, you can go to any browser. It is up to you guys, be it Chrome or Microsoft Edge or anything. As soon as you go, you can go for a new tab and type your adventure work databases. Okay. So once after clicking this, you'll be getting this first hyperlink. You guys have to just scroll down a bit. You can see here. Okay. So guys, you can see your OLTP section. There is 3 sections: OLTP, data warehouse, and lightweight. So we will be going through OLTP, guys. You can see here AdventureWorks 2012.pack. You can just click on this. Okay. So it will be asking for save. Okay. So it will be downloading. Okay, guys. I'll just be repeating again. Type in your any browser AdventureWorks databases. Okay. After doing that, the first type a link, just click on that. Okay. Just scroll down, and under OLTP, you have to download 2012.backup file. AdventureWorks 2012.backup file. You just have to click on this, guys. It will be automatically downloaded. Okay, guys. So once after this download, what you can do is you can first, before restoring, you have to put that in your backup file of SQL Server. Okay. You can go for your file explorer. Okay. You can see here it is downloaded. I'll just copy this. Okay. Fine. Go for your local disk, program files. You can see Microsoft SQL Server, guys. Okay. So once after that, I'll just check my instance name, SQL Server instance name. Okay, it is change someone. Okay. Yeah, I guess this one. So you'll be having your backup, guys. Just paste it here. Okay. So you should see here AdventureWorks 2012.backup. Your path should be like this, guys. Local disk, program files, go for Microsoft SQL Server. Okay, under that, please make sure you're choosing your instance which you're currently working on. Okay, after that, go for MS SQL, and under backup, you have to paste this backup file. Once you come into the SQL Server, guys, you can see this databases option. Right click on that, you'll get an option called Restore Database. Okay. Choose Device. Okay. You can see here 3 dots here. Okay. Click on that. Click on Add. You should get this. Okay. Backup file location. I want AdventureWorks 2012.backup. Okay. Click on OK. Select this again. Click on OK. Okay, so guys, when after doing this, you should see in the board place database and database that AdventureWorks 2012 file like this. Okay, it should display this, guys. Okay, can you see it now? Restore database. So restore database, go for device, click on device. Okay, after device, go for this three dots option. Okay. After that, you'll get this options, guys, add and contents. Click on add and select the AdventureWorks 2012.backup. Okay. And click on OK. Okay. After that, you'll get again this file. Choose this path. Okay. Backup media path. Click on again OK. Fine. Once after this, you should get your in database and database this AdventureWorks 2012. Okay. So once you can see here AdventureWorks 2012, AdventureWorks 2012, just click on OK. So it will start progressing that database AdventureWorks 2012 restored successfully. So once after you get this, just click on OK. You can see here my AdventureWorks 2012 is here. So in this case, before performing your task, what you have to do is you have to read all this tables. Can you see here under AdventureWorks 2012, I have around 30 to 40 tables, guys. Okay. We have 30 to 40 tables in our AdventureWorks database, 2012 database. Okay. You have to go through each and every table, guys, before performing this task. Okay. That is the reason it is querying a large relational database. Okay. So you have here around 30 to 40 tables inside a database. Okay. Fine. So first task is, guys, get all the details from person table, including email, ID, phone number, and phone number type. Fine, guys. They're asking us get all the details from person table, including email ID, phone number, and phone number type. Fine. So now I should search in this database where I'm having the person table. Okay. So I have here person address, person.address type. Okay. I have something called person.person. Okay. So what I'll do, I'll just go through this table, what kind of columns I have. Okay. I've not selected this. Make sure you select the database, guys. AdventureWorks 2012. Fine. Okay. So in this person.person table, I'm having business entity ID, person type, name style, first name, middle name, last name, suffix. Okay. I have these many columns. So next what they're asking us, phone number type. So I have one column here called phone number type ID, but they're specifically telling phone number type. Okay. So you guys can see here, there is one more table called person.phone number type. What I'll do, I'll just select that also. Select to get all the details. I'll use these tables and write a query. Okay. Phone number type. Yes. So I'm getting here phone number type ID. It is 1, 2, 3. So now, guys, so they're asking us to get the details of person, including all these details. So that is from email address, person.email address table, I want email ID column, and person.person phone, I want phone number column, and person.phone number type, I want phone number type ID column. Okay. So what I can do is I can inner join all these 4 columns. Okay. And write this query. So I'll be using inner join, guys, and you can just see here, guys, I'm using 4 different tables. 4 different tables and writing one query. Okay. So in one query, we are going through 4 different tables. Okay. So the query is as follows. Okay. Select. I'll give whatever to select at the end. From which table? From, it is person dot person dot person. Okay. Person dot person, I'll call it as, say, P. Okay. Now, next what I'll be doing, inner join. Okay. Inner join with which I want person dot person dot email address. Okay. I'll call it as, say, E. Instead of taking all the name again and again, so I'm using this short names. Okay. For person dot person, it is P, and person dot email address, it is E. Okay. So next we are inner joining with which other table, guys? Inner join with person dot person phone, I guess, right? Person phone. Okay, I'll call this person phone as, say, PH. Fine. Again, inner join with what is the last table which we are needing, which we want? Person dot phone number type. Right, guys? I'll call this as PHT, phone number type. Okay. So I'll be using 3 inner joins, guys. Okay. So now what and all I want? I want P dot first name, okay, comma, P dot last name. I'm selecting all the columns now, guys, which all I want. E will be email address, E dot email address, okay, PH dot what we want from this phone number, comma, what is the other table? PHT dot name, okay, from so and so table. Now, inner join, we should give conditions, right? On, right? On P dot business entity ID equals to E dot business entity ID. Fine. Next, I've done one more inner join. For this, I should give condition on what is here. It is PH, I guess, right? PH dot. Here also we have business entity ID equals to E dot business entity ID. Now, last, okay, here I need to give condition on PHT dot. Okay, so in PHT, that is a phone number type. I don't have business entity column, guys. So I'll be going with phone number type ID equals to PH dot phone number type ID. So the second question here is, so now the second question here is, guys, get the details of the sales header order made in May 2011. Okay. So they specifically mentioned which month and year. Okay. They mentioned May month in the year 2011. Okay, guys. So now you can analyze which table we will go through. Have they mentioned here sales header order? Okay. So I'll just search for that table. Sales header order. Sales. Yeah. I got something called sales order header. Okay. I'll just go through that table once. Select. So yeah, that is the task. Yes, guys. So okay. So I guess we can work on this order date, right, guys? It is showing us 2011. It is having June, July. Yes, guys. So I guess I can work on this column as they're asking us for May 2011. So you can see here, guys, it is showing me 2011 531. So that is nothing but May 2011 31st, right? Yes. So I guess I can use this table, excuse me, okay, and write the query for this accordingly. So I'll write it as select star from sales order header, okay, sales order header. Fine. I'm giving the condition here where, which column, guys? Where order date, right? Yes, where order date between 2011 5 1, right? We'll be starting from first date, that is day 1, and 2011 5 31. Okay. So this should give me all the sales done in the May month 2011. Okay, guys. So it is giving me 43 rows. You can see here all the order dates I've done in the month of May. Okay, so I'm having sales order ID, sales order detail. Okay, order quantity, product ID, unit price, discount, line total. Okay, so I have all this columns in my sales order detail. Okay, so what they're specifically asking is in the month of May 2011. So are we having anywhere like the month specified here? It is just in the modified date, right? Yes or no? You can see the last column here. It is having something called modified date. Okay. So only based on that can we write this query, guys? Everyone? So guys, only this table is not enough. We have to use the sales header table also. Okay, because there we have all the order dates, the ship date, okay, sales order header table. You can see here order date, due date, ship date, okay, when is the order shipped, customer ID, theoretical credit card ID, the subtotal, everything is present, the task amount, the total due, that is the total amount, everything is present in this table, guys. Okay, so we have to inner join these two tables. Okay, this query will be as follows: select star from sales order detail. Okay, we can give name as say SD. Okay. Okay, guys. So now, if it using which I'm doing the inner join, I'm using the inner join on sales order header. Okay. Say we call it as SH. Fine. Now I'll be giving the on condition here. On. So you have to make sure, guys, which is the common table in this both Okay, common column in this port, sales order ID. Exactly, Salam. Okay. So give it as SD dot sales order ID equals to SH. That is SH dot sales order ID. Okay, so this is done. Now I'm giving the condition. So what is our condition? We want the details of the order made in the month of May 2011. So where SH dot order date, okay, SH dot order date between what, guys? As we did in a previous question, it should be 2011 05 012 and 2011 05 sorry 05 31. Fine, guys. So when I execute this, guys, so I should be getting the order details and the order header port. Okay, I'll just select this and execute. See, you can see around 357 rows, guys. So it is showing all the order details and even the order header rows and columns. Okay, which is done in the month of. Okay, you have to know that, right? It should be showing only in the month of May. You can see here May 2011 itself. Can you guys see anything out of May month? Can you see here any 06 or 07? No, right? It is showing us all the details which is done in the month of May and in the year 2011 itself. Okay, guys, because we have all the sales order detail and sales order header details in these two tables only. If you guys want, you can go through other different tables for your analyzation. Other than this, we have sales.person, guys, okay, and sales.person quota history, sales reason, tax rate, territory, special offer product, and sales.store. So we'll be writing the query as follows. Select. So we need the sum, right? As they're asking us the total sales, we'll be using the aggregate function called sum. Sum of SD dot. So we'll be taking the line total, guys. Okay. I'm giving the alias name as total sales. As they're asking us total sales month. So this is the condition, guys. Okay, I'll give the condition at the last. From which table? It is from sales dot sales order detail. Okay, I will call this as SD. So my sales dot sales order detail will be acting as SD. Okay. Now inner join sales dot which else column table, guys? Sales order header, right? We'll call it as sh. Now the condition on st dot, as we discussed earlier, guys, we have the common column in this two table is sales order ID. Now, lastly, condition where sh dot order date between, can just take this the same thing as they're asking us May 2011 itself. Okay. So this should give me the sum. Is it fine, guys? So this is giving me the total sales done in the month of May 2011. So guys, just asking us, I'll copy both as we are left with two more questions. Okay, guys. So the fifth question here is get the total sales made in the year 2011 by month order, okay, by increasing sales. So this month of, so as they're asking us month of order date, month of order date as, alias you can give anything, guys, it is up to you. Say sale month from, say sales dot what we want, sales dot order detail st. Okay, so it is nothing but the short form for this table, Mohammed. Okay, instead of writing every time that a big table name, you are using st. Inner join sales dot sales order header, call it as sh, condition st dot sales order id equals to sh dot sales order id. Okay, as one person had already told, we'll be grouping it by month of order date, order by total sales. Okay, guys. Fine, everyone. If you guys want here, you can give it as ascending as someone had suggested. Okay, it is default ascending. If you want, you can give it as descending. Fine. Okay. So now here, get the total sales made to the customer with Gustavo and last name Akong. Okay. So now I should go to each and every table to find if I have the first name Gustavo and last name Akang. Okay. So now first I'll go through the person table. Where first name equals to what they've asked. Okay, so I have a person called Gustavo Akang in my person details. So now what is my second question is this person done any sales or no? Okay. So to go through that, which column should I go? I mean, which table should I look into? Okay, fine. I'll just select and see if I have this person under my sales. Salesperson I've taken. So before that, I'll just see what are the columns I have in this. So in this case, I have business entity, territory. Correct side, you're right. Okay, guys. So as we go for this, select staff from person. Okay. So we have every names here, guys. Okay, the first name, last name, everything is present in this. So this business entity ID will be present in which case? Sales.salesperson. Okay, you can see here sales.salesperson is having this business entity ID. So now what is our work is to go here and search for this person's business entity ID. So we want Gustavo Akong, right, guys? Is business entity ID showing me 291? Okay. So, but guys, in this record, you can just go through one by one. There is no business entity ID starting from 291. So I'll comment it down here, guys. The person name starting from Gustavo Akong is not having any records regarding sales. Everyone, so at that time, this will be the following query. Be taking p dot first name from where, guys? Where we have the first name, guys, in the sales.person, right? Salesperson. Okay. Salesperson as SP. Inner join. So the common column was business entity, right, guys? Okay, guys. So we have one person called Garrett Vargas. Okay. So his name is starting from G. So his entity, business entity ID would be 278. And this person has done sales, guys. Okay. So hence we are getting this records. What is next? Sales order detail, guys. Okay. We should go through all the table because we need to get the result. Because we have to go through all the tables saying that is this person is having, okay, the sales record or no. st dot sales order ID equal to sh dot sales order ID. And p dot first name. Here you can give, guys, p dot first name is what we want. Gustavo. And p dot last name equals to Vargas, right? If I'm not wrong, let me just check that. No, it is not Vargas, it is Akong. Right, guys? If you want, now you can change to the person which we got. What was the person name? He was Garrett Vargas. Now when I change this name to Garrett Vargas, I should get his details. Right, guys? If he is done sales, I should get the details.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys, and the question is, which of the following are popular databases? And your options are MySQL, Oracle, MongoDB, or all of the above. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now let's continue with the session.
Okay, so where I went wrong? Gustavo Akong. Okay, guys. So it is showing empty result, but the person who has done the sales is Garrett. Okay, you can just use this.
The word DevOps is a combination of the terms development and operations, meant to represent a collaborative or shared approach to the tasks performed by a company's application development and IT operations teams. Let's assume that Gary is a DevOps engineer working for Instagram. His job is to collaborate with different teams and make sure the DevOps pipeline is running smoothly to release frequent updates. Before Gary, Instagram used to create and release updates after every 2 months. But when Gary joined as the DevOps engineer, the plan was to release updates every 3 days to keep the users happy. Now users are more happy as they can use new features on a daily basis and get what they ask for due to the faster release cycle. DevOps teams use various tools to automate and accelerate processes, which helps to increase reliability. A DevOps toolchain helps teams tackle important DevOps fundamentals and go through its phases, including continuous integration, continuous delivery, automation, and collaboration. Teams use various DevOps tools to help them facilitate a DevOps culture in their organization. Most teams rely on specific tools for their pipelines, building custom toolchains that fit their needs for each phase in the application lifecycle. DevOps cloud teams use tools like Docker, Selenium, Jenkins, and Kubernetes. These are just a few tools amidst an array of DevOps tools. DevOps influences the application lifecycle throughout its plan, develop, deliver, and operate phases. Each phase relies on the other and the phases are not role specific. Plan. In the plan phase, DevOps teams ideate, define, and describe features and capabilities of the applications and systems they are building. They track progress at low and high levels of granularity, from single product tasks to tasks that span portfolios of multiple products. Develop. The develop phase includes all aspects of coding, writing, testing, reviewing, and the integration of code by team members, as well as building that code into build artifacts that can be deployed into various environments. DevOps teams seek to innovate rapidly without sacrificing quality, stability, and productivity. Deliver. Delivery is the process of deploying applications into production environments in a consistent and reliable way. The delivery phase also includes deploying and configuring the fully governed foundational infrastructure that makes up those environments. Operate. The operating phase involves maintaining, monitoring, and troubleshooting applications in production environments. In adopting DevOps practices, teams work to ensure system reliability, high availability, and aim for zero downtime while reinforcing security and governance. Professionals can become a DevOps engineer coming from different backgrounds. A DevOps engineer should have various skills and they can't just be DevOps tools. Let's have a quick look at the other skills a DevOps engineer should have. A DevOps engineer should have one high-level programming language like Java, C++, or C#. Should also know Linux, SQL, cloud technologies like AWS, Azure, or GCP, scripting languages like Perl, Bash, or Python. On an average basis, DevOps engineer earns 5 lakhs per annum to 14 lakhs per annum in India, while in the USA, a DevOps engineer earns from $125,000 per year.
So Selenium is a framework. We can able to run the Selenium through Jenkins with the help of Maven through automated fashion and number of test cases. That is after you launch an application. But if you want to launch an application, what are the things required? You should able to build it first. Nothing but you should able to generate your artifact. Then you have to deploy in a server. Okay. Then testing will come into the picture. That time it's going to be a Selenium. Okay, exactly Selenium. Selenium is just like a framework. One kind of a framework or a tool, testing tool to launch, to test it automatically. To test your application with all the test cases in a code. With the code, you're going to use a Selenium. Okay, good. Why Jenkins is used? So Jenkins will come into the picture. For example, you want to build an application, you want to deploy an application, you want to test an application, but who is going to run this all executions? It may be a shell script. Am I right? It may be a shell script. It may be a set of tasks, nothing but set of commands, but who is going to execute those all commands? Will you do it manually? It's difficult. Am I right? So whenever something is happened in our GitHub, I want to trigger, I want to build my application, I want to deploy my application, I want to test my application. All these activities Jenkins can perform through what? Through pipelines. Okay, through pipelines, we are going to run all the commands. See, set of commands. Jenkins is different, Terraform is different. Jenkins can able to run the Terraform commands. Terraform infrastructure as a code concept. If you want to create your cloud resources like AWS EC2 instance, EKS clusters or whatever, you can able to do that through Terraform. Terraform can invoke through Jenkins. It's a workflow. So Jenkins treat like Jenkins is just like a front controller, just like your manager. So if you give set of commands to Jenkins, so Jenkins can distribute among those commands and it will run it same. Okay, so Jenkins can run multiple tasks, but Jenkins cannot perform that. Jenkins invoke those commands as part of the pipeline, what we have discussed as part of the pipeline. If you just check it out here, right? See that here? So this is your flow, pipeline flow. Now, for example, if you want to run if you want to clone a repository, I can able to declare it as part of the step. I want to build my application, Maven command, I want to run it. I can keep it as part of this step. I want to run a Terraform command. I can keep it here, another step. Like that, we can pipeline multiple tasks. We are making as part of the pipeline. That's what executing sequential, either parallel mode. So Jenkins, it can run set of tasks. That's all, simple. It can run set of tasks. Those tasks, what you have declared in your pipeline. Very good. So we have taken about the Maven, right? And we have just taken Jenkins. So Jenkins can able to run the Maven commands as part of the job. So let's take it up. So we have taken about the pipelines, how to write a pipeline code. And we have discussed about the webhook. Very good. Is that agent added? Okay, let me pick it up. So take it up Jenkins and say connect. Now you can come down here. I'm just connecting that EC2 instance. Okay, in the backend, Groovy code only we are going to use it. Nice. Let's see here. Okay, I switch to the root user. Just check it out history. What commands we have used? See that here, systemctl status command Jenkins is up and running or not. Let me check it out. Yes, it is. Now you can come down here, take it up this public IP address. Yes or not? You can pick it up this public IP address. Where it is? This is the private IP, public IP. Now you can go into the browser, :8080, hit it. Right. So you can see that DevOps, you get it. Right. And what we have done as part of the pipeline. Can you pick it up here? The configuration, it is this repository. So this is the repository we have used, and there we have declared even Jenkins file as well. Instead of writing in our Jenkins configuration file, we can straight away we can get it here itself. This is the pipeline we have used. And for this case, what we have done, if you just come down into the settings, if you just pick it up here, webhook section, so it is here, your pipeline going to be there. You can see that edit option. And this is the pipeline code we have used, but it cannot work now. This IP address, because we have stopped the Jenkins and now we have started. So automatically this public IP going to be because we have not allocated static IP. It is a dynamic. If I stop it, automatically it will release this public IP. Whenever you start it, it will automatically allocate a new IP, so that it cannot work here. So now what you have to do, you have to change this. Now you can recreate it, your webhook. But if you want to make it permanent, what you have to do that? Can you think of it in AWS point of view? Now see that I'm just adding here. See that just the push event, add webhook. Now this time it can run. You can check it out. Your job is running or not. Have a look here. It is. Okay. So what we are doing is whatever task you want to perform. For example, if I want to build an application. Now what you are going to do that first step, we are going to clone the repository. Once you get the code, I'm going to execute a MVN command, right, to build an application. But before that, how can you do that? If I ask you, for example, I have a code in a GitHub repository, I'm going to ask you, can you run this build command? Will you do it directly? No. First, you are going to log in, right? Your SSH to your virtual machine. Then you are going to clone to Git repository. Then build your Maven for build. You're going to use it. All these you have to do manually, am I right? You're doing in a manual steps, but I don't want that. Whenever something is modified in GitHub repository, automatically I should able to run this. I should able to get the code. I should able to build an application, okay, on virtual machine. And if required, I can able to send an email also. For that case, what you have to do. So these all steps you have to automate it. Nothing but these all commands you have to do it through script. So that is script is nothing but this one in Jenkins file. This is the standard snippet going to be there. Pipelines, tools, stages. It is standard. Only your task is what command you want to run it. You should be able to declare it in between. Those are all ready made. Don't worry about that as well. If you come down into the configuration, you just whatever task you want to perform, you can get it here itself. Here you can able to get pipeline syntax. Everything you can able to use it from here itself. You'll get a code. For example, I want to get a repository. For example, I want to clone a repository. For example, this is the repository I'm using. I want to clone it through pipeline. How can you do that? Simply, you can select it. Whatever task you want to perform, everything is options going to be there. You can give this URL and see that here. For example, this is your main branch. Just fill it up and see generate a pipeline script. Getting right? Generate pipeline script. You are getting this URL and you're just adding there. Now, once it is getting, what I'm going to do that as part of the Jenkins job creation, if you go into the home page, once it is launched, you can see that here, new item. You can just select it back. There, you can see pipeline, for example, test one. Just say OK. That's all. Just you have to fill it up, your URL. Everything can work straight away. So your task is what? You just ensure that this Jenkins file in place in your repository. If it is there, you just come down here and say, see that pipeline script from SCM, and you can give your URL git and then repository URL. What is your repository URL? And automatically Jenkins file can refer, it will run your job. See, and just build now. It can work automatically. Yes or not? See, it is failed or not, leave it later. But you can see that here, what is happening? Console output. And see, it is not able to find. Okay, let's see that here. Home page, test one. Go into the configuration section. Have a look here. We have used master branch. That's the reason, because we don't have a master branch here. Everything is a main branch. No master branch. That's the reason it is failed. Now you can change it. That's all. So if you understand what is an error, fair enough. You can able to resolve it. It's not a big deal. See, save it. It run automatically. See that? It's going on. See, if you click on it, everything you can able to find it. See, it's glowing, executed successfully. Cool. This is one thing. Now let's take it up. Hey, for example, in my Jenkins server, I have a 50 jobs because I have multiple microservices and multiple modules in my project. So I have created a lot of microservice jobs, build jobs, deployment jobs, and infrastructure jobs and all. So assume that you have 50 jobs over or 100 jobs in your Jenkins server. Like this you have created. Right now 4 will be there. Assume that you have 50 or 100. But if I run a job, guys, if I run a 10 jobs at a time, what will happen? Is that going to run 10 jobs at a time? Is that going to execute 10 jobs? No. But how many it can run? So here, by default, right now, if you see that here, only 2 jobs can run at a time. See that here? 2 jobs. 2 idles are there. If you want to go it here, even go to the home page, manage Jenkins, maybe I can able to increase 1 more. If I check it, if you check it out in the manage clouds, see that built-in node, how many are there? If you check the configuration, 2 will be there. See, 2 number of. If I give it 3, it will change. Right? See, 3 idles. Now see here. Now your job can able to run 3 jobs at a time, but that is not sufficient, right? I need to perform minimum or 10 jobs, for example, at least. If not, if you run it 10, 15 jobs at a time, all will be in a queue. But that is not correct, right, guys? Just think of it in your team point of view. In your team, only 1 member will be there. You got one task. Yes, it can be performed. If I give a 2 tasks, it can be performed. But if I give a 10 tasks at a time, I want to complete it within this sprint itself. How can I do that, guys? So you are going to add other people into the team. Agree? And you're going to assign those tasks to the team members, and it will be ensure it will be completed within the sprint. Because Jenkins is the one, only it cannot perform all the tasks. So there is no bandwidth. It can be performed, but bandwidth is the problem. Sequentially, it can run, but it will take a lot of time. But now what I have to do? I need to add agents, nothing but team members. How you are adding? So team members, nothing but we call it as your Jenkins slaves or Jenkins agents. We are going to add agents to the Jenkins master, nothing but nodes. I'm going to add. Your job can run on top of that node. So Jenkins can handle it. Jenkins will just act like a manager. Whenever run a job, automatically it will be delegated to that particular node. It will run the job over there itself, your commands. We can n number of nodes. We can add n number of agents. Not an issue. Okay, so how can you add it? That's my question. How can you add number of agents? Simple. If you go into the manage Jenkins section, you will find it options. It is here, manage nodes and clouds. There are 2 ways we can do that. One is we can able to do that direct manually, and the one is directly from cloud itself. It will create. You need not, your intervention is not required. Straight away, we can add it from the Jenkins, from AWS or Azure agents. That is also possible. So 2 options will be there. See that here. Okay, see that new node you can add it, or configure clouds. You can integrate with your cloud account automatically. You just need to configure it, automatically going to create your agents. That is also possible. So let's take it up new node, for example. So which one we should add it here. If you just come down here, this Git client is there. Can I add it this one as an agent? Okay, guys. So I'm going to add this one is Jenkins agent. I'll pick it up this way. We can add it like a Jenkins agent like this. Cool. Now what I can do that, I wanted to connect this machine first. Let's take it up. You can come down and take it up another one. Then pick it up. And okay, you can paste it here. Okay, cool. It can be done here. Now what I need to do, guys, so just start it from here. Go into your Jenkins. Okay, new node, you can pick it up. Just select it, that's all. Okay, for example, this is Maven agent. I'm just giving that name. Or else you can say node 01. Like this, you can give any name, or you can give an IP address, not an issue. You can say permanent agent, say create. But it cannot connect straight away, right? You have to give the details about your target node, your node 01 mission. Okay, so what I have to give it, remote root directory. You have to connect to this, your virtual machine, target machine. You can create one directory so that everything can perform from here itself. Okay, you're cloning the repository and all, it can be performed from here. You can pick it up this and you can add it here. Home Ubuntu Jenkins. Labels, you can say Maven label. Okay, cool. This is another one. And use this node as much as possible. Launch agent by connecting it to the controller. But I can say, see, there are different options will be there, but best option is launch agents via SSH. Always recommended. It will be easy and permanent and secure. Okay, so launch agents via SSH. Now tell me what we are trying, nothing but I'm connecting to that target machine with what? SSH. So if you, how you're going to connect a virtual machine? SSH. SSH, what is required? IP address required, user is required, and credentials are required. Am I right, guys? Or certificate is required to connect to that virtual machine. Like how you are connecting EC2. Same, you have to fill it up here, nothing but. Okay, guys, always stick with your concept. Hey, now if you see, if I want to connect to the virtual machine through Jenkins, Jenkins is connecting the target machine with what? SSH method. If I want to connect a SSH method, think over it in a manual way. How you're going to do that from your local machine? If I take it up here, exit. So what you have done here? We have given IP address. We have given a user. We have given a certificate. Am I right, guys? Agree? This statement? Can I follow this to connect to the virtual machine? or you can generate a SSH keys, whatever you want. Can I use this option better? Okay, so I'll pick it up. You can see here, get this IP address of your virtual machine. What is your public Jenkins agent private IP address? Because private, why I'm using? Because it's permanent and both are in the same network. So I'm using this IP address. Okay, guys, and credentials. See, nothing will be there. You should add it here, Jenkins. Friends, everyone getting right? So you just observe this here. Username, password. If you give it a username password, automatically Jenkins can use that username and password with IP address. It will connect, but we don't have. So there is any other options? See, multiple options will be there to connect your virtual machine. Out of that, can I use this? Because that is our easy approach. Username with private key. I can get this. And a global and ID, you can give it Ubuntu. I mean, even username is also Ubuntu. Okay, and enter directly and add it. You can get into this part. So you can just come down. Cat. Can I use it here? Say what we are using now. If you see that, what is the command? Oh, here, right? So this is the private key. Can I use it, guys? So I'm using this private key, or else you can go into the Jenkins master, generate public private keys, same like how we have generated for GitHub. Same thing, you can use it here. This private key, you can copy it. So this private key, you can copy it. So Jenkins connecting target mission, Node.js. So we have given private key. Cool. And add it. And you can point it. Okay, guys, let's do this non-verifying verification strategy. Non-verifying verification strategy. And keep this agent online as much as possible. See that your IP address, username, and password. Now save it. If everything is correct, it will connect automatically. Let's see here, launching. Super, it's connected. And you can click on it here, Node.js machine, configuration section. Number of executors will be there 2, 1, you can keep it 3 also. So based on the capacity, you can give it. If you have more GB of RAM, you can use it. Number of executors 5 also you can give it. Now see here, it's added. Now I'm added an agent. It's very straightforward. Okay, guys, see that. So what you have to do? You have to connect to another virtual machine, give an agent. Simple. You have to follow these instructions. You have to just stick with your basics. That's the reason. If you give these details as part of your connection details, it's fair enough. You can able to connect it. So here we have given this content of the PEM file, username and IP address we have given. Plus we have given another configuration part. If you see that in the Node.js mission configuration section, see remote root directory we have given. Yes or not? So I'm just taking this screenshot. You can use it and let me know if you face any issues. Okay, we have done good. But how can you point it to your jobs to run this on this node? Can you take it up, the basic one, Maven build one? Can you go into the configuration? First job. See that here option will be there automatically. Restrict where this project can be run. And you can give a label. If you want to give a label, you can give it, or else you can see that here, Node.js automatically it will come. Whenever you run job, it will run over there itself. Have a look. It's running or not? See, building remotely on Node.js mission. Yeah, I'll do that. Okay. Okay, now just see that here job is triggered and it is executing. You can go into the node and check it out. Connect the virtual machine now. Okay, I'm connected to the virtual machine. You can go into the Jenkins now. You can see a workspace will be there. Yes, it is automatically created all these components. See, and if you go into the workspace, you can find the job here itself. See, everything is running from Jenkins itself. I mean, Jenkins into Node. See here, Devs Maven build. And same thing, we can able to find it here itself. See here, workspace. Whatever content is there here. You can delete from Jenkins also. See, if I deleted, I'm deleted from workspace. I mean, Jenkins. Can you check it out here? Is it there? See, automatically deleted. So nothing but it connected to your master. Your agent is master, connected to master, everything controlled from master itself. You can use private IP because both are in the same network. Am I right? If you take it out to your AWS, both are in the same network. See here, if you see that in the network IP, see this VPC ID is same. And if you pick it up Jenkins, VPC ID also same. So ATA4, ATA4. So no problem. Am I right? Cool. If you want to add your Jenkins master, yes, it can be possible. How can you do that? It's pretty straightforward. You can come down here. See that here? Elastic IPs. You can create one elastic IP. First, create it, allocate elastic IP address. Something like that, you can do that. You can create an allocate elastic IP address and point it to your, see like this, allocate elastic IP, something like this. First, you have to create it. See, create accelerator and all, allocate it. Pretty straightforward. I'm just created. Now it's created one IP address, but you have to attach to your virtual machine, right? So you can see that, point it, go to the actions, see, associate elastic IP address. If you come down and see, choose instance, see, automatically choosing here, or you can choose private IP address, whichever it is, right? It'll automatically point it. You can see that. Can I use it Jenkins? Yes, I can use it Jenkins. Automatically allow this elastic IP to reassociate and all blah blah, just associate it. See, automatically created. Permanent IP, Jaiba. Okay. Elastic IP is nothing but a static IP. Static means what? Permanent. It cannot change. Yes, it's chargeable, but we'll get it for account, you'll get a 5 free. 5 elastic IPs you can able to get free. But after that, they'll charge. Okay, but in our case, not required, right? We are just doing practicing. We are not keeping up and running, and we are not sharing any IP address to our users. If it is users are there and you cannot change in between, right? So that's the reason you cannot share every time, right? That's the reason we have to keep a private IP, public IP, sorry, elastic IP. But in our case, it's not required. You can release it also, not an issue. We can release it also. I can do that. So you see that if I'm just doing now, see, it cannot work now if I refresh it. See, it is not working. See, depths Maven build, it's not working. Now what you have to do, pick it up this, come down here, change it with 80. Now see, it's working, right? With existing IP, it is changed. Now it's permanent IP address, whatever we have created. Now it's working. Then you can, as usual, DevOps and DevOps, you can see that. Cool, it's working as usual. So that's the reason AWS concepts are very important, guys. So keep an eye. I mean, any cloud, basic concepts. So what is EC2? What is network? What is VPC? What is S3 bucket? What is Lambda function? Just try to read about something. Read it. I mean, whenever you get it, if it is some, as part of your course, it is there anything sessions, you can attend those things as well, or you can keep an eye daily 1 hour, fair enough. You'll get it. Some basics like how to create a EC2, what is an EC2, what is networking, what is S3 bucket, what is elastic block store. Those things are just need to get hands on. Is that useful? Okay, why we use a 880 port number? So to identify your host, right? To identify your application, we are going to use a port number. And we can able to enable the security also. So there are 2 options. I mean, 2 purpose. There are 2 benefits if you use a port number. We can restrict the port with a security point of view. Also, we are going to identify the application as well, nothing but a process. If you keep on running one process, you should allocate one port number. We can identify that port number. With that port number, your process is running or not. And second one is, we can restrict the access, the people to outside, right? That is nothing but a security group. You can read about what is a security group, what is a firewall. You'll get it automatically. So the best option always, you can come down into the Node.js configuration. See that what we have done here? Can you think of it? What is a label? What is a tag in AWS? What is a tag in AWS and what is a label? So both are same option. But why we are going to use a tags and labels? If you go into the supermarket, you're going to find each and every product some labels. So what is the purpose of using the labels or tags? You can say another name. to identify the product family. Am I right? Exactly. To identify that easily. You can segregate it easily. For example, in our AWS, for example, if you use a tags, based on the tags, I can able to identify the billing. How much billing for dev environment, how much billing for testing, how much for production. I can able to identify that easily. Exactly. Just an identification, right? See what I'm doing here for our agent for Node.js, I'm giving a Maven label. Going forward, I can able to give even this a Docker label, for example. So what will happen, guys? Nothing but we are just giving a label, right? Instead of using Node.js, I'm going to use a label. Advantage is what? If I use a label, tomorrow I'm going to add another agent. Can I use it? Same label, I can attach it over there also. So as part of the job, if you come down here, and even here also, if you just come down into the job section, the manual job, nothing but here, sorry, not this one, home page, Maven build. Can you see the configuration? Can you have a look here? Node.js. Can I use it? Maven label. So advantage is what? Tomorrow, if you have another node, if it is same label will be there, so high availability will be more. If this Node.js is not available, if I select it only Node.js, it will try to fetch the Node.js details only. But now label, whichever it is label agent is free, it can pick it up from there itself. Now you can save this. That's all. It can run now. Cool. Now you can see here, same way we can able to go with this also. Agent any. But I have to how to select it. How to select it is here our label. Can you guess it quickly? Can you find it? Is there any option agent point of view? Okay, in the pipeline syntax also may be there, but still I don't want to. We have to check it out. See that here. Agent label Jenkins file. Everything we can get it from here itself. Jenkins IO. Have a look here. Can I use it? This option? Labels. Any, none, label. Right? Just now it is there. Execute the pipeline or stage or any available agent. Any. Right now it is there any. But you can use what? You can use none. You can use label. You can use node. Like that you can say, you can declare it. But see that here, label, how can you declare it? Have a look here. Agent, label, like this you can use it. Am I right? Can I use this way? Copy this straight away. You can come down, say edit. In place of agent any, you can use like this. And my defined label, what should I use it here? So Maven label. We have given Maven label. So I'm just going to use this. Now, once done, you can save this, commit the changes. So like this, we can able to set it up. Now see if you run a job. See, is that job is triggering or not? Let me check it out. I think it cannot trigger straight away this time, because as part of the webhook, we have not changed this IP address. Am I right? So we should change this IP address, permanent IP address here, what we have declared. As an address. This is the one you have to change it and come down, go into your webhook settings, say webhooks. So don't edit it. Okay, better delete it and recreate it. Okay, add webhook. Okay, super. And just add webhook. Done. So if it is perfect, everything, it will automatically trigger. Let me see. Is that correct, right? 3. Yeah. Can you refresh it? It's not triggered. I don't know. You can see what could be the problem. Just the push event. Okay. Send token. And this is the IP address 224. I think it is missed. Yeah, it is missed, right? See, only 3 characters, I think. 224 also we have to edit it. .224. And then update the webhook. Update the webhook. Now successfully it's done. Now you can check the webhook. Is this triggered or not? Still okay. And I can do one thing. Copy it. Delete this webhook. Okay. Add webhook. Paste it properly. And add webhook. Now it's triggered. Right? You can see your job. Is this triggered or not? Let me see. Yeah, it is. This is the way we can able to handle it. Now, another point, as discussed, right? CI pipeline. So right now we have only built the application, but we have not used that artifact. We are just generating an artifact through, but we want to keep it in somewhere, right? As part of our architecture, if you come down up, let's go a little up. I'll just take it up. Right, this is not the one. I'm sorry. Remote also not. Can you pick it up? This. So till now, what we have done? See, a version control system, Jenkins, Maven agent. Okay, can I use this artifactory to upload an artifact? Okay, guys, that's what I'm going to integrate another node, another application to upload an artifact. So nothing but I want to take it up this. Yeah. Okay, guys, I wanted to take it up even another integration with the Jenkins. What is that integration? Nexus repository. Hey, what is this Nexus repository? Or JFrog artifactory? Anything you can pick it up, whatever you want. Nexus repository or JFrog artifactory. Can you guess it? Nothing but you, whatever artifact is going to generate, I'm just going to push into this Nexus repository. So how can I do that? So nothing but how you have brought it up the Jenkins server, I should be able to bring it up in Nexus repository. You may get one doubt. Hey, you're saying once again Nexus repository, then what is the difference between the GitHub repository and Nexus repository? Can you think of it, guys? Can you guess it? What is the difference between GitHub repo, Nexus repo? Very good. Okay, so here editable files. Am I right? Here editable files. Here archived files, binary files. Very good. Archived files. Like a zip file or a tar file, var file, image, like that we can able to use it. Okay, so why we are going to use now? Nothing but whenever you generate your artifact, nothing but a archived file, packaged file, then you're going to keep it in this artifactory. Okay, guys, cool. Let's see how we can able to do that activity. Now, nothing but what ultimately how you have brought it up the Jenkins server. Can I use it the same way approach? You can search it out. Bring it up in Nexus repository. Nexus repository setup Ubuntu, for example. You can get it straight away. You can see multiple options. You can just click on it. You can get to know what are the things will be there. See, same like open JDK, before install JDK, open JDK 8 and all, or Java installations, Nexus repository, and downloading the files, blah, blah, blah. And it all these activities you have to perform, and automatically will come up your application like this. Right? You can able to find it all these stuff. See, step by step if you perform. So what they're suggesting, you have to install JDK, something like this. You have to bring it up another virtual machine and all, and we can able to do that all these manual steps. Shall we perform this? But later, this all effort we are just keeping, right? Within seconds, we can able to bring it up this server. I'll show it up that today itself. Okay, but just quickly we will take it up. See, finally we are now nothing but any package, any server, guys. Okay, any server, if you want to bring it up now onwards, think over it. Okay, think over it. What packages I'm just going to install, what files I'm going to configure, files or settings, and then how you're going to start a service. These three steps: package installation, files configuration, service setup. Okay, good. Now we are going to do that. But for that case, we need a one virtual machine. Am I right? See what they're suggesting here, minimum. See, I'm reading several tutorials about him. I made several attempts. I got beaten all the time, and I will show you the way it should be. Like this, I need to take it up. But minimum see that here, observation. If you just come a little bit down, see they're allocating, add all the below changes in the file with the below highlighted entry. We're just going to add that information. That's what some capacity is required. So what I'll do that, I'll come down here, instances. Okay, launch instance. I'll pick it up. Yeah. Ubuntu. So this is you can access. I'm not, but I'm creating one virtual machine. Okay, guys. I'm just bringing up one access Ubuntu. Tutorial. I'll just take it up to 20. Cool. And I'm going to use it here. I'll just go for medium. Okay. Anyway, I'm going to delete after this discussion, and I'm going to take it up everything through going forward through Docker only. So, but anyway, I can able to bring it up medium now. It's fine. Now let's take it up over here and just one instance, launch instances. Cool. View all instances, but ensure that security group is also you have to enable. If not, you cannot able to access. We'll see that experience also. We'll see. I don't want to touch right now. Okay. Let's bring it up. Okay. In the meantime, I can bring up another terminal. Now let's try what they're suggesting. The first step is they're installing OpenJDK. It's not required to follow this one. We can install, say, Java C, for example. What they're suggesting? It is automatically default will be there. You can take it up. JDK 11 is fair enough. You can use this option. Okay, guys, let's take it up. But before that, sudo apt update command, you can install it. Update you can. I'll just share this history, no problem. I'm just saying apt get so that it will get updated list of repository. Now I'm just going to do this activity. And -y automatically going to install. Now what we are doing, we are installing JDK, nothing but. Now once it is done, what they're suggesting, once it is Java is installed like this, it is asking to download one tar file. So we have to download this file. I think it can download or not. Let me check. Or we should download it into local and we should upload it over there. Yeah, I'll share it. Java is installed. Now what I need to do that next step is I need to download. Am I right? We should download this file. You can pick it up, this one. You can say wget, use this URL. If you click on it, that link automatically download into your local. But I want to in the server, right? Let's try. Is this going to possible or not? I'm not pretty sure it can be downloaded or not. If the size is less, okay, it is. Yeah, it is downloaded. Let's try. Is this? I think whatever it is downloaded, it's not correct. I think so. We should upload this manually in that case. So can you help me, guys? I want to upload from my local machine to the virtual machine, this file, once it is downloaded. So which command is going to help you? If it is a Linux terminal, if it is a Mac terminal, if it is a Windows terminal. So what command I have to use to upload from my local to remote? And nothing but virtual machine. Normally, you know about this one? Yeah, SFTP or maybe Firefox or something it is going to be there, right? Not Firefox, sorry. Something. FileZilla, correct. Very good. FileZilla going to be there. If it is there, FileZilla, we can do that. Or else any other way, manual command, I mean Linux command. Apart from SFTP, is there any other command? Apart from SFTP? WinSCP and SCP command also we can use it, right? SCP command also we can able to use it. Okay, let's try. Okay, it's downloading. Let's see. Almost 58. I think it is my network is a little slow. That's the reason it's taking this much time. Normally it will be very quick. I think that is not downloading, right? That's what we have just understood. It's not straight away link. So it is downloaded, but it is not. Can you check it out? What is the size of this file? ls-lrth, for example, 137 MB. Oh, it's cool then. Am I right? It is correct one only. 137 MB. It is showing it's okay. Let's try this one itself. If not, then we'll see. Okay, it is downloaded, nothing but wget command. Okay, now what we have to do in that case? What they're suggesting, you have to extract this file. We'll try this one, download it from directly. Okay, okay, come down. So what steps we have to take it up after that? See this here, extract it. You have to extract it. After that, you have to move into this latest Unix to Nexus. Let's try this straight away command. What it does? It will download. So latest, not like this, can simply Nexus. 6 is extracted. Yeah, it is downloaded, guys. Subita, yes, you're done. You're affected. So we have done. Now we got it. Okay, now we got it. Now what they're suggesting, whatever it is downloaded, keep it as Nexus. So what we have to do that in that case, sudo, not even sudo is not required. Move this Nexus to Nexus. So nothing but what? It will be a Nexus directory. Just I renamed it, nothing but. So rename it as Nexus. Like this, you can do that. Cool. That is one thing. Now it is Nexus. So these two directories are extracted. Now what they're suggesting next step is, see here, after done, you can create a user. In Linux, we can use add user command. You just add it. It is asking password. For example, I'm just giving same password Nexus. Okay, enter the new value, press enter the default value, enter, 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 enter. Keep it, everything is enter, fine. Yes, I can say. Now just what you have done, you have created a user, simple, right? Created a user like this, you see, we have followed same stuff. Give some password, maybe an admin, blah, 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 something. Now keep entering, enter and all. Everything is properly is documented. Very good. Now give permissions to Nexus user. What they're suggesting, you have to give the Nexus opt Nexus. It is asking the Nexus folder should be in this folder. Okay, now what I can do, move these files, Nexus as well as Sona type network file to /opt. Okay, you can try to move these all files to opt directory and you can give a sudo, fair enough. Done. Good. Now, if you go into the /opt, you can get to know these files there are not. Yes. Now, what they're suggesting, you have to give a permissions, guys. Can anyone? What is a ch1 and what is a chmod? What is the difference between these two commands? Linux command, Linux basic command. Chmod, ch1. Can you guess it? Very good. Change owner. If it is ch1 is nothing but change owner. Chmod is nothing but a permissions. Very good. Now let's take it up same command. Okay. Try to type it, guys. Better. I'm doing copy, but your case, don't copy paste it. You won't remember. Right. So try to copy. Try to type it your commands by looking, by checking, by following the document itself, but try to type it. Okay. It's good habit. Right. To remember. Now that's done. Like see, it's 2. So same way, you can say sudo ch1 -R, nothing but recursive, and Nexus is the user :Nexus is the group name /opt / Sona type network. Sona type work. Like that, you have to give it. Just like this, you have to type it and do this, guys. So see that if you observe here, it is root will be there, user and group. Can you check now? Very good. This is the way we can able to achieve it. Now, what you have to do? So he's saying that go into this 4 directory file and change run user Nexus. So you have to open this file. Okay, I'm just opening that file. Go here. See, run as user. Nothing will be there. It's commented. I'm just removing the comment. And then I'm going to say run as user is Nexus. It is using Nexus. That's all. Now save it. Done. Now, what is the next step they are following? Okay, modify the memory settings as well. In this VM options, add the following changes: 512, 512, 512. You just need to add it. Okay, now you can copy this. You can come down, do this. VM options. So here, what is the memory amount is there? Can you see that here? 2703 MB. Nothing but 2 GB. I mean, more than 2 GB. So better keep it. This one is 512. 512 MB. And here as well. 512. And here as well. 512 MB. Right? Same thing. 512. Unlock diagnostics VM options and all. Will be there. Now save this. Now once it is done, right? So let's see. Add all the below changes, the file and all, it's done. Now configure Nexus to run a service. Nothing but it is considered like a systemctl stop, systemctl start commands. If you want to use it, you can use it, or you can directly run this command also fine. Not an issue. That's your choice. How do you want? If you say that, say bin Nexus start, it will automatically start your time. But if you want to do that through systemctl command, if you want to do that, so what they are suggesting, you have to go into this particular folder, create a Nexus service. It is standard. Okay, you can pick it up, and here you should add that nothing but systemd. It is a nothing but a systemd concept. If you read about systemd in a Linux basics, you can able to understand this. Now you can pick it up. Yes, I'm just copying blindly. See that here. Service, execution start, execution stop. Nothing but systemctl start Nexus. If you say that, automatically it will go into start this Nexus service. Nothing. Okay, now save this. See, a lot of steps you are performing, right? Yes. Going forward, we are not going to, but just to understand the pain, I'm just showing now. Okay, now once it is done, can you see this command? Is that working or not? Let me check it out. Hey, create link. Very good. See here, multi-user target wants a Nexus system. This system Nexus service is created. Now you can see that here, start command. Systemctl start command. I'm just doing that. Let me see that. Job for Nexus service failed because the control process executed with a zero error code. Now what is saying that systemctl status Nexus service journal, it is giving some error. It is throwing some error. Let me check it out. Based on the exception, we can get to know that. Install 4J and all blah blah things and all, it's okay. Nexus service failed and all. I think we should be able to change it in place of 1.8 to 1.11, or we should be able to install it JDK 8. We made that step. Okay, here they're asking Java 8, but what we have done, we have done JDK 11, but I want to experience it that. But where I can change it, where it is using, somewhere it is going to be pointed 1.8, am I right? So we have to change that path. We have to give that value in place of 1.8. I want to give a 1.11. Can you check it out where it is there? Okay, definitely it's going to be there in this directory, in this folders only. Am I right? So I can search it out. So grep, say JVM. I'm just trying to searching JVM and say star and keep it -r. Nothing but recursive. Oh my God, so many places will be there. Can you check instead of 1.8, right? Instead of JVM, I can search with 1.8. Let me see. Oh my God, so many places. It's not giving correctly, right? Oh, okay. What we can do? Control C. I think it is not able to finding nothing but not 1.8. Just type it JDK else. Have a look. Now, is there any somewhere it is pointing somewhere? JDK? I think, yeah, we have to find it that, but where it is that pointing 1.8 and all. Config properties, okay. JDK. This is one place we can check it out. This one we can check it out. Nexus JDK version, major version number, right? Yeah. Or else we have to revert it back to JDK. We have to uninstall and install JDK 8 if not. But let's see that Java dev environment 4.20. Somewhere it is not. Okay. See version output something it is open JDK. In which file? It's Nexus, right? It is, I think, here. Or else, well, I'll do one thing. Simply, you can say Java C. It is automatically getting, right? I want to uninstall. Can you think of it how to uninstall? History. We have followed this one, right? Can I uninstall this? A sudo apt uninstall. Can I use this? Hopefully invalid command. What command is going to help us? Can I say purge? Yeah, it's going to be. Okay, guys, I just uninstalled. Let's see that Java C. It's not there. Java, no. Java version, still it is there, but it's not installing. Okay, cool. But anyway, I'll just say Java C. It's not pointing, right? Yeah, let me take it up, this command itself straight away. What is this? Sudo apt jdk. Okay, guys, I'm just doing this activity. Cool. It is installing now. Yeah, do that. I'll do that. Java. Okay, it is installing. Let me see. Hopefully this work. Hope so. Let's see. Cool. Now can you check the Java C? Yeah, it is coming. Java version should show it up. Oh, it is not, but let's try anyway. No issue. Let me check it out. Systemctl start Nexus. Yeah, it is started. Right? It is started. Now just check the status. Is that status command is working or not? Let me check it out. Is that going to show it up or not? I'm not sure. Let me see. Enter. Yeah, it is running. Yes or not? So JDK 8 only, it's tightly coupled. Okay, but somewhere it is going to be there pointed. If you search it out in the directory, you can get it. Okay, see that it is pointing. Okay, cool. So it is nothing but status. If I say that, it is showing yes. And even you can check it out, ps-ef grep nexus automatically showed up. Yes, it is running. Okay, guys, it is running. Okay, one more important. Which port it is using? How can I check it out? I think net start command. Can I use it? Net start command -tunlp something. It's going to be there. Okay, can you see that here command? I think not found. Is that correct command or net tools? You should be able to install this command so that you can get to know that which port it is using as well. Am I right? All right, let's see. Guys, can you think of it which port it is using for our application from this? 0000. If it is there in the sense, that is the application it is running. Nothing but 8081. We are using 8081. Okay, now take it up our virtual machine. Right? You should pick it up this virtual machine public IP address or DNS name. Take it up public IP, smaller one, and you can pick it up :8081. But it is not coming, guys. It is not coming. Now what we have to do? What is missing? If you come down, we know already security group. Very good. No, not static IP there and now. It's going to be, we have used public IP, right? It's public IP, no problem. Static IP or public IP, it's both are not a problem, right? But what is the other part? Port number. Very good. We have to go here, see that where this security group will be there. Yes, here we have created a security group, new one, launch wizard 3. You can go click on it here and check the inbound rules. Hey, only 22 port number is enabled. So that is a challenge here. See that? So if you go into the edit inbound rules, very good. See, only 22 will be there. Now you can add rule and say 8081. And from where do you want access? Anywhere you can do that. Save the rules.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now let's continue with the session.
Now we got it. right? Inbound rules is enabled. If you see that 8081, can you click on it here? Hey, it's coming immediately. Beautiful. It's done. Is that clear, guys? Will you try this? Same blindly, just step-by-step command. If you execute it fair enough, you can get this. Quite interesting. In the backend, definitely it's going to be used Tomcat. So on top of Nexus application is copied, nothing but. Even Jenkins also same. Right? Okay. You can download straight away. Wget command. See, I'll give you that history, no problem. But just a minute. Cat. Take it up this. So you'll get this password, default password. See this admin. I'm just copying the password as it is. Just sign in. It will ask the change. Next. See here, new password you can give it. What is the new password? I'll give you same admin only. Admin only. Okay. Next. I mean, no. Yeah. No. Next. Finish. Done. Now, so this is done. This is the way we can able to get it. So once it is getting, if you come down here, if I want to treat like repository is just like a bank. Now I want to deposit my money into the bank. What you have to do? Will you directly deposit? No, right? So we are going to create an account. That's about it. To particular location, I mean particular account. If you want to push it, I mean deposit, you are going to use it. In the same way, if I want to push my artifact into the Nexus repository, I cannot keep it in open, right? I have to restrict it, the access and all. So for that case, we're going to create a repositories here. See, by default, these all repositories are created, but I don't want to use it. I want to create my project related repository so that other people cannot able to access. So for that case, what I can do that's here, create repository. Think of it just like I'm creating a bank account. See here, there are multiple options. What kind of API you are going to use it, how you are going to access to upload. So nothing but here in our case, it's Maven, right? So I'm just going to say Maven hosted. Simply, I'm saying that Maven, if it is a Docker, if it is a .NET related repository, you can select it. Nothing but with that command, I can able to download or I can able to upload. That's the purpose, the selection. So I have chosen Maven type repository. So give it some name. So what is the name? I can just give it like this, DevOps snapshots. I can able to give this snapshots. Like this, I can able to use it. Okay, and see version policy. You can use snapshot. Okay, see dev snapshots, snapshot, layout policy, default, keep it everything. See here, I'm just why I'm giving, I'll tell you snapshots, snapshot policy. Okay, and see deployment policy, disable redeploy. See here. What I'm saying that if it is a snapshots, I'm allowing redeploy. Nothing but same file, same version, n number of times I can able to upload. That's what I'm just saying, that allow redeploy and then create a repository. Depths snapshots. Another one is create a repository, say Maven 2 hosted, and you can use depths releases. Like this, I can use it. See this version policy release, disable redeploy. So can you guess it, guys? What is the difference now? Releases and snapshots. Nothing but snapshots I'm going to use at the time of development testing time. Development and testing time, I'm going to upload my artifact into snapshots so that I can able to deploy my dev environment, test environment going forward. But if it is finalized, you're done everything, implementation. Now that I can able to push into the release repository so that I can deploy into the production. Why? Because once it is finalized, your production version, you cannot change, you cannot overwrite your changes. So that is the purpose. Apart from that, nothing else. Is that clear, guys? Snapshot is nothing but snapshot version, nothing but a beta version you can treat like. But release finalized version. That's the purpose. We're going to create for, two repositories, snapshots and releases. Now I can able to add this content, repository URLs, where if I go into our code base here, now if you check it out in the repository section, see deps, you can pick it up and you can use this. Right? In the pom.xml, I'm going to add it that repository information. So it's nothing but, see that here, if you come down, don't worry that about also. If you come down into this Jenkins file, what I'm using here, clean package. I'm just going to say, already we discussed in the Maven section, it's going to be a deploy. I'm just saying that deploy. Take it up your Jenkins job, right? Pipeline job is triggering. The what error you are getting, just check it out. Okay, let me see this. Have a look. This time it is failed. This time it is failed. Why? Because till now we have used only jar. Now see that here, I'm just saying that Maven deploy. So as part of the deploy, it is trying to upload an artifact, but see, it is checking something in the pom.xml. So it is not there. See this? Repository element was not specified in the POM inside a distribution management element. It's going to be a distribution management. So pick it up that. Okay, and come down, take it up in the pom.xml. So here it is expecting something. So you can just come down and Google it here, distribution management tag. What is this? You can see here. Straight away, we can get it from Maven reference. Just check it out. Distribution management tag. See, if you just click on it, it is saying that, hey, add this information to declare. See, I want to push my artifact into remote repository. I should know about that URL. In our GitHub repository, if you check it out, git remote -v, if it is that URL is there, in the sense I can able to push it. That is nothing but an origin, right? Origin is your target URL to push. The same way, I'm adding this content. In this content contains about your repository details. You can just come down, say here, you should be able to add it. Is that clear, guys? Now, so what I'm doing now, here I'm adding the details about your remote repository. Have a look here. So just you have to change it, your URLs, nothing but. See, it is also ready-made. See, in the distribution management, see here, repository and snapshot repository. And you can get that URL. Okay, guys, now you can come down, copy this. So it's going to be a depth releases. You can come down in the repository, you can use this option and take it as this. Keep it over here. Keep it over here. Right? These three are going to be there. You can take the snapshots, copy this URL. Okay, and get it here as well. Okay, guys, and then name and ID, same, right? So I'm just giving same. Cool. I'm just giving the same. That's all. It's fair enough. This, if it is there, you can use it now. Yeah, super. Now it's committed. Now can you come down here? Now run a job. I mean, is that almost it is running, I think, 10th job. You can check it out, 10th job. Yes, 10th job is also failed. But check it out, what is the difference? What is the output you are getting? See that? Deployment. And this time, what is error, guys? What it is saying that it is pointing now. It is pointing your URL. See, it is uploading into the repository, snapshot repository. It is uploading into this snapshot. Why? Why can't we release this? If you come down into the pom.xml, both we have declared. But why it is picked up snapshot, guys? So it's simple here. Simple trick here. It is based on this version. The 11th line, version 10 -snapshot will be there. So it's nothing but what? Based on the snapshot, it is picked up the snapshot repository. It's an internal logic of Maven. Okay, so that's picked up. Okay, good. But what about this error? How we can able to achieve this? Authentication failed. So we have to get the username and password. Right? Username and password. For that case, what you have to do, if you come down into this here, can check it out somewhere, settings.xml file, something is there. Can you search somewhere? In this settings, can you check somewhere? This is a project. Settings, is that search operation will be there here? Is that possible to search here? Documentation, I don't know. No search, right? Nothing will be there. Okay. There is a repository management, multiple repositories, large scale centralized deployment and security settings. Yes, can you see that here? Deployment and security settings. Yes, this is the one we have to add it. Okay, guys. Here it will be there. So we have to use one settings.xml file. So here I should copy this, but not in the server. You should go in our agent side, home page, .m2, touch settings.xml file. I'll tell you why this all. Okay, just to get to know, I'm just adding here. So the settings.xml. You can add this content. I think it is servers is not added. Well, settings is not added. I should add this as well. Like this, you can use it. So here, what you have to do, we have to give a ID, but username and password also you have to get it. But to do this, it's very straightforward. You can come down, guys, here. So that's security section. Can you check it? What are the different options? Privileges, roles, and users. Have you heard about IAM role? What is an IAM role? In AWS or in Azure or in a GCP or anywhere? Managed identity. What is that? The purpose? Permissions, right? We are going to get a permissions to access particular application or particular service. So by you look at this one, right? In our project also, DBA going to be there, administrator going to be there, team lead going to be there, project manager going to be there, developer will be there, DevOps engineer will be there. But how we are going to call that role? Nothing but they have a set of privileges or set of tasks they're going to perform. Am I right? The same way. See, privileges, nothing but maybe permissions, maybe set of tasks or whatever, right? We can say privileges. That each and every repository, it has some privileges like a create, delete, update, read kind of stuff. We can use it. Am I right here? If you read about here, if you find it here, something say some, for example, depths. There are not. Yes, these are all edit, delete, browse, read. All these permissions will be there. Right? Specific permissions. So these permissions, how can I give it to the particular user? You cannot give it to individually, right? So I'm going to create a role. Role contains the privileges. Is that clear, guys? I'm just creating a role. Specific role. What is the role? Depths deployment role. Just giving a simple name. Okay, you can give any meaningful name. You can give it here, and then role description also same thing. But have a look here. Privileges. You can type it like this. Hit it. You'll get all. See, all these are all it will be there. Same, right? You can select all here. You can upload it. Nothing but for this role, I'm assigning this all permissions and create a role. Done. We have created a role. So privileges, a role contains the privileges. Now this role I'm assigning to the user. See that here. If this user is there already, you can, or else you can create a simple user, depths user, for example. You can give any name, not an issue. You can just take it up with this, for example, click.com. Cool. It's done. Status active, and say do like this. And I create a local user. Like this, we can able to set it. Now we have a user and as well as password. Can I use that username and password here? See that here. User and as well as password. But how about ID? We can give some name. I mean, ID name. What is our ID name? It's nothing but if you say repository name, right? This is the one you can give it. So that whichever you want, you can keep it like this. Done. Now I'm just going to take it another one as well. I'm just copying and keep it here. And in place of releases, we can say snapshots. Okay, guys. Done. Now, once it is done, right? This is all stuff. Now you can come down home page. We have these two. Now, can you run a job now? Right? If I run it, automatically what happens is it will check your settings.xml as well. By default, this is the location it will find it in this location. If not mentioned here, it cannot identify this part. Okay, if not, you have to explicitly give the path as part of the command, Maven command. Then you can come down, see, run a job. This time should get success. Let's see, hopefully. Cool, it's done.
So it is, firstly, let me read it quickly and let me explain you with the help of proper diagram that how we can move ahead with the whole project. Okay, so let me read it quickly and let me explain you with the help of proper diagram that how we can move ahead on this. Okay, so let me read. You have been hired as a senior DevOps engineer in DevOps software and they want to implement the DevOps. Okay, fine. Yeah, so they will give you the one link. We need to use that link. Inside this link, we will have the some files that we are going to use today. Let me open the link. Yeah, we are going to this repo. Okay, how we are going to, let's discuss this first. Yeah, first line is saying Git workflow has been implemented. So firstly, we need to draw that how we can move ahead with the workflow diagram. So in the last diagram, you will able to figure out that we draw a Git workflow architecture there. So here I need to draw it the same. Okay. Now the second line is saying code build should automatically trigger once commit is made to the master branch, master develop branch. Okay. Commit is made to the master test prod code is implemented with the help of Docker. Yeah. So now let me explain you with the help of diagram that how we can move ahead with this project. So let me open the paint. So as you can see, firstly in the project, we have the one repo link. Okay. So what we are firstly do, let me firstly write it here, the same thing. Not sorry. This is our GitHub repo. Okay. Let me write it. GitHub repo, or we can say the repository. Okay. So we need to here make the 3 instance. Okay. Let me write it. Here we need to make the 3 instance. 1, 2, and this one is our 3. And let me make the structure. And we gave the first instance name as called as master, and rest second one is we have called the test, and the third one instance name we called as a prod. Okay, so we have the one GitHub repo. As you can see in the project, we have this repo. Okay, so firstly we need to clone this repo to the master. So firstly we need to clone whatever the content it would be that repository, we need to clone it inside the master. So let me write it. Clone the repository first. Okay, so whatever data it will be present in the master. Okay, so this is my master and test and prod are my slave 1 or slave. Okay, so here we need to firstly make the connection between the master as well as to my test and the prod. We need to make the cluster between them with the help of Ansible. So that's why we are firstly installing the Ansible in it. In the master, we are installing Ansible. Let me directly write it. We are firstly need to install the Ansible. Why we need to install the Ansible? Because we need to make the cluster between the master, test as well as my prod. Okay, let me see the public chat. So what we are saying, yeah. So firstly, we need to install the Ansible for making the cluster between the test as well as the prod to the master. After that, we need to install the following more tools, like we need to install the Jenkins. Why install the Jenkins? Let me tell you first. Let me write it. After that, we need to install Java. After that, we need to install Docker. So why the Jenkins? Because as per our project number 1, we need to create a 3 pipeline here. So pipeline we are going to create in our Jenkins dashboard. So that's why we are installing the Jenkins in the master. Okay. And why the Java? Because as you guys remember that in the Jenkins, we for the running of the Jenkins, each and everything will be work on Java. So that's why we are going to install the Java in it. And why the Docker? Let me tell you. Firstly, let me write it here also. Here we need to install Java as well as the Docker. And let me write it the same thing here. We need to install Java as well as Docker. Now, after that, what we are going to do, we need to create a 3 job, or we can say the 3 pipeline here. Let me write it. Here we called job 1 called as job 1. So my first pipeline, it should run with Docker file on our develop branch, not our default branch, that is my master branch. We need to run my job 1 on our develop branch. Now after that, we need to make a job 2. It should also run with the Docker file, but this time on my default branch, that is my master branch, as we discuss how to make the master and default branch in the Git hands-on. Okay, the same thing, we need to make the 2 branches, and this time it will run on my master branch. And I need to make my third job on my prod. Third job I need to make on my prod, and it has some dependency. What is that dependency? Let me tell you. That it's finally releasing the product, or we can say it's finally just firstly make the job, and it should run only and only if my job 2 will successfully run. Otherwise it will not trigger. Otherwise not. So my job 3 had dependency that it will depend on my job 2. Like if my job 2 is successfully run, then only my job 3 will be running, or we can say the trigger. Otherwise not. So what is the first thing we need to do? We need to firstly clone that repository to my master. So firstly, we need to install 3 instances, like first one is master, second one is test, and third one is prod. And we need to firstly make the connection between the master, test, and the prod by the help of Ansible. Okay, so that's why we are installing the firstly Ansible. Okay, after that, why we are installing the Jenkins? Because we need to trigger the 3 job, or we can say the 3 pipeline by the name of job 1, job 2, job 3. And why we are installing the Java? Because as we know that Java is necessary for running on the Jenkins. That's why we are installing the Java in it. And why we are installing the Docker? Because so see, in the job 1 and job 2 I mentioned it should run with the Docker file. For making the Docker file, I need to firstly install the Docker. So that's why we are installing the Docker. Now, why we are installing the Java and Docker in my test as well as my prod? The answer is, you will see that job 1 and job 2 should run on my Jenkins dashboard. We would create a job 1 and job 2 on my Jenkins dashboard. So that's why I need to connect my test EC2 instance as well as my prod EC2 instance to my Jenkins dashboard. And for making the connection, we need to install the Java, because Java is necessary for the Ansible. So that's why we are installing Java in the test as well as the prod. And why the Docker? Because it should run with the Docker file. That's why we are installing the Docker in it. So that is the whole task we need to do. And once this installation has been done, we need to make the 3 jobs in the Jenkins pipeline. First, it should run on the develop branch. Second one, it should run on the master branch, that is my default branch. And the third one is that dependency, that until and unless my job 2 will not be run, my job 3 will not be successfully triggered. So this is the whole task we need to do it. So guys, as you can see, we need to do the much more installation. So it is a little bit lengthy. Okay, let's go on and let's begin with our proper installation. Okay, so I will follow this whole diagram. Okay, I will follow this whole diagram. This diagram is an explanation of this whole project that we are going to perform today. Okay, so let's begin. Let me log into my AWS and let's quickly make the 3 instances as per the diagram: master, test, and the prod. I'm going to AWS. Let me quickly log into my AWS account. Go to the EC2 and click on instance running. And I'm going to launch my first instance, that is my master. So I'm giving the name master. Okay, and I'm using the Ubuntu and the Ubuntu 20. Okay guys, now listen to me carefully, very carefully. That I am selecting here the instance type t2.medium. Why it is so? Let me tell you. See, as you can see, as per the diagram that we read, we need to install 4 tools in this master instance for the better performance, so that it will be run faster. I am using the t2.medium, that having the more RAM, or we can say the 2 CPU. Okay, so that it will run faster. If you don't want to use the t2.medium, then you can move ahead with the t2.micro, that is fine, but it will take the more time as comparison to take it in the t2.medium. Okay, so why I am selecting that t2.medium? Because I need to install the 4 things here. So that's why for the better running, I will select it the t2.medium here. Okay, so let me selecting my key pair and let me set the default one. And let me launch it, my master. Yeah, my master is there. Yeah, here is my master. This is my very fine. Yeah, let me check the one thing, which instance I selected there. I forget it. Yeah, very fine. So let me copy the public IP and let me open the mobile strum. Let me delete it quickly. Let me click on sessions as such, pasted the public IP, add the username Ubuntu, and let me selected my PAM file. Where is my file gone? Yeah, let me change the tab name. This is my master, so that it would be the easier for you. Okay, let me increase the font size and let me firstly update this, sudo apt update. Okay, so guys, firstly what we are going to do, we have to install firstly Ansible. Why the Ansible? Because we have to make the connection. So firstly, let me install quickly the master. So I am going to Google for the latest command for the installation of the Ansible. So I am writing Ansible installation. Open the official side of the Ansible, installation guide, and installing Ansible on Ubuntu. This is the 4th command. I need to copy pasting it. So I already give the first command, that is the update one. So let me copy the second one. It has the properties. Second command will install the properties for Ansible that is required to running on it. So let me copy pasting the second command here, and let me. This is third command is basically install, not install. It just curl the package. It means it just where it is just curl it, and it will be saved in the terminal. And the last command will basically install my Ansible. Press Y to continue. So this will install the Ansible in it. So till that time, it hardly take 1 minute. Till that time, what we are going to do, we are going to go to the AWS and make the test as well as my prod instance there. Okay, so I am going to AWS again and launch the 2 more instance. Suppose I am launching simultaneously. Number of instance I mentioned the 2 there now. Okay, now I am writing the name, suppose test, and the instance name Ubuntu. Yeah, this time no need to select the t2.medium. Why it is so? Because only in the test and the prod, I need to install the two things. That is fine. That having the no problem. So I am go with the same t2.medium. Okay. Let me select my key pair and let me select this one also. Let me refresh this. Yeah, let me change one of the instance name. Second one is I give the name prod. First one is our test, second one is our prod. So let me connect it one by one to the MoveXtrom. Questions, search. Yeah, let me refresh this sudo apt update. And let me change the tab name as well. This is my test. Okay, let me increase the font size as well. So let me connect my prod as well. This is my sessions. As such. Yeah, so this is my prod. And let me increase the font size and update the sudo apt update. So till that time, what I did, I simply, as per the diagram, I just make the three instance master, test, and the prod, and I install the Ansible in it in the master only. Till the time I did only this. So now next what I am going to do, I am just going to make the cluster between my master, test, and the prod. Let me write it here also. That this is the cluster I'm going to make. Okay, so by the help of Ansible, so we are installing the Ansible. So let's go and make the cluster. Okay, let's go to the master instance. And for making the cluster, let's generate the sh key by the sh-keysn. Press enter, enter again. Yeah. So now listen to see my screen carefully, guys. It is saying the one line that your public key has been saved in this location. So in this location, we have the sh key that will help us to make the connection between the master, test, and the prod. So let's copy this location and write it here. Sudo cat and paste it that location here so that it will throw us the sh key. This will our sh key. So copy this whole sh key. Go to the test. Go inside the location cd.sh. And if you see the ls, you will see one file will be there, authorized keys. Let's open this file. Sudo nano authorized keys. And below from this, pasted that sh key here. Let's save this, Ctrl+S to save it and Ctrl+X to exit out. And let's do the similar tasks in my prod as well. Just go inside the location cd.sh, do the ls, you will see the authorized key will be there. So let's open this file, sudo nano authorized keys. And below from this same, pasted that sh key. Let's save this, Ctrl+S and exit out by the Ctrl+X. Now go to the master. Now for making the cluster, only thing is remaining that we need to make the connection to our host file. So let us go to the location of the Ansible, cd /etc. cd /etc/Ansible. Do the ls. You will see the host file will be there. So let's open this host file, sudo nano host. Yeah, I just mentioned the host, not the host. Sudo nano host. Yeah. So this is an unnecessary comment. Remove this. It has no need. Just press Ctrl K. Remove it quickly. So here I need to give the public or either private IP of the test as well as the prod. The which instance that I want to make the cluster. So I am writing here the name of my instance, test, and below from this the IP of the test. Now there was a very important question is there wherein this will ask for the interview as well. Now listen to me carefully. Okay, so I want to make the connection master, test, and the prod, right? So I need to copy either the public IP or private IP here in the host file. So that connection would be need. So I am using the private IP, not the public one. Why it is so? Because what happened, you guys right now both the public and private is will work. Because what happened after some time, once you stop the instance and restart it again, then the public IP is going to be changed, but not the private one. So what happened right now, you are doing the hands-on the practice, then it will be no problem. But what happened when you're working professional and you are making the cluster between 5 to 6 EC2 instance for doing some project, any project, okay? So for that you are using suppose the public IP. So sometimes it might happen when you log out for the today and come on the tomorrow, you just stop the instance and restart it on the tomorrow. So on the tomorrow you will see the public IP has been changed. It is not the constant. So it will destroy the whole project because the public IP you mentioned in the cluster, that is a different, that is a right now in the running in the EC2 instance. So always use the private one because private is not going to be changed. Once you will stop or restart the instance, doesn't matter. So always use the private one in place of public, okay? So that it will not affect your project. So is my point is clear to you guys? Why I am using the public or not the public one? Why I am using the private one? So after this, I mention the name of my another one instance, that is my prod, and below from this the private IP of the prod. Yeah. So let's save this by the Control+S and exit out by the Control+X. So now we are almost done with making the cluster. Let us check that our cluster has been made successfully or not. So by the command call ansible, let me write it here, ansible -m ping all. This command is basically check that all the connection to the master test and the prod has been successfully made or not. So let us check it. So you will see first is working fine. Write the yes again. You will see second is also working fine. So this means my cluster to my master to the test as well as the prod has been successfully made. As per the diagram, what we did, we just make the 3 instance master, test and the prod, and we are just install the Ansible in the master and making the cluster. We only do this task. Now the installation remaining thing is remaining, like we need to install Jenkins, Docker, as well as the Java in the master, and Java and the Docker we need to install in the test as well as in the prod instance. Okay, so we have the 2 methods for installing these things. Like if we simply go to the master and installing one by one, we are giving the command. Like firstly go to the EC2, the master instance, install the Jenkins, Java and Docker, as well as go to the test, install the Java Docker, and go to the prod, install the Java Docker. That is a one time. Okay, so apart from that, what we are going to do, okay, like we are not going to do installation manually. We are going to do by the help of the YAML file, like the playbook file. Let's set of the command exactly. So suppose let's understand playbook for the revision of the handy as well as other learners in the simple term. Okay, so what we call a playbook is basically, suppose let's take the same example of this project. Okay, like we need to install the remaining things like Jenkins, Java, Docker in the master, test, Docker and the prod. So what we are going to do, we have the 2 options. Either we can install these things by the manually, okay, or either do one thing, go make one YAML file, or we can say the playbook YAML file. Okay, inside this file write the tasks, like you want to install Jenkins, Java, Docker in the master, and the Java Docker test as well as the prod in the Java Docker in the test as well as the prod. Okay, so inside this YAML file you will write the tasks as well as the package name for the give the installation command of the Jenkins, Java, Docker. So it will makes our task easier. So right now you can see, like suppose you need to install only 4 things here. Okay, now what happened that you need to install the any 10 to 20 software in it. So it will be very difficult for you to do it by one, like go inside the instance and give the all the 20 installation command one by one. It will be a very lengthy task. So apart from that, what you are going to do, just make one YAML file and give the tasks inside this and give the package name as well as the installation command in the same YAML file, so that when I run that YAML file, each and everything would be happen in a smooth way and it saves our lot of time. Make a YAML file for the rest of the installation command. Okay, let me show you so that you will have the better understanding. Very fine. So I'm going to make the YAML file sudo nano, and suppose name of the file I am giving install.yaml. Okay, here I am writing the tasks of all these things, like we need to install Jenkins Java Docker in the master, Java Docker in the test, as well as in the prod. Okay, so I think I have the YAML file. Hold on, let me copy pasting it and let me explain all the step, because I did recently the session. Yeah, this is the YAML file. Yeah, now let me paste it, then I will explain you the whole thing. Okay. If we are creating the playbook, so this is a syntax we need to follow, like we need to give the 3 hyphen, and now very important thing, host. We are setting the host name that in which we are going to install. So simply I just giving the local host. Okay, now anybody know why I am giving the become here? Anybody know what is the use of the become and what is the meaning of creating the become here? Those who know how to create the YAML file, they should know the answer. So guys, do you remember that how to get admin access, like using the sudo as a prefix before any command, or simply write the sudo su? So how to get the admin access in the same YAML file, or we can say the playbook file, by the help of become. So become meaning set, it will get the root user privilege, or we can say the admin privilege to installing the things. Okay, so now in the name, I just give the task install Jenkins, Java, and the Docker, like in the master. See, we are remaining Jenkins, Java, and Docker here. Jenkins, Java, and Docker in the master. So I give the task there. We are installing Jenkins, Java, and the Docker. Okay, task, it is for the, in the task season, I mentioned that this for my master task. It is my master EC2 instance task. Okay, now in the script, I mentioned one file name, that is jenkins.sh, because after this YAML file, I am going to make one more file, jenkins.sh. Okay, inside this jenkins.sh, I just give the installation command of the installation of the Jenkins. Okay, so what is the use of the script? That it will fetch the data that is mentioned from the jenkins.sh file that I am going to create after this file. Okay, now same as the here, it is for my test instance, like host name we are setting the test, become to get the admin access. Now as per the diagram, we need to install Java and the Docker in the test. So I just giving the name install Java and Docker in it. Okay, and in the task season, I mentioned the name called, this is my test EC2 instance task. Okay, now after that, you will see in the script, I mentioned one more file there, that is docker.sh. So after this, I will create the docker.sh file. So inside this, I will give the command to installation of the Docker as well as the Java that is required for installation of the Java and Docker in the test. So script, this command is basically fetch the data, catch the data or packages to install the Docker and the Java. Now same task I did for the prod. I give the hostname prod, become to get the privilege, and here as per the diagram, we need to install Java and Docker in the prod as well. So here I just mentioning name, I installed Java and the Docker, and similarly task in the mention, this is my prod EC2 instance task. And in the script, we are mentioning the same file name docker.sh. But for show these things in a better way as a professionally, I will show you, I will suggest to use the YAML file. Okay, like suppose here you will see that we need to install only 4 things. Now what happen if we need to install 10 things? So it will be the very lengthy task to installing the things. So that's why make the YAML file. It will be very easy, as it has the 2 advantage of using the YAML file. Because do you guys learning the Ansible? So you will see that we have the 2 ways. Either we can do the roles, or we can go with the playbook YAML file. Okay, so it will, what you can do in the roles and the playbook YAML file, you just giving the command name, tags, and the package name inside this, so that your service, or we can say the any application, would be installed there. So that's the same task I did here, nothing special. The location of this file is basically inside my Ansible. If we see the ls, you will see install.yaml file is there. Okay, so location of my this file is inside my etc, inside my Ansible. So as per, if we do the cat install.yaml, you will see I mentioned the 2 file name there, like the jenkins.sh or the docker.sh. Okay, so I need to create these 2 files. Inside this file, we need to give the installation command for the remaining tasks we need to do it. There's no issue. It depends on us whether we want to save this fact. Otherwise, there is no issue that it can't access the any of the location. Inside the terminal, you can give the any location, depend on us. Okay, so let me quickly make the two files, jenkins.sh as well as the joker.sh. So I'm making the firstly jenkins.sh sudo nano jenkins.sh. So here I need to give the command for the installation of the Jenkins. As per the diagram, we need to give the command installation of Jenkins, Java, and the Docker. So for the Jenkins installation, I go to the Google. I will share all the links that I will used for the installation of the things. Linux. This is a all command. This is a all package to installation of the Jenkins. Let's copy this whole and paste it there in that file. This is a command for the Jenkins installation. So as per the diagram, we need to install the Java and Docker. So I am adding the two lines here for the installation of the Jenkins installation of the Java as well as the Docker in it. So I am adding the two more lines here. Sudo apt get install. Firstly, the Java installation command open jdk -11 -jdk and the -y. This command is basically install the Java, and the next command I give the Docker installation package. Sudo apt get install docker.io -y, and also writing -y here also. So inside this file, I just give the command of the Jenkins installation, Java, as well as the Docker. That is the remaining thing that we need to do the installation in the master EC2 instance. So I give the each and everything here. Okay, so let us save this and exit out. Let me check the command is sudo apt install docker.io open jdk -11 -jdk. Yeah. Control plus S to save it, Control plus X to exit out. And let us make my next file, that is docker.sh. Sudo nano docker.sh. So here, as per the diagram, we need to give the only two commands for the installation of Java as well as the Docker. So I am writing it. Firstly, I give the update command, sudo apt update, apt get update. After that, give the installation command of the Java, apt get install open jdk -11 -jdk -y, and the Docker installation command. Sudo apt get install docker.io -y. Okay, so let's save this and exit out. So we are done with all the files. Okay, so it's not time to create my YAML file. So let me show you the YAML file once again. Cat install.sh, install.yaml. So inside this file, now see it again. I just mentioning the task install Jenkins, Java, and the Docker, and the file name jenkins.sh. So it will fetch the data from the jenkins.sh for the installation command of the Jenkins, Java, and the Docker. Similarly, for the test instance, it will fetch the data from the docker.sh for the installation of the Java and Docker, and similarly for the prod. Okay, so let me restart this instance. So firstly, before giving the running command of this YAML file, firstly, let us check the connection is fine or not. Cluster connection has been fine or not. Again, ansible -m ping all. You will see connection is fine. So it's a time to create our YAML file so that installation would be happening. So I'm giving the command for running the YAML file, ansible -playbook, and the file name install.yaml. And before that, let's do the syntax check error of this file, like -syntax -check. See, this command will check the syntax error inside my file name called install.yaml. That is my playbook YAML file. Okay, so let me check if there is any error or not. So you will see nothing error come up. So let us finally run it. Ansible -playbook install.yaml. So this command will basically installing my YAML file. So it will take time, because that's why I'm saying at the starting that in the master I am using the t2.medium. Okay, so it will take time. It hardly take 1 or 2 minutes. So let's wait. Yeah, you will see it has been done in the test as well. Now it is finally running on my last instance on the prod task. So once it has been done, we will check each and everything would be installed in the master test as well as in the prod. Yeah, it has been done. So let us check each and everything would be installed as per the diagram, that Jenkins, Java and the Docker will be there. So let us check all these things. Like here, firstly check Jenkins -- version in the master. Jenkins is there. Check the Java version, Java -- version. Java version is there as well as the Docker version. Each and everything will be there in the master. Let's go to the test. As per the diagram, in the test, we should have the Java and the Docker. So let us check. Go to the test, check the Java version first, Java -- version. Java is there, check the Docker version, Docker -- version. Yeah, it is there. Let's check in the prod as well. Java version. Yes, it is there, as well as the Docker version. Yeah, so you will see it will do the each and everything installation command will be done. So we are done as per the diagram. We are done installation of this master instance, test instance, prod instance. Okay, now only thing is remaining. We need to create the 3 job, that is the 3 pipeline. So this, with the help of playbook, this will make our tasks very easy. Okay, now, so each and everything would be there. So let us open our Jenkins dashboard so that we can make our pipeline there. So let's copy the public IP of the master. Let me copy it. Where is the master? Yeah, copy the public IP of master and paste it on the tab 80:80. This is the port number of the Jenkins dashboard. You will see it will unlock in the Jenkins. So copy this location as you can see in your screen and go to the master instance right here. Sudo, hold on, let me just come out from this. cd, yeah, sudo cat and pasted that location here so that it will throw the password to unlock my Jenkins. This is a password. So copy this password and paste it in the Jenkins dashboard. Here, pasted the password and click on continue. Click on install suggested plugins. So this will unlocking my Jenkins there. It's hardly take 1 minute. Yeah, here you can set the username, password, whatever you want to set. It depends on your choice. Okay, let me quickly set my username as well as the password. Anything you can set here. Give the name. Suppose I giving my name Ritik and your valid email ID. Suppose I am giving any. Click on save and continue. Save and finish. And click on start using Jenkins. So this is your Jenkins dashboard. So as you can see that we are running this dashboard on the master EC2 instance. So go to the manage Jenkins. Manage nodes and cloud. You will see this is our master EC2 instance. It is there. Okay. Now, as per the diagram, we need to create the 3 jobs. But before that, you will see one thing I will forget, that we have not cloned that repository that is there in the project. That is, where is the project on? Yeah, there is a project. We have the one repository. We need that data. So let's go inside this repository. Okay, and let's fork it. So we can say fork is our imaginary repository. Okay, like why we are creating using the fork, because what happened, like suppose suppose without using the fork, you can simply use the repo and clone that repo to your terminal, okay, to your virtual machine. Now suppose if there is any bugs, any error in the any file that you are using in that repo, so it will destroy your project. So what is the benefit of using the fork over the directly repo? That if there is a something problem, then we can simply delete that fork. Okay, we can simply remove it. It will not affect our internally terminal. That is a using of fork. It is just a imaginary repository. So just simply click on the fork. Yeah, so copy this link and let us clone this on our master terminal. So right here, git clone, and pasted that repository link here. Sorry, the fork link here. It is cloning. So let us check. Do the ls. We have the website. Go inside the website. Do the ls. We have the file that is mentioned in our this repository or this weekend fork. Now, before going for creating the 3 job, you will see, guys, that it is mentioned in the job 1 as well as job 2 that it should run with the Docker file. We install the Docker in the master, test and the prod, but we have not created till now the Docker file. So let us firstly create the Docker file here so that we are going to make the job there, or we can say the pipeline there. Okay, so I'm going to make the Docker file here first. I am writing here sudo nano Docker file. Hold on, I have the script. Let me copy pasting and pasting here the same thing. So let's save this and exit out. Okay, now as we make one file, so if we check the git status for the same, you will see it has been saying my Docker file has been untracked. So what is the command to track this? Yeah, and commit this, git commit -m and any message. Suppose I am writing committed Docker file. Anything you can write, it doesn't matter. So if you are writing this and check, your master branch would be created. Git branch. Yeah. So as per the diagram, guys, you guys remember in the job 1 that job 1 history run on my develop branch, not the master one. So for that, I need to create the one more one by the name of the develop. Simply, I just giving the command git branch develop. So if we check my develop branch would be created or not, just write git branch. So you will see now we have the 2 branch develop as well as the master. Okay. Now let us go to the Jenkins. So guys, thing is remaining that we need to create the 3 pipeline there. But before that, as you can see, if you are reading the project, you will find that we need to create the job 1 and the job 2, like the first 2 pipeline in the test instance, not the master one. Okay, as well as my job 3 in my prod instance, not the master one. So for making this pipeline to my test instance, I should connect my test in as well as my prod instance to my Jenkins dashboard. Now you can see here, if we go to the Jenkins, we have only the master. This is my master. So I need to connect my test EC2 instance to my Jenkins dashboard as well as my prod. So now we are going to make the connection. We are going to add my test and the prod EC2 instance to the Jenkins dashboard. Okay, so let us go to the Jenkins. Before that, let me see the one thing managed thing.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys, and the question is, how can you make a list that lists the items with numbers? And your options are UL, list, OL or DL. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now let's continue with the session.
Let me check the one thing in the Jenkins global security. So let us connect it to my prod and this is test instance. Okay, so for connecting here, click on the new node left hand side. You will see, click on the new node. give the name of the instance that you want to connect, the test instance, or any name you can give, doesn't matter. You need to give the same name that you are mentioning the EC2 instance. Okay, it doesn't affect anything. You can give any name. Just simply click on permanent agent, click on create. Now in the remote root directory, you need to give the location of the Jenkins. So you need to remember, if you are using the Ubuntu until and unless, then its location would be the same. /home, /ubuntu, /jenkins. And if you are using any other instance like EC2, like sorry, not EC2, Amazon Linux or the Red Hat, then you need to, in place of Ubuntu, you need to replace with the EC2 user. Okay, otherwise this location would be the same. After that, simply go in the launch method. We are launching by the sh, yeah, and in the host again. Here we need to give the IP of that instance that we want to connect there. So here I want to connect my test instance, okay, to my Jenkins dashboard. So I need to give here the IP of the test instance. So again, I am using the private one. Why not the public? Because public is not the constant. It would be changed when we restart the instance. So always use the public, always use the private, not the public. So I'm pasting the private IP of the test and paste it in the host. Go to the Jenkins and paste it here. Now let us make the credential. Click on add, click on Jenkins. In the kind, select sh username with the private key. And in the ID, you can use the anything you can write here. Like suppose I am writing anything as well. You can anything write there, as well as in the description, anything you can write there. So in the username, you need to write the username of your virtual machine. Like we are using the Ubuntu, and here you need to use the Ubuntu virtual machine. So here click on enter directly and simply click on add. Now there is a very important thing, that here we need to give the sh key. Like if you guys remember at the starting, when I'm making the test and the prod instance, I selecting my key pair by the name of Ritik. So I need to use that key pair PEM file there for making the connection. So be aware, you need to use the PEM file, not the PPK, because PPK is our private file. It will not access. So use the private one for the same. So let me find my file. So let's copy this content and paste it there in the Jenkins dashboard. Yeah. Simply click on add. Select that credential that we made, Ubuntu username. Yeah. And that the last, select non-verifying verification strategy and simply click on the save. So you will see my test instance is successfully connected there. Let's refresh this. Yeah, you will see successfully it would be connected there. You will see test is successfully connected. Now only thing is remaining, we need to connect the prod instance as well. So I am doing the same task for my prod instance. Okay, simply click on the new node left hand side, give the instance name prod or any name you can give, doesn't matter. Click on permanent agent, click on create. So again, same thing you need to do. You need to write the same location that we write previously, /home, /ubuntu, /jenkins. This would be always be a same until and unless you are using the Ubuntu virtual machine. Okay. Again, launch by sh, and in the host, this time I need to write the private IP of my prod instance that I want to connect there. So in the credential, no need to create again credential because we have made it from my prod test instance. Select that one, Ubuntu, anything. Okay. After that, last thing, non-verifying verification strategy, and simply click on save. So let's refresh this so that my prod will be ready. So now in my Jenkins dashboard, my master is there, test instance is there, prod instance is there. Now there's an interesting thing. See guys, if you, as per the diagram, you will see we only install the Jenkins in the master. Okay, and Jenkins is running on the IP of my master. That is correct. Now you will see when I make the connection prod instance and the test instance to the Jenkins dashboard, Jenkins did automatically install in my test as well as the prod. Now see, go there to the test instance, restart it again, as well as the prod, restart it again, I will show you. Do the ls, you will see Jenkins folder will be there. See, Jenkins is there. So whenever we are connecting any instance to the Jenkins dashboard, each and every configuration will be triggered to that instance also. Okay, so now let us move ahead with our first pipeline, that is my job one. So job one should run on my develop branch. Okay, so go to the dashboard, click on the new item left hand side at the top, give the job name or simply give the job one as per the project, click on the freestyle project, click on OK. Yeah, so we are, as per the project, we are using that GitHub link. So here you need to select, we are making the pipeline GitHub project. So click on the GitHub project and here we need to give that repository link. So go to that repository that we are fork it, copy this link and paste it here. And here select resist where this project can be run. Now in the level experience, guys, we are need, as per the diagram, we are running the job one on the test. So here we need to select the test instance. But before that, as you can see, that job one would be run on the develop branch, and develop branch should be present on this repository. So firstly, I need to push my develop branch from my master. So let us go to the master and do the push here. Let's check out to the develop git checkout develop. Okay, and let us push my develop branch would be there. Git push origin, give the username of your GitHub account, like let me give mine, and in place of password just copy pasting the tokens. So let me see my tokens. Yeah, here it is. Copy this and paste it there. Yeah, you will see it has been done. So let us quickly push my master as well for my job too. So let me quickly push it. Git push origin master. Give the username, tick 1 2 3, and place a password, copy pasting the tokens. Yeah, it has been done. Now go to the Jenkins dashboard. Now here in the label expression, we need to write the name in which our job is running. So as per the diagram, my job one should be run on my test instance. So here I need to write the name of my instance, test, and selected that one. After that, we are making the source code management from the Git, select Git and pasted that repository again here, the link of that repository. Copy this link and paste it here. Okay, after that, yeah, so here in the branch specifier, so my job one would be run on my develop, not the master one. So here I am giving the name of my branch, that is my develop, not the master one. So it will run on my develop branch. Okay, so now after that, go to the build triggers, select GitHub hook trigger for the Git polling. So here we need to enable the webhook. So let's go to the repository and enable the webhook there. Go to the settings, go to the webhooks and click on add webhook. Let me confirm my password. I think I remember my password. Yes, it is. Yeah, so in the payload URL, we need to give the location of the Jenkins. So copy this at the URL till the 8080 at the top. Go to that webhook, paste it here, write GitHub webhook and simply click on add webhook. So we need to wait until this green symbol is coming here. So let's refresh this and see the green symbol is coming or not. See, yeah, it is done. So let us go to the Jenkins dashboard. Select, we already select in the select GitHub triggered. Simply click on apply, click on save. So before build my first pipeline, let me check that push to my develop branch, it is perfectly up to the date or not. So I'm doing one more time push for the safe side. Git push origin develop, because my job one would be running on my develop branch. So let me do check one time. 1, 2, 3. Copy pasting the tokens. Yeah, it is saying everything up to date. That means everything will be successfully pushed here. So let us firstly do the build now. Let us try to build our past pipeline. I click the build now. Let us see. You will see processing has been done here, left hand side at the bottom. So let's wait, it has been done or not. Yeah, my job one will successfully run without the Docker file, without the content of the Docker file. Okay, till now. So let us check. Go to the test. Go to the test instance in which my job one is running. Go inside the Jenkins, cd Jenkins. Do the ls. Go inside the workspace. Do ls. You will see job one is there. Okay. Now, only thing is remaining in my job one, that we need to assign the port number so that we can check on our local host. So go to the configure, go at the last in the build step, select the option executed shell. So here we need to give the docker run command for my job one. So let me give sudo docker, firstly build my docker file command, sudo docker build, and the location of my docker file, not the docker file, the job file. So go inside the job one, see job one, and write the pwd. Copy this location. We need that location of my job one, and paste it there. And suppose image name we are giving -t, suppose develop app. Any name you can give there, it doesn't matter. Okay, so this will build my docker file, and let me give the assigned port number as well. Sudo docker run -itt, and suppose the container name I am giving -c1, or any name you can give, it depends on us. And the -p port number, suppose port number I am giving 81:80, and the name of my image develop app. Let me check command is perfectly fine or not. Sudo docker build, location home Ubuntu Jenkins workspace job one -t, and the name of job is develop app. Sudo docker run -itt, container name c1 -p, 81 port number, and the location is absolutely fine there. So let us apply, click on save. Now let us build this. Finally our job one. So you will see processing has been start. It's hardly take 10 more seconds. Yeah, it has been done. So my job one should run on my IP of the test instance. So let us copy the test instance and paste it on the port number 81 to verify my job one is running or not. 81. You will see the web page of the GitHub is running on my public IP of test on the port number 81. So it is clear. This is how we are done with our pipeline. Yeah, so guys, we are done with the 80% of the project. Only two things remaining, that we need to create the job 2 and the job 3. Job 3 is very important. Okay, so let us firstly do the job 2. It would be the 90% safe as we build as the job 1. Okay, so go to the Jenkins again. Click on the new item. As you can see, job 1 will successfully triggering. Click on the new item. Give the job 2 name. Suppose I am giving the job 2. Click on the freestyle. Click on the OK. And in the description, you can write anything. Anything you can write. Suppose I am writing testing for master branch. Like this branch, my job 2 would be run on my master branch. Okay, not the developer. So that's why I'm writing testing for the master, or it's up to your choice, whatever you want to write. Doesn't affect anything. Okay. Now, yeah. Click on the GitHub project. Again, you need to give that repository link, that fork link that we are making. Is the go to that repository. Copy this link from here and paste it there in the project URL. Select resist where this project should be run in the level experience. Here again, I need to write the test because my job 2 is running on my test itself, test EC2 instance. I need to write the test again here. After that, select on the Git and again copy pasting that repository link here. Yeah. Now, in the branch specifier, previously we changed to the develop one because as per the project, we need to run first job on the develop. But as per the project, we need to run the job 2 on the master branch. So here we don't need to do any changes. Keep as it is, it's a master. Okay. Now, go ahead. In the build trigger, select GitHub hook trigger for the Git polling. Okay. After that, no need to do any changes. Firstly, let us firstly run this. Okay. Without building the Docker file. Firstly, let us build this. Click on apply, click on save. And click on the build now. Let us see it would be successfully or not. Yeah, it would be successfully. Okay. Without Docker file, it will be running successfully my job. Now let us give the command to the Docker file. Go inside the configure. Go at the last in the build option. Click on execute shell. Again, we need to give the command for building it. Like sudo docker build /home. Like, let me check the location. Go to the test and go to the same location. Do ls. Go inside the Jenkins. Check the location of my job 2. Do the ls. Go inside the workspace. Do the ls. Job 2 will be there. Yeah. So go inside the job 2 and copy the location pwd. So we need to copy this location and go there. Pasted the location here. After that, we are setting the image name. Suppose previously we are giving the develop app. Suppose this time I'm giving the master app. Any name you can give, depend on us. Now assign the port number. Sudo run -itd. Sudo docker run. Sorry, sudo docker run -itd -p, and this time port number I am giving the 82 because 81 I assigned to my job 1, and this time I am assigning 82 to my job 2 master app. So let me check each and everything is fine or not. Sudo docker build and the location home Ubuntu Jenkins workspace job 2 and the name of the image I giving the master app, or anything you can give, depend on us. Now sudo docker run -itd and the port number 82 and the master app. So let us save this and apply. Let us check it would be running or not. I think it will throw one error. Yeah, let's check it will throw the error or not. Yeah, it is successfully run. It is successfully run. So it should run on my public IP of the test on the port number 82. So let us copy the test public IP, and this time it would be on the 82. Exactly, it is running there. Okay. Now, like guys, if I show you one thing, okay. Yeah, I want to show you one interesting thing. See, if I run this again, it will throw error. It will throw that error. Let's see. It will throw the error by running the pipeline. Why it is so? If I check the output, it will throw something error called, let me show you the same. That port is already allocated. Container I created, port number is already allocated. So I just let me show you the things. Why it is so? Go inside the configure here where you give the command here. Here, I give the command to running the image so that my container will be created. That is fine, no issue. But when I run my job again, it would create my another container. Okay, but the same port is assigned. So what we are going to do, simply give one command to delete the container at the top. So what it will do, it will delete the previous container and make the new container on the same name and the same port number. So it doesn't matter how many times you want to run that job, it will delete the previous one and make the new container every time. So I am adding the one more command here. for removing, for deleting one container, sudo docker rm-f. I hope you guys remember this command to delete any particular container. These things, not every trainer will told you regarding these things. -a-q. Yeah. This command is basically delete my previous container. Okay. And it will create the new container by the same image name master app and the port number 82. In place of that, what we have alternative? We have simply changed the port number or give the different image name, that is fine. But every time I need to change the command for the same if we want to run my job again and again. So simply we don't want this headache. Let's simply give at the top the deletion command of the container, so that each and every time when you are run it, it will delete the previous one automatically and create the new. As simple as that. Nothing worry about that. Okay, just apply this and save this. But before that, let me do one thing. Let's go to my master and do the finally push. Like it will run on my master RAM. So let me do the, for the safe side, finally push, git push origin -, all, each and everything would be pushed there. So let me write the username, take developer 23 and the tokens. Yeah, it's saying already up to date. No worry about that. So if I run there, this time it will successfully build. Yeah, see, fourth is successfully. If I click it again, it will again build. Yeah, see, fourth and fifth again. So it doesn't matter how I want, how many number of times I need to build my job, or we can say the pipeline. It will delete the previous container and make it the fresh container at that time. So this makes our task easier. Exactly. Now only thing is remaining to go and make our job 3 that having the dependency. It is very important. Okay, so Docker image, it is running. It is, and if you're refreshing this, it will running. So let us build our final job that having the dependency of my job. So let us go to the Jenkins dashboard. Go to the dashboard, click on the new item and give my job 3 name called job 3. Click on freestyle, click on OK. Yeah, in the description, again, you can write anything. Suppose, let me write it, anything, suppose releasing final product, anything I can write, doesn't matter. After successfully master test at job 2, or you can successfully run the job 2, simply successfully run the job 2. So here in the job 2, we will give the dependency. How we can give? Let me show you. So select firstly the GitHub project, same, copy pasting the link of the GitHub repo. First thing is that copy this link, paste it here. Very fine. Now there was an interesting thing is what I need to write in this label expression. There was a question for all of you. What I need to write in the label expression here. Previously, we are writing the test because my job 1 and job 2 will be running on my test. So job 3, I am going to create it with my prod. Should I write it here, the prod or the test? Prod, exactly, because my job 3 will be running from my prod instance. So I am writing here the prod and selecting that one. Go at the last, select the git and pasted that link here, the GitHub repo link, paste it here. Very fine. Yeah. Now everything looks same. Yeah, GitHub repository. Yeah, repository we pasted. Very fine. In the build triggers, we don't need to do it. Go at the here, the executed shell, and write it the command directly. Sudo docker build, and whatever the name of the image, suppose I am writing the dot, it will take by default anything. Okay, and the image name I am giving, suppose final release, or any image name we can give, doesn't affect anything. Okay, so let me assign the port number as well. Sudo docker run -itt. Suppose port number I am giving this time 80. Any port number you can assign, doesn't affect. And the image name final release. Okay, so sudo docker build -t final release sudo docker -itt -t final release. Click on apply. Click on save. So before give the dependency to the job 2, firstly let us build this manually. The simple we have just make it. So let us firstly build this. Let us see it would be successfully or not. Yeah, I think I did some error. That is error. So let us check. Go to the configure. I think I give the space there. Yeah. Go at the last. Yes, exactly. We are giving the space name there. Okay, now let us apply, save it. Let us see this time it will running or not. Yeah, it is running now. So my normal job is running without the dependency. Okay, so as per the diagram that my job 3 would be running after and only my test would be running. Now I am going to do this. Okay, so now go to the dashboard and go to the job 2. Go to the job 2, go inside the configure. Go at the last, you will find one option called post bill action. What is that post bill action? That it here we need to select that after this we need to give the dependency of which job. So here I am click on build other project, and here I am giving the name of my job 3. So what is the task of this one? That once my job 2 will be run, then only it will triggering that thing. My job 3. Okay, so in the job 2, in the post bill option, post means after the job 2 will be successful, then it will be considered my job 3. So apply this, save it. Now go to the dashboard, job 3, go to the job 3 and build it again. It will throw the error, the same error. I think the previously job 2 will do the container port is assigned. Let me check. So we need to add one more command for deleting the container. Let me open the console output. Hold on. Yeah, port is already allocated. So let us go inside the job 3 again. Configure and add one more command there, then it will work fine. Go at the last and add the one more command of deleting the container sudo docker rm-f sudo docker ps-a- let me check each and every command is fine or not. rm-app sudo docker ps-a. Yeah, everything looks fine. Click on apply, click on save. So if you run this, it should work this time. Let's check my fourth number. Yeah, it will run. So now copy the public IP of the prod and posted the port number that we assign. I think 80 number I assigned there. Let us run on the port 80. So this is how my whole the job 1, job 2, job 3 will be run. And this is how we are indicate that our project will be successfully built.
Let us understand what exactly Node.js is. Node.js is a cross-platform open-source JavaScript runtime environment and library for running web applications outside of the client's browser. It is used by developers to create server-side web applications, and it's ideal for data-intensive applications due to its asynchronous, event-driven model. So why exactly do we use Node.js? Because Node.js is built on Google Chrome's V8 engine, its execution time and speed are extremely fast. Second, because the Node package manager contains over 50,000 bundles, developers can import any of the packages at any time based on the functionality they require, saving a significant amount of time. Third being, Node.js does not need to wait for an API to return data. It is ideal for developing real-time and data-intensive web applications. Finally, Node.js reduces the loading time for an audio or video file because there is better code synchronization between the client and server for having the same code base. Now let us look at some of the features of Node.js. First being asynchronous in nature and event-driven. All Node.js APIs are completely non-blocking in nature. It employs an event-driven mechanism to receive and track all responses to previous API requests. Second, single-threaded architecture. Node.js uses a single-threaded architecture with event looping, which makes Node.js more scalable. Third, code execution time is quick. The hub provides a wrapper for the JavaScript, which speeds up the runtime motor and as a result speeds up the preposition process of the request inside Node.js. Finally, cross-platform compatibility. Node.js can be used in a variety of systems including Windows, Unix, Linux, macOS, and other mobile devices. So why exactly should you learn Node.js? Learning Node.js can be beneficial for several reasons. It allows you to build web applications using JavaScript, which is a popular and widely used programming language. Node.js is also known for its high performance, scalability, and ability to handle large volumes of data and requests. It has a vast ecosystem of open source libraries and packages that can speed up development time. Additionally, Node.js is increasingly in demand among employers, making it a valuable skill for developers to have.
So having that explained, let us go create a folder. This is called as day 6 of this workshop. Call this is express more. In this example, we'll go create a new folder. Call this is express step 2 templates. Okay, so here in this example, step 2 templates. Okay, so we'll deal with some templates. Now, the first question that you may ask is, Vijay, what are templates and why do you really need them? Okay, so we'll build a simple example to illustrate that aspect. See, as of now, in the previous example, we were able to send some content. We also sent some file, correct? We use the send file. So let us utilize these two techniques to create the next step. So in this project, I will point my terminal in this folder, that is express step 2 templates, cd day 6, all right, and then cd express step 2 templates. And then I will initialize a new node project. We spoke about npm space init, and then you follow along. You can also say npm space init space -y. That is npm space init space -y. Now -y simply means that you are saying yes for all the configuration, which means to say you're not required to enter all the details. Node.js will fill in all those default details for you. And if you want to make changes, you can do it. So this is what you do when you're in a hurry. You want to create a node project really quick. So I'll say npm space init space -y. Yeah, see, a packet.json file got created with all the basic configurations. Of course, most of the vital informations are missing, but if you want to add at a later point in time, you can add. I'll put my name. Why we call it express? Because the developers have created the name. Okay. Okay. Why did I call it express? Because I'm using express module here. This is the module that we are using. Remember, we used HTTP module, correct? That was the name of the module. Similarly, express is the name of the module that we will be using. And the version that we are using is 4.18.2. So step 1, we'll go create an index.js file here, an index.js file. And inside this index.js file, we can set our configuration to run our project. In the packet.json, you see there is no dependencies that were added because we created a default application. We did not assign any modules to be installed. Now what I'll do is I will say npm install express. We have express installed in our project. See, the dependencies now has express installed, and now we'll go ahead and utilize it. So I have this index.js file. Step 1, we should import express. Express is now imported. The step 2 is we will call the create application method of express by calling express function. So what happens here is that when you require it, it gives you a method called create application. So it creates an express application. So the express function is a top level function exported by the express module. All right. So I'll go create a variable. I'll say let app equals express. So an application is now created, which is referred as app. Okay, on this app, you can call methods app.listen. So listen takes 3 arguments, you know that, and all of which are optional. But as a good practice, let us pass all these configurations. So that way we know what is the port, what is the host, instead of, leaving everything to be dynamically generated, we will assign some. So app.listen, I will say listen to port 1010, localhost. This should be a string. The first parameter, port, is a number. The second parameter is a string. Now in this case, I can use const because application configuration is what we would be changing. We'll never change app. So we can use const. The third parameter is a callback function. This callback function can also be an arrow function, by all means, isn't it? Which takes a parameter, an array, an error. Since there is a single argument, you don't even need the first bracket. You can also do this. And then we'll get a console. Maybe here we can use a condition to check if error happens. Then we'll do a console log where we'll capture the error object and then display it here. Else, we'll console log port 1010. Okay. Moving forward, I'll show you how you can create an external configuration file that we will use. As of now, we'll just get started. We'll make things come to a point where it is working for us. All right. So now we have got this. Let us now serve this index file. So you all know what to do. I'll say node space dot. Now, when you say node space dot, it'll look for the default file. In the packet.json, the main file is index.js. Even if I don't mention this configuration, the default file will be index.js. Okay, so now it says server is now live on localhost 1010. Let's open a browser. Go to localhost 1010. You get this message, cannot get /. Now we'll go create a configuration to handle that GET request, which is coming onto the default port. So I'll say app.get. So this GET method will listen for a GET request on which route, / route. That is the default route for an application. And then we will have a callback function that will take, frankly, it will take 3 arguments. The first argument is the request. The second argument is the response. Then you also have something called as a next method, which means to say the next route should be called, which happens implicitly. So you don't even have to use it. So I'll say request, the response, and then we'll handle that. So as a response, I would want to send a message, hello from Express. Okay, so we have this message ready. And let us now relaunch our server. So when you start working with Node.js, you'll see that I'll be relaunching Node very often, because every small change requires you to relaunch. So it's a good idea that we will install a module that will restart Node.js every time. So there are a couple of them. One of the safest module that you can use to relaunch your Node server is NodeMon. NodeMon stands for Node Monitor. All right, so we'll install that. As of now, this application is running. Let us go give this a try. You get to see this message, hello from Express. Now I'm about to make some changes. All right, before I make changes, I will install npm install. So I'll say npm space install space nodemon space -g. Now why -g here? Why did I use -g here? So this is the command. Now the -g means global, but it behaves like a CLI. That is, it behaves like a module with a command line interface. Clear? But you would not be wrong if you say -g is global, because that's how it was created. But now they've changed the meaning of it, wherein globally earlier meant that you install in one project, you will be able to get it installed in all the projects. But now -g simply means it will give you command line interface that allows you to access this module everywhere, but it needs to be installed in every project that needs access. Take you a few seconds to complete. Even as a developer for Node, you will use certain modules. Those modules can be referred or added with a certain flag. So I'll say npm space install space nodemon space -d, uppercase D. This tells node that I'm installing, or I'm using nodemon for a development purpose. Press enter. See, nodemon is now installed and as a development dependency. You see the difference now. For development purpose, I've used nodemon. See, now if I share this packet.json file to anybody, they know that for development, I've used nodemon. Okay, so here in the node modules folder, see, you'll find nodemon has now been installed. But with earlier, -g, you didn't have to do something like this. It would be available. Okay, so now coming back to the context, guys. So we have this Express available, nodemon is available. Now, what is the purpose of nodemon? Nodemon will restart this every time you change these files. Basically, nodemon is running in a watch mode. We have seen that, right? In the file system, we created a file that would watch, isn't it? Nodemon. So let's go to the next step. Now coming to the context, guys. Now they know the server is running, or it is not. Okay, so okay, the server is running. I can show you that the hello from Express is working. Now I'll go make some change here. I'll add some exclamations. Okay, and because in my file I've set this auto save on, so the file will be saved automatically. And when it is saved, your node is actually relaunched. See, when you refresh the browser, you get this log. You will also have a module to refresh the browser. Basically, it's a Chrome specific extension that you'll have to install, which will be updated when the server is updated. Okay, but as of now, I don't mind refreshing this, but you should see that everything is working fine. So I can create a file here. I'll call this as index.html, and this will have some basic configurations. I'll put some h1 content. Hello from Intellipaat is what I'll have. And in the index file, in the index.js file, I will remove this and I will send a file. I'll concatenate the directory name with /index.html. So this is the file that I would be serving. Now in the browser, I will be able to serve this index file. And now where the problem arises is this. Let us say in this index file, I want to change this company name to something. Okay, every time I cannot have this called as Intellipaat, right? So what I'll do is I'll go create a variable company equals Intellipaat as of now. And I want this index.html file to take a configuration from my server and then render the output. So how will I do? See, I need some place where this value gets sprinkled or gets assigned. This company name. Okay, company name is what I'll call. This company name should be assigned somewhere, isn't it? How will I do that? What I'll do is I will go create some reference. Usually, it is a curly brace reference. I'll call this as comp. Any name is fine. Okay, anything is fine. You can call this a potato if you want, and that would work. So you copy this string and you come to this index file, and from this file, okay, so we will read this content and do a replace. So I will select this string comp and replace that with company name. If I now go back, I see it's still not working. So what we'll have to do probably is use the file system to load this file and then send it. So we'll not use this send file technique because that's not working. Okay. We can read the file using the file system. Const fs equals require fs. The file system is now available. I can use fs dot read file sync. I'm doing a synchronous read, and / index.html, and I want to read it using UTF-8. You all know this, so I'm not spending time on this. I will get the value. I call this a temp file. And here, instead of sending a file, I will use send. And while I'm sending this temp file, I'll replace the content. both would be the same, isn't it? But now I get an opportunity to use this replace command to see this Intellipaat. Now, tomorrow I can change the company. I can call this as my company. Now I get to see my company. So you'll have to look for this variable and then provide a collection. And then you'll also need a mechanism to iterate through that. Now, all of that doing with an HTML file would become difficult because the HTML file is meant for view only. It does not, get any logic. It doesn't, it cannot iterate through certain collections, right? So that's where, we will start using templates. We have an HTML file. This HTML file has a reference called curly brace comp curly brace. And I'm looking for that value in the string, and I'll replace with this variable name. Okay, replace is what? A string method, isn't it? So I can use this method to replace something. So if there are many things, like for example, country. So there is another property called country, and you want to change that. So I've got this value. How will I replace? You call the replace method once again, because this replace is a chainable method. So you can say, hey, look for this country and replace that text with app country, and that would work. Okay, so you can actually add as many variables as you want, but I'll show you a better way to do it, and that would, kind of help you to do something even more complex. Now, what I'll do is, instead of using, this way of reading a file, we can implement a template. Now, what will a template help us do is this. So I'll come here, in the packet.json, I will install another module. There are frankly many templating engines that you can use. One of them is called Pug. Pug was earlier named as Jade. So if you find documents which are talking about Jade, they now have been renamed as Pug.js. Let's look for that as well. Jade. I think Jade is now not even available. Let's say Jade. Look for Jade. I don't find their template. I think they've removed it, but the old name for Pug was Jade. Let's go to pugjs.org and see if they have any mentions about it. Yeah, see, there is a reference for it, rename from Jade. Yeah. This project was formerly known as Jade. However, it was revealed to us that Jade is a registered trademark. As a result, we renamed, a rename was needed. After some discussion, they renamed themselves as Pug. Now coming back to the context. .NET guys will like EJS a lot, and that's my personal experience. That is all. Why? Because most of these syntaxes would look like the .NET syntax, but that is not so true. I guess even if they understand how Pug works, and they would probably start liking Pug. There is another alternate. You can use something called as handlebars. This is also another templating library. You can get the documentation right here. Okay, so once you understand one of the templates, then the rest of the templates become easy. So let us install both of these modules, EJS and Pug. So how will I do that? You first stop nodemon from running. You'll then say npm install Pug, and EJS. So we'll install both of these modules. See, now EJS and Pug are installed. All right, so now we can go to the index file. Okay, so now we have, I will rename this. Sorry, I will file save as with a different name. All right, so I'll call this a step1.js file. So that way index file is now free for me to change. I will remove all of this. I still have the same requirement. I will also remove the file system. These commands you already have in the previous exercise, so I will not need. So I have got my basic application ready. And now here I would want to create a folder called views. Now if you remember in Express, in the index file libexpress, the application had some configuration. And I showed you one of the configurations. I don't know if you remember it, but let me open this once again. So you see there is a setting called views. This is resolving a path called views, correct? Now what that tells you is that the default location for all the templates is a folder by name views. That is what Express will look for. So I can now create a folder here, not here in the app Express project. Hold on. Here, I will go create a new folder, call it views. There is a folder now called views. In this folder, I'll go create a new file. I call this as home.pug. I'll also create home.ejs. You will usually not use two different templates. You'll only use one. Okay, I want to show you both. So I'm using EJS and Pug. Okay, so here in the Pug, I want to create a template. So remember we installed Emmet that helps you do both now. Okay, so if I run this, you see you got this Pug template created to run and serve HTML files. Now if you see the doc type HTML is actually generating a file, a doc type like this. In fact, this gets translated to this. I mean, without this H1, of course. So we have a HTML tag, and in that I have an indent here, a tab indent, and that creates hierarchy. So which means inside this HTML tag, there would be the head tag. Inside the head tag, there will be meta, and title tag. And you see the attributes are created, in round brackets, and the content can be created with curly braces, but you don't have to use it because the content is the default parameter that every tag will take. So you can simply provide a space and then assign the text. Similarly, inside this body tag, if I want to create a H1 tag, I will leave one tab space and say H1 space hello from Pug. Hello from Pug template. Okay, so this is what I will say. And in this index.js file now, I would now want to serve this home.pug here. So what I'll do is I'll say response dot, see, I had used send, correct? And the send file. But when you want to render a template, because see, this template allows you to pass in some variables as well. So you can say response.render. The first parameter is the name of the template. It's a string. So by default, it is looking in this folder views, correct? So, I mean, I've shown you the configuration where in the application.js file in the Express, I showed you, right? That there was a configuration by name views. So it will look for this folder, and in this folder, if it finds a template by name home.pug, it will use it. I'll save it. Okay, now that I have made some changes, I'll ask Express to relaunch. So I'll say nodemon, or maybe in this case, I'll say npm space run space start. That'll run the nodemon, you know that. So if I run this example in the browser, okay, you get to see hello from Pug template. Now, what is the advantage? What is so great about this? I can now use an H2 tag. I'll say company. Okay, so how will we send this comp is the question. You go to this index file, and you can pass in a configuration object and say comp equals company name. So a variable by name comp will be passed from this configuration, which has the value of the company name. You can pass it here. The comp will now work. So if I go back, relaunch, See, company name is my company. Why my company? Because that's what I called it here. And now if you want to add Bootstrap, if you want to add some CSS library, we can add it like this. So you can actually copy this link to the CSS. I can go to the home pug. See, we don't need all of this configuration. We'll simply say link and this href and the relation are two things that I would need. I don't need this integrity and everything. So I'll remove this for now. So these are two attributes the link tag will have. Now Bootstrap gets added. So if you work with Bootstrap, you know that you need to create a div with an ID of container. You can say div and ID container, and inside this I would add these two tags. And now with this, see, I get to see Bootstrap is added here. Sorry, this should be a class, not an ID, class. Yeah, see, now it's working. Easy, guys. No, I know I've been a little quick on this. So what I'll do is how can I get pug template after home dot? No, it is pug. So in the index file, we have not done much of configuration changes. If you think about, I have two variables. Out of them, I'm sending one variable here. Can I send another one? You can. And in the pug file, we had the configuration to use it. Now, frankly, you can also wrap all of this in an external template file and then refer that template here. Okay, I'll show that in the next step. Okay, what I'll do is I will put all of them into a notepad file. Oops, a notepad file. Okay, so this is the command. This is the text for home.pug. And this is the code for index.js file. And what else do you need? In case if you happen to get this requirement where you don't want to call it views, let us say I want to call this template. You want to call this templates. And now this example is not going to work now because you called it templates. And what was the preferred name? Views, correct? So if I run this example, it'll throw an error. It says failed to look up view home.pug in the views directory because that's the default configuration. Now, if you want to change this, you can use, a code called middleware. Or maybe you can also call this configuration. So how do we set this up? I've already copied it on my clipboard. So you can call the set views. Okay, so this set actually is now done on the app. Why? Because that's the name of the application, isn't it? So you'll say set. And now you don't use resolve because this is not the syntax that would work. You'll now use something called as templates. That's the name of the folder. So if I go back, your program should work. If I want to now change this to EJS, how will I do? Again, the same technique, EJS. Now in EJS, you would use angle bracket, percentage, equals to denote that you are referring to a variable. Okay, so I'll now write, there is no need for you to use indents here. You can treat as if this is plain HTML and then you can work. Welcome to, and I will sprinkle this placeholder here, and the name of the variable is, what are we trying to pass here? Comp. Now, if I run this example in the index file, instead of using pug, I will now use EJS. Go back, relaunch. Yeah, and maybe I'll also change this. Yeah, working. And we'll also make this change. Because this is a CDN link, I can use the link and this should work. Working. Now we'll wrap this into a, we'll wrap this into a div with a class, and that should take effect. So see, pug requires less number of text. Okay, so you less lines to create the same output. EJS would take more lines. So one reason why pug is little popular, but EJS helps you get started really quick. You don't need, the learning curve with EJS is very less. Here in this file, instead of using pug, you'll now use Jade. You can't use two render methods because they override each other. So you can only use one. You can't render two templates. That's what I mean. Okay, so now we'll render EJS and that should work. This is the EJS file. So this is the configuration to start the EJS file. And this is the configuration to embed the variable. In the next example, I'll show you how you can, next example, I can show you some configurations, but I'll show the configurations later. I'll, probably rename this as routes. Okay, so step 3 is about routes. Now, why routes? What are routes? I'll go through them in detail. So we'll go create a new project. I'll close this. I'll cd to the day 6 folder. I'll cd to the step 3 routes.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which of the following is used in React.js to increase the performance? And your options are virtual DOM, original DOM, both of the above, or none of the above. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now let's continue with the session.
And I would install a couple of these modules. So I'll say npm init-y, and new project got initialized, and say npm install express pug and EJS. All three will be installed. Let's install all three in one. Installed. In the packet.json file, you see the dependencies have been added. And I don't think I would want to make any more changes. I need to create a file by name index.js file. So I'll go create a file by name index.js here. And inside this index.js file, the configurations are pretty normal. We have seen this before. Const express equals require express. Let app equals express. App.listen. Port 2020. Localhost. You'll set up a callback function. If error, console log, else. Okay, so now let us run this and see if this is working. Node space dot. Okay, I have nodemon, so I'll say nodemon. Nodemon is saying that the server is live on 2020. It says cannot get, but I'm ready. Okay, so you'll say npm init space -y. These are two commands that I gave. Npm install express, pug, and EJS. So now what I'll do is this. I will create a views folder. Inside this views folder, I'll create home.pug and home.ejs. Frankly, we need just one of them. So I'll create pug. And here I would want to use an h1 tag. And we will use a message. Or maybe I'll call this as title. Similar, here I will use a template, angle bracket, percentage equals percentage angle bracket close. Okay, so my template is ready. In the index file, when the user makes a request to the get on the /, this is nothing different from what we did in the previous step. So I would now want to handle a request that comes in, the response that goes out here. As a response, I would want to render this template home.pug. I'll say heroes application. Now that I have made some changes, I relaunch, I get to see heroes application. I can change this to EJS and see if that is working as well. That's working as well, right? So in the pug, I'll create a space, an h1 tag, and say this is pug template. And here I will say this is EJS template. So this is EJS template, and if you change this to pug, we'll change to pug template. But this is working. What is different from what we did in the previous step is that you can also send a collection. Like for example, heroes. This is an array of values. I'll send a couple of them. Maybe I'll send about 3 heroes. And how do I deal with this in the pug folder, in the pug template? Let's go to the documentation. I mean, I know the syntax, but I want you to know where I get my resources. All right. You go to pug, pug.js.org, and you see that you have the ability to iterate through these values. You can use many of these. So you can use attributes, comments, conditionals, loops as well. All right. So if I want to see how to run a conditional statement, so you see there is a condition here. If user, show this tag. If not, show something else. Okay, if the user is registered, show something. If not, show something else. So you can also run some, not cases, but interpolation. Iterations is what we would do now. Look for iterations, this one. So you see there is an iteration. You'll use a UL and you can use a each method. So in the each, you go create a variable in an array, and then you get the value for which you are iterating. So frankly, you can copy this code as it is. Yeah. So now I would want to iterate through this list. I'll call this as hero. I mean, if you want to create, like what we did earlier, you can also do something like this. Li, like so. In this array, we will replace this with heroes. What is heroes? I think I called this heroes, and that's what I'm passing here. Each hero in heroes. So basically, this is a short form, shortcut for running a for loop. So for each is a method. For each is a method. You know about that, correct? So you can use the each method and create a variable by name hero for every value in the heroes array. And then you take that value and iterate through this li tag. If I go back, I refresh, I get to see Iron Man, Hulk, and Thor. Now, this is how simple it is in Pug. But let us now see how you do that in EJS. EJS is not difficult to learn as well. So let us go to their homepage, EJS. And right here you can, okay. Yeah, so there is an example, there is a snippet. I will copy this, okay? And I'll paste it here. Of course, this is not meant for our example, but we'll customize this to match our requirement. So if you see this angle bracket percentage, there's no equals here. Equals is missing, which means that this is a place to run JavaScript. If you use the equals, that's the place where you run a variable. So this part is easy, correct? So I would now get this heroes. And for each one of them, I would call them as hero, and I would put that hero here. As simple as that. Now, if I go back to the index file and change this to EJS, I hope I've not made any mistakes here. Let's go give this a try. See, I got EJS, I got Iron Man. Okay, that is because I had to put this in a li tag. I'll save it, relaunch, and that should work. You'll see that the template that I get, no doubt, it seems to be working. If you right click and view source, see the HTML also is minified. You see that? So there are a couple of advantages. So you're basically rendering it on the server side and you send it to the client side. So you are generating HTML on the server side. That is all it is doing. Okay, so what I mean is that you have the ability to set some value on the server side. So you go to create the template, and the values for this template will be assigned by the server side. Correct? That's something that you can do. And on the other hand, you will also get these HTML files which are minified. See, on the client side, you get a minified HTML file. So you simply say view source. So you're basically rendering these templates on the server side and send them to the client to use it. See, you load this or you require this. It'll take that template, replace these contents with these values. If it doesn't find this, let us say, for example, titles, I'm making a mistake here. Okay. If I run this example, you'll now get an error. You did not get an error. See, but that tag itself went missing, isn't it? This title tag missing. So let us say I put title is missing. You can actually create a condition here and say, okay, this or do something. Now the application recognizes that variable and then it'll render. So what we'll now do is this. We will create another route here that will be capable of handling a post request as well. So yesterday we have seen a couple of routes, correct? The index route, the about route, remember? Similarly, now I'm using a post route. Post route happens to, get some data from the client side. Now the client, if the client is sending a post request, how do I send a post response? We'll probably now go create a form. So in the pug file, maybe above the UL, I'll create a form tag. All right, so form tag will take an action. The default action is to submit onto the same page. So whether you add it or you don't add it really doesn't matter. But you need something called as a method, because the default method is get. So we need to change that to post. Now inside this form, we'll have a label. The label will have a for, and beside this label will also have an input. Input of type text. Text is the default. All right, so we'll also assign an ID. This ID should map to the for. So the for and ID will match. In this case, I'll say n hero. And then we'll also go give a name attribute here. Why a name is required? Without the name, when you send some data to the server, you will have no way to capture it. Okay, so I'll call this as new hero. Same name. Okay, so this for, ID, and name all means the same. If you don't want to do any accessibility, you can even remove this. That would work as well. That way, your application has some accessibility issues. So I'll say new hero, like so, and then they should work. But I'll just make this accessible friendly. So I'll say this is new hero. And that way, if I go, my application should look like this, because I've made changes in the pug place, right? Where am I? Here. So I'll add some. Okay, so there is a space. And now I would want to add one button here. The button will take a type of submit. and we'll have a label called add hero. So now we are all geared up to send a post request from the client side. So we are making a form, submit some data. Now that data will trigger a post request. So if I add some content, if I click on it, notice, now the server is waiting for a response. See, we have the configurations ready, but we did not do anything. We'll do a console.log to address express got a post request, and we'll say the response dot end. So we'll end the response immediately. We're not sending anything. That is what we'll do. So I'll control C, up arrow key, relaunch. NodeMon was actually running. So if I now refresh, I'll make a get request now. So I'll now click on this, click on add hero. See, I got a post request. I have nothing to render. So one thing that I can do is, I can again render this back, or I can redirect this to an existing route. So there is a route that is already existing. So I'm basically redirecting it to it. So when I get a response, I log and then I redirect. That is what I'm doing. So let us go back, relaunch, and that should give us this template. And see, in the terminal, you get to see, whenever I send something, some new hero, say we have so far Iron Man, Hulk, and Thor. Let us say I'll send Spider-Man. So I add. So you get to see I got a post request from the template. In this case, Express got a post request from template. Now the question is, what do I do with it? So we got a, we've got a log here which tells you that you have received some data. But what do you do with that data is the question. Okay, so there is a form. This form has a label input and a button. So user clicks on this button. The button will submit this form using the post method. What will it submit? It will submit the input from this, from this text input, and it will submit. Clear? Basically, we are sending some data to the server now. So far, the get would be usually used to make a request from the client. So here, the browser is the client. So if I go to this page, I'm making a get request, correct? And now if I'm sending some details, that would be a post request. So you are receiving using get, you are sending with post. So here I will go, instead of me logging this, you saw this was working. Now what we'll do is, we'll make some basic configurations. Okay. So we'll ask, like the way we had in the previous example, if you remember, we created a configuration to change the view folder. Similarly, I'll say app.use. The use is a configuration that we'll now make. And we'll say express to use URL encoded data with this configuration true. Now, why you should use true is because earlier, this is a short gap arrangement as of now. Express may remove this in the next version, because there is a module which is built into Express called body parser, and they have an external module which they have installed for us, which is also referred as body parser, this one. So you are now asking Express to use a extended body parser, which is external one. So that's where the configuration is. But I think, when Express matures to the next level, they will remove this. As of now, you need to make this configuration for URL encoded information. Now, what is URL encoded information? This form is using the post method, correct? The post method will hide or URL encode the data. So maybe you want to watch. So I'll make this get as of now. Okay. And keep your eyes on the screen. Here. Okay. So I will send some details. Okay. I'll call this a secret. And if I click on this add hero, you see this information secret was actually sent, and anyone can read this. What am I sending from my form? Isn't it? But you'd be sending usernames, you'd be sending passwords, and that is not a good idea to display the password like this on the server side. So maybe I want to show you this. So I'm using password here. Okay. And now I will change this to secret. And it still says this. I will say this is top secret. Okay, I made a mistake. Instead of top, I made tep, so it actually took. So I'll say top secret. See, it is not URL encoded. The user's password is easily visible. So if someone is sitting right beside you and you logged into a web page, they will know your password, isn't it? And not only that, I mean, it's quite a security threat. So you don't want the information that is sent from your application to the server should be displayed. So what we'll do is we go make this as text, and I will make this as post request. Now, when I make a post request, again, I will make this as password. Now this time, let us see. I'm sending the secret. See, the message was actually sent, but you don't get to see any data in the URL because the data then gets URL encoded. And now Express is configured to receive the URL encoded data. A route is receiving some data. At least now we are getting the log, correct? Now we want to receive the data. How will we receive the data? So now that we have said express.url encoded would be assigned. The requests that we are getting will now have a property called body, which will actually include the post that we are getting. So we have so far completed get, then post, then create, and then delete. Okay, then that concludes all the 4 parts of CRUD application. So here I would want to log the request that is coming from the client side. So I'll say request.body. So the request.body will have the information that we are sending. In fact, what are we trying to send here? In this case, because we are using the form has this hero name. That is what we are sending. And if I now say request.body.hero name, why did I call this hero name? Because that happens to be the name of the object that we will be sending here. All right, so watch. So now that I've just used request.body, it'll have a lot of information that you may not use or you may not need. Let us now send some detail to the server side. See, I got this object. This object has nhero. What is nhero? Happens to be the name that we provided here. If you call this potato, you will receive it as potato here. Easy. And now instead of sending this, if I want to do something out of that, I mean, if I would want to send vision, I've made it as password. Let me change this to text. So you'll actually be able to see what I'm typing. I'm sending vision. So I see nhero, the new hero vision is being sent on the server. Now the server can take this value and then assign it to something that you may want to use. Now what I'll do here is this. I'll go create a variable. Heroes list equals this Iron Man, Hulk, and Thor. Or maybe I'll remove all of them. I'll take this hero list and then I send it here. And now when I get this request.body, instead of logging it in the console, I will push it. Hero list.push. You know what is push, right? Push is an array method that will take this value and push it into the array. So from this request.body, I'm now interested in getting the nhero property. And that nhero value will be pushed. And that nhero value, the whatever the user enters, will then be pushed into this new heroes list. This will be assigned to these heroes. These heroes will now be rendered here using the loop. Easy? So you understand the flow, right? Now, if I go back, the application has no data here. I can send Iron Man. See, Iron Man now got into the list. I can send Hulk. I can add Hulk here. The next example, I'll show you in HTML. Plain HTML will work. So here I will use a form tag, form that uses post. The action by default, if you say hash, it'll post it onto the same page. Even if you don't do it, it'll post onto the same page. And here I will use a label. The label will have this for is actually not needed. It's only meant for accessibility purposes, but it's always a good thing to have. So I'll use an input of type text, and the ID equals name equals. So we'll just make all of them the same. Hero name. All right. And then I'll use a button. Add new hero. And this time the form will be making a post request. On the click of this button, which will have a type as submit. And now in the index file, I'll change this to EJS. And let's see if this is working as well. So EJS template. Okay, so now this tells me that I'm not sending, okay, N hero is what I should have sent it as. Yeah, N hero. There was a name mistake. The name should match N hero. So if I refresh, and that's working. Moving forward, we'll just use one of them. We'll not use both Jade and Pug. Now that you know how to use Jade and Pug, you can use either of them if the user did not send anything. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll go create a variable error, which is an empty string. And if we send this error to the Pug, okay, so if you have an error, we'll be able to log the error. If not, okay, so if this error is not sent, let us now run this example. I'll change this to Pug because I've made the change in the Pug. You can also do the same in EJS. Pug. So this is working, but if the user sends nothing, okay, then what? Then I will use a condition. If the request that comes in has a body part and the body has N hero, if it is equal to an empty string, then we'll say response dot render home dot pug with error hero name is blank. And we will not redirect anything. Okay, so we'll simply end that here. Render is there, so you don't have to call the end method. Else we do this. All right. Okay, I think here. Okay, maybe what we'll do is we will check this. I'll first comment this out. NodeMon is running. Is it N hero in the first place? Yes, N hero. Sorry, this is request.body. That was a mistake. A request that comes in, correct? I was using response. That was a mistake. Let's go check. So I'm sending hello. I'm now sending nothing. So I send a nothing. So this is actually going as a white space. You see that? So I can actually now look for this white space. And this is a requests.body. Hello came. I will now click on this. Now there is an error. Cannot read property of undefined reading length. Okay, if request.body is undefined, is what we'll say. So that's working. It is actually adding why. It should actually run this code. It is running this piece of code, which means to say this is not undefined. I'll leave this without any space. Cannot read proper reading length. So it says that it is actually sending line number 18. Got it. Because this heroes was not being sent and we were actually iterating through it, isn't it? So that was the problem. Let's now check. It says hero name is blank. See, you got this. I think the problem was not with the double equals, triple equals. It was because we were using this iterate to iterate here and we did not send anything, correct? And think one of these can be used. But I think I will solve this on the server side rather than this template. By default, there is no error. So if I send some information, they'll accept it. But if I don't send anything, it says hero's name is blank. Okay, and here I'm sending an empty hero. Optionally, we can take this hero list and send it. Spider-Man got added, and if I click on it, you get to see the error. So we have an example where we can read and we can update, maybe read and create, sorry. Now we can actually complete this example by doing a create, read, update, and delete all of them. Okay, which one? Not much changes here, but I will send, I'll send this code. Ideally, you all should be doing this. I did not make the change in the home.ejs file. You can do that on your own, okay? The next example, guys, will actually, we can dwell on this, frankly. What we'll now do is we'll create a application that can actually communicate to a database. Step one is that you need to create an account on MongoDB.com. So this creating a setup of creating a username is pretty easy. All you need to do is click on the try free, and then you can register yourself with the email ID, with the Google email ID. So I'll do the same. Already have the account, frankly. I can click on the sign in. So if you click on sign in, it asks you to provide a Gmail ID if you have. So I will log in with my account. All right. So just a minute. I'm logging in with my Gmail credential. So I've logged in, and notice, you get to see that there are some databases that are already existing. So it will probably take some time. I've not been using it for quite some time. So it should take me about 3 to 5 minutes, it says. I'll actually explain how to use this, how to connect to this database. We have seen how to receive the data from the web page, right? But how do you connect that to a database is what we will be covering next. So I'll show you what kind of infrastructure you would need on the server side, on the database side, and on the client side, you can choose your flavor. So once the connection is established, you'll have to, so we'll be using a library called Mongoose to connect. So this Mongoose is nothing but an ORM, that is Object Relational Mapping module, that can connect to MongoDB. Now, inside, like, the Express uses HTTP behind the scene, right? It's a wrapper around HTTP module. Express is a wrapper around HTTP module. Similarly, Mongoose is implicitly using a MongoDB module. So there is a module by name MongoDB as well that you can use. You can use this. So this is the official MongoDB driver for Node.js. But we are not using MongoDB. You may ask, Vijay, why are you not using? Because see, with MongoDB, you will have to do a lot of things from scratch. You don't have to do it with Mongoose. Mongoose gives you a wrapper around MongoDB and has a lot of default configurations that will help you make a connection really quick. Now, you also have a few more other flavors. Say, for example, you go to, you can also use mean.js. All right, so you can use this if you're creating a mean application, that is MongoDB, Express, Angular, MongoDB, Express, Angular, and Node.js. You can use mean.js. You can also use, I think there are a few more. Mongoose is one, mQuery, Empath. No, I have used another one, which Mongo.js, this one. You can use this one as well. Okay. So there are many modules that will help you connect to MongoDB. So you can use Mongo.js, you can use MongoDB itself, you can use mean.js. I would be using Mongoose. Why? I told you Mongoose is a wrapper around MongoDB. It will help make your life a lot easier when you start working, and it's quite an industry standard. Just to show you, the comparison between, all three. So logically, you need to get an answer as to, Vijay, why should I use one over the other? So if you go to MongoDB, see, MongoDB is downloaded these many times. Let me put that into a notepad so that we get a perspective of that. Mongo.js is another module. Mongoose is another module. I'm just using three of them to compare. See, out of these three, if you see, MongoDB is used extensively. Mongoose is the next contender. But instead of using MongoDB, I'm using Mongoose. We can use MongoDB as well. Just that, Mongoose will give you some security for your data. So I'll be using Mongoose. Mean.js, I don't think, many people use Mean.js. There's not many of them. Weekly downloads is just one. It's pretty bad, isn't it? I think, our modules have been more popular. I will be using Mongoose because it makes your life a lot easier. Okay, so let me delete everything. Okay, I'll choose browse collection. I think, okay, I have some collections here. I will delete. I had an IBM DB here. I delete it. And done. I think, yeah. I will delete everything so that, I am on the square one as you guys are. So this is what you get to see when you log for the very first time. Let me delete this as well. So I will now be on square one, like all of you have. Perfect. So it should actually show you this message when you click on build a database, and it asks you, what do you really want? I want to select the free resource. And from this choice, I'm using AWS, and closer to the proximity where I live is Mumbai. So I select it. And by default, the cluster name is cluster 0. If you don't change it, it will remain as cluster 0. I will change it to VijayDB, or maybe Vijay cluster, or cluster Vijay, whatever. Okay, so I create a cluster. So let's go ahead and create a new project inside this. So we'll go create a project by name what? Okay, so we had step 1 here and step 2 and step 3 here. So this will be step 4 inside this folder. Step 4, RESTful API. That's the name of the folder. All right. So let's navigate into this folder now. So CD into day 7 and CD into step 4 Express REST. step one, we need to create a new node project. So npm space init space -y. With this command, npm space init space -y, we will be creating a new node project. We're initializing a new node project with default configurations. I press enter. We got the package.json file. So basically the package.json file is a configuration file for your node project. It has all the meta information here. Basically the version, the name, description, how people should find your module, all that is available. I'll put my name, and I need to now create this index.js file. Apart from this, in this project, I'm also planning to use certain modules, right? So I would be creating them. So let me go create a file called index.js. This will act as my main application. You see it is blank. There's nothing much in it. So far, I've just executed one command, npm space init space y. And now here, I would like to install certain modules. npm space install. I is a short form for install. Express, course. I think I would just be using express and course just to keep this example minimal, so that you just focus on what is required. Maybe I will not even use course. I know that I would be requiring course at a later point in time, but you need to know what is the role of course in this project. When will you use it? When you don't have to use it. Okay. And the last project, we never used anything, isn't it? So in this project, we will be using course. So let's press enter. npm is now installing Express. You see Express is now installed. I can now go use it. So I'll say const Express equals require Express. So you very well know that Express, when you call, will basically give you a function back. And this function will give you an application back. So we'll go create a variable. You can make it const app equals express. So if you call this express function, you get a object. That object can be configured. Basically, it's an application object. And now I can use app, and I can configure this using listen. We'll designate a port. So for now, I'll say 5050 and localhost. And we'll set up a callback function that will handle the error. And if there is an error, I would like to log so that I know what happened, right? So I'll say console log error, the error that was created. Else, I know things went fine. I will do a console.log and put up a bold message saying that the server is now running. Okay. Localhost port 5050. That's the port that I selected here, isn't it? So let's now run this file. So this command, I'm sure is familiar to you because we have done this a couple of times. Now let's ask Node to run this file. So it now confirms that the server is now running on localhost port 5050. And go to localhost port 5050. And you should get this message, cannot get /. You know this as well because we've dealt with this. It simply means that Express cannot respond to a GET request that is coming on the default route, that is /. So we'll go configure a default route now. So I'll say app.get. Why get? Because GET protocol is what will receive the request from the browser. If the browser is sending something, then we will receive it as a post. You've seen that. So I'll say /. If there is a GET request, I would want that to be addressed by this function. So these are called routes, basically. You can either choose to create it in the same file. Ideally, you would be creating a separate file called routes, okay, where you keep it. First, let me get my board sail, and then I'll show you how you can organize this file. This callback function is capable of accessing the request that comes in and the response that goes out. The first parameter is the request that comes in. The next parameter is the response that goes out, okay, out of the node server. Now, as a response, I may want to send something. So I'll say response, send hello from Express. So this message is something that you've seen before. So I'll have to now restart the node server because I've made some changes. Press Ctrl C, up arrow key, and server is now restarted. You now get a message that we sent from the server. So your application is working. All right, so you've seen this before, so there's nothing new here. And there are a few things that I would like to address address you guys here. There's something called as middlewares. Now, these middlewares is something that we have used in the past. Let me just open the previous example and show you if there was something that we used. If not, yep. So there is nothing that we have used. All right, so this was not configured. Let me see if I had used another example to illustrate it. If not, I'll explain it to you today. All right, yep. There is one middleware. You see, we have used app.use express.url encoded. We use this middleware, basically a middleware. The idea here is this will get sandwiched between the request that comes in and the response that goes out. All right, so the way you configure it is using this app.use. There are lots of middlewares. You can search on the Express's website, but the job of this middleware is to understand what is the request that is coming in from the server and what is the response that the server is sending to the client side. So basically, these middlewares get sandwiched between the request that comes in and the response that goes out. You can use built-in middlewares. There are middlewares that can send JSON data from the server. There are middlewares that can receive a form data from the server, from the client as well. So basically, you have these middlewares. You can also log, use loggers to log. I just lost the name of the middleware that I used to use. When it comes, I'll tell you. Morgan. Morgan is the name. So you can look for Morgan middleware, and that basically helps you do all the logging. I'll show you how you can use it though. npmjs.com. Look for Morgan. This one. So this is a logger middleware for Node.js. So you see, once you have Morgan installed in your application, you will be able to log all the transactions that is happening between the client and the server. For application development, this becomes quite a utility that you would want to know what happened. What is the transaction that is happening between the client and the server. So I'll show you how you can use that later. For now, I just wanted you to be aware that there is something called as middleware. So we can use middlewares to handle the request that is coming inside the node server and the response that is going out from the node server to the client side. The way you create a middleware is like this. You can say app.use. And basically, these middlewares are nothing but a function. Basically, it's a callback function. And this function will take 3 arguments, exactly like the way these routes took. So it takes the request that comes in, the response that goes out, and it'll also call a next function. So after this middleware is executed, what should be done? It should call the next method. Which one? This one. All right. So in this example, just to show or illustrate the purpose of this, I would like to pause this request right here until maybe about few seconds. And then, I would want to go to the next page. I don't want to go immediately. All right, so watch. So what I can do is, I can simply console log. The request that comes in has the URL parameter. I would want to just log that. So, and then I would have to call the next method so that the next route can take over. So as of now, if I don't use the next method, you know the request that comes in, the response that goes out. We have dealt with this before. The next probably is new to you. Okay, so this next will basically allow you to go to the next method. So if I block this, if I don't call this next, your server has nothing to respond. It will just wait here. Okay, and maybe we can cause a delay to send or call the next method after some time. So I'll just keep this server running. The server is running now. And now let's open the browser. If maybe I'll close this. I will say with J is the parameter. So if I send it, you notice, this is the route that I've got, and I'm still getting a response. So I will now remove this comment, and I will now restart the server. Of course, I get this Intellipaat, but I don't have any valid response. See that? But if I don't send anything, I get this hello from Express, which is quite evident. It tells you that, this middleware, the custom middleware that we created, is working. It's handling the request that is coming in. And as a response, you can manipulate things here and then send it if there is a need. All right. So just keep in mind that there is a possibility that you can use custom middlewares. Usually a rare scenario. I mean, it's not very rare though. But, if you start working with Express often, you'll definitely get to use these middlewares. But with default configuration, the one that we are working in this workshop, you may not need it. I just thought I'll bring it to your attention so that you know what to do, how to configure if there is a need. All right, so now we have got this. Now what I'll do is I would actually want to make a request to MongoDB, load the data from the MongoDB here when someone makes a request. So you will have other middlewares as well that we'll be using in this workshop. So you'll probably get acquainted with that. Now what I want to do is I want to connect to a database and get some response from that. Usually you would want to keep all your client-side resources. Like the way in the last workshop, we created this views folder, which is server-side rendering templates. You can use this, no doubts, but you can also be creating a folder called public and keep your client-side resources here in the public. In the public folder, I'll go create a new file called index.html. And the purpose of this is instead of me sending this message, I would now go configure a middleware that will serve this index.html file when someone asks for it. So this index.html file is blank as of now. I'll put some content here. I'll say, welcome to my application. See, this file can now be executed. I mean, it can be displayed in the browser like so. But I would want this, notice, this is running on the file protocol now. But I would want this file to be served from here. The one way that you already are aware of is this. You can say response.send file. So you can send this current folder like so, right? The current working directory has a public folder, index.html is what I want to serve. So let me refresh this. Localhost is now running. If I refresh this URL, I get this page, welcome to my application. This was the HTML page that we attached, isn't it? Now what I'll do is let me apply some bootstrap to this. So I would want to apply some external CSS file, or maybe to keep this example really simple, I will use an image. Okay, so just let me open my C drive, and this is online node. I think I used some image. No, if not, I'll use some other training. I recently did some images. Yeah, I'll just download some image. This one. Here in the public folder, I will add an image. So I will paste this image in the images directory. Dr. Strange is now added in our project. Now I want this Dr. Strange to be displayed here. I'll use an image tag with the source, images, Dr. Strange. Okay, doesn't matter, doesn't really matter, okay? You don't have to use, you can use Compass on your own, but just to save time, I would not be using Compass. Compass is just the GUI, the graphic user's interface to connect to MongoDB, okay? So I would be using Express to interface to it. And we already have a GUI, right? MongoDB's Atlas website already has it. So I'd be using it. So MongoDB's Compass is natively installed on your computer. Guys, you see, if I run this file using the file protocol, using Chrome, sorry, you get to see this. Dr. Strange is now being displayed. It is in the file protocol. But now the same application, if I'm serving through a server, I won't be able to get it. See, you get this Dr. Strange. Why is this text coming? Because the alternate text is being displayed. So I'll simply say this as alternate name. So you see alternate name. So which tells you that the image is not being loaded. Why is the image not loaded? It's very much available right here, isn't it? When you are able to access it via the file protocol, you should be able to access it via the server as well. But that theory is not right. Why? Because Express is now in command. He will not allow you to access any files that are not listed. So basically, you will have to enable those files to be accessed. So that's one of the middlewares that we'll have to configure. How will I do that? I'll come here. I'll now say app.use express.static. So this express.static will take a URL which will be serving as a static URL for your project. Now, what does that mean? See, a HTML page is accessing images. It may also access CSS files. It may access some audio files, video files, anything that the HTML file needs. It can even be some JavaScript files. Whatever that needs, whatever the HTML file needs, is referred as a static file, right? These are not dynamic files because it's static file, which will affect the way the application looks. Now, for this express.static, you'll have to point which directory will be used as a static resource for this project. In other words, which directory has all the static assets like images, CSS files, JavaScript files, audio video files that can be allowed by this index.html file to be used. So I come here and say the same thing. All right, so I can copy this as is and paste it here. So with this, what I'm trying to tell, any file in this directory is allowed to be used as a static resource. See, although even if you don't have this configuration, the static folder will by default look for the public directory, and the index.html in the public directory will be served. Okay, so I'm just showing you an explicit configuration. If you don't have an implicit, if you want to override the implicit one, you'll create an explicit one. In this case, I'm creating an explicit one. So I'll copy this, relaunch this. And now if I go back to my application, relaunch, this allows, this configuration is allowing any static resources in the public folder to be accessed. In this example, an image is what I'm trying to make available for the HTML page. Now what I'll do is watch. I'll remove all the configuration here. What that tells you, there is no HTML file being served by Express. So that is so wrong because Express has an implicit configuration. I told you about that just now. Express is an implicit configuration to serve this static configuration as a default folder, and it will serve index.html by default. So let me relaunch this. If I refresh, I still get this to work. So which tells you that Express has some built-in configuration. It works even if you don't make some certain configurations. Let me comment this out. now if I run this example, I don't get to see anything. So because of this middleware, the static resources from the public folder is now made available for us. So I'll refresh just to prove you that this configuration is working. Okay, so you see any folder inside this public folder can now be served as a static resource. So I can go to this public folder, I can add some more images, some CSS files and some JavaScript files, and they all will work. All right, so I'll put this on paste bin as of now. Allow you to create this. I go create a new file called index.js. So basically JavaScript files are consumed by the HTML file, isn't it? So maybe here we'll have an alert. Hello from external JS file. In the index file, we can add it. Now, if I run this example, you get to see hello from external JS file. See, this is a point. This is something that you can use. If frankly, all these files, JavaScript files will be in another folder called, and CSS files will be inside a folder called styles. And just to keep your files organized, okay? And this index.js file will be in the script directory. And that way we can use that file in the script directory here. I will rename this from index.js file to main.js file. Your main JavaScript file is referred as main.js file. Okay, and then all the images can come from the images directory. And the style files can come from the styles directory. So what I'll do is I'll go to getbootstrap.com while you guys are busy. I'll copy this link. I mean, I can use this as it is, but what I'll do is I will copy the location here, bootstrap min.css file. I paste it here. You see, you got the bootstrap file. This is a pre-built CSS file, which can be applied to your application without you having to write for them. Okay, so let me copy this.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides full-stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
And I would create a file in the styles directory as bootstrap.css. Notice it's empty. I'll copy the styles that are written by the Twitter team, the Bootstrap team here. They have written about 10,000 lines, right? So it would take us days to write all of them. I mean, if you sit on it completely, right? So it'll take you days. At least, as a big team, they would have taken weeks, days to complete all of that. So we will get the advantage of it. Now, Bootstrap is available. You can use the CDN as is. Okay, you can copy this CDN link and then, okay, you can use the CDN link as it is here, and that would work for you. Okay, so let me run this example now in the browser, in the local host, port 5050. You get this JavaScript file, and you see the fonts have changed. Indicates that the Bootstrap is attached. Instead of using the CSS, is this CDN file, I would write it from my application. I would load it from my server right here. I'll use link, CSS, style, bootstrap.css file. So any file under this public folder can be accessed now by Express. I will wrap this into a container. I don't need this image. It was just to show you. I don't need this image, Doctor Strange. I can delete it, but let it be there. All right. So you see the external JavaScript file is loaded. I would not need that. So I'll remove this as well. I would, of course, put some changes here. I don't need to put an alert here. So my application is working. So there are two ways to approach this project that we are trying to do today. Either we can make the client side ready and then consume the server side, or we can complete the server side and then configure our client side to receive it. I mean, see, when you're preparing something, it really doesn't matter which one you want to prepare. At least, in this example, you don't. In some examples, it may be relevant that, we'll have to prepare this so that you can use. In this case, what we'll do is, we'll go create a database first. That is step number 1. Then we will configure our server-side resource, that is Express resource, to consume the database, to connect to the database. Then we'll create the client-side resource to access the server-side Express server to utilize it. Okay. So let's open MongoDB. Go to mongodb.com. This is something that we did the last time, right? So you click on the sign in. So I've clicked on the sign in. So it is basically now asking me to sign in from my Google account. Okay, I think there is a database already created. It is paused. Let me delete it. I need to connect. All right, I think there is a database already existing. I will delete it and I will create everything from scratch with you. So this is the configuration that you should be seeing. I'll just make some space. I'll delete all the configurations so that I can walk you through. I think last time we created a database, but we did not proceed further. So click on build a database. You'll be prompted with these 3 options. You can go serverless. You can choose a dedicated server, or you can use the shared host, shared resource. If you notice, this is paid. Both of them are paid, frankly. So we'll use the shared, which is free. For the training purpose, this is okay. When you start working on a project, you may probably find, one of the services as per your need and budget. You can pick one. I'll select the free, create it, and then you'll have to select from between these options. So notice, from this between the serverless, dedicated, and shared, I've selected the shared, which is free. And you have a choice to use AWS or Google Cloud or Azure. So you can use one of them. It really doesn't matter which one you use, because the code that you write from Express will still be the same. It's just that internally MongoDB will make a choice to use one of those servers. Most of them provide a trial for you to access or connect. I'm using AWS, so I'll select AWS, and from the region, select something which is closer to your proximity. I am based out of Bangalore, India, so Mumbai is closer to me. But if you are from, let's say, Central Europe, you may want to select Frankfurt. If you are on the west part of the Europe, you may select Paris. If you are north part of America, you can say Virginia, the North Virginia or Oregon. So whichever is closer to you by proximity, select one of them. So select Mumbai. I mean, in this case, I have selected that. And by default, it goes ahead with some storage memory for us. You cannot fiddle around with this because this comes to you free. If you choose anything other than this, you are then allowed, you're asked to make some payment. Okay, so this will cost you $9. This will cost you about $25 a month. Okay, the one that we have selected is free, which means it'll give you about 512 megabytes of data that you can use for free. I think this is fair for a person who's starting to understand this, this platform. Will definitely have enough and more space. Actually, you don't need any other additional settings. All right, so we can go change a cluster name if you want to. I'll be okay with cluster 0. That's the default name. If you want to change, you can. This name only accepts letters, numbers, and hyphens. With this basic configuration, guys, okay, I've selected free, I've selected AWS, and I've selected Mumbai. You can choose one of them. make sure you select the one that is not disabled. Let's say I select London, then this is a paid service. Okay, I suggest select something which is closer to you in proximity. That should see London was $0.08 an hour. Okay, so I have now selected Mumbai. Yeah, sorry, free. So when you select free, the ones that is highlighted is what you should select. And I click on create cluster. This will take about 1 to 3 minutes, depending on the internet speed and their server speed. Now you have to create a username and password configuration. I will go with the username by name admin. You can use any name you want. Admin. Admin is the username. Don't use any email like the way it was prompting, because the @ in the email address will be used as a delimiter. Even in the password, I suggest don't use any @ symbols. I would usually prefer to auto-generate a secure password because this gives you a secure password. Yeah, I'm even sharing this password because this will be deleted after this training any which ways. So my username is admin. This is my password. I will, I'll write this down here. Because it is not quite easy to memorize this entire big password, right? So the username is here. This is the password. And it's extremely important that, after you have done all this configuration, you save this configuration. Okay, and then you can add an IP address, for to access this. I will click on create user so that this user is created. So the username is admin. The password was generated using this auto-generate a secure password button. And now I would want to add an IP address. So you can either do this here, or all of these configurations can be created on the left side menu here. So the database access is already created. Oh, I've not created. I think I had. Okay, nevertheless, let me check. No, I think I have not yet created. I will use the same username. In fact, this is the username. They should have created it, but nevertheless, I'll say add a database user. I'll select the password user. The user would be admin. And the password is this. Exactly the one that I copied. And I click on add user. This user was already created. I don't know why it did not pick it up. Admin already exists. I think it is already existing right there. It is right here now. I don't know how it came back. So maybe it was taking some time, but by default, it creates a cluster by name cluster 0. Where can you find? Click on database and click on maybe connect. See, you see cluster 0 already there, correct? Do you find this? Okay. So what you need to do is this. Create a database access. Where is the password and admin related? I have to connect. Yeah, click on add user. So click on database access and click on add database user. So this is the wizard. Okay, so I'll just cancel because I've already created this admin. I've shown you how you do that. Then we need to create a network access. I mean, I'm just showing you different flavors, so I'm a little slow with this. Click on network access, choose add IP address. And from this wizard, you select the allow access from anywhere option, which creates a IP address which reads like this 0.0.0.0/0, which is a wildcard entry. I don't recommend you do this. Usually I suggest use your current IP address or the name of the domain that you would want to use MongoDB. For learning purposes, I'll be using localhost port 3000, 5050, sorry. So one reason why I came up with this. See, optionally, you can put some comments. You can click on confirm. You can also make this temporary and it will be deleted in 6 hours. I think this is a good option for us. I'll choose to confirm. All right, so this IP address is also configured. There's last configuration that we would need. Okay, so just to recap, I created a new cluster, I created a new database access, I created a network access. Now I need a connection string to connect to this database. So click on database. You can now click on connect. And now it asks you, how would you like to connect? You can use connect with MongoDB shell, which we are not doing. Connect your application. This is what we are doing. You can connect using MongoDB's Compass. Now I'm not using any GUI to connect. You can also connect using VS Code. This is not something that I'm doing because I'm pretty sure that I would be using a Node.js application to connect it to this. Okay, so I click on this. Don't fiddle around with the drivers or these details here because it provides you, various other configurations. MongoDB can be connected with Node.js, Perl, Python, .NET, Java, and several other programming languages. So the driver that we would be using is Node.js. And notice, the appropriate version of Node is already selected. The last version that they stopped the support is for 4.1, which means to say anything above will still work. It says 4.1 or later. Don't select or don't fiddle around with this. Don't say 4.0. Let's see what will happen. Because we are working on Node.js version 16.17.1, I guess. Okay, and you may have a conflict. So select the last one that you have here. And you can copy this connection string. I'll show you how you can use it. I'll copy this. I can close it because I've already copied on my clipboard. So the connection string is here, guys. So let me help you understand how to read this. Okay, although not all of them is relevant for us to understand, what is relevant for us now is that you are connecting as an administrator. The password, you replace this brackets with this text password and paste your code there, password. Okay, so you got this part. The admin is the username. This is my password. So earlier it would look like this, angle bracket, password, angle bracket. Don't delete this colon. Okay, this is what separates username and password. You replace this password, that is angle bracket, password, closing angle bracket. Replace it. Now that you are done with this, you will now have to create a database name, which we have not done. Okay. Frankly, you don't even need your MongoDB is smart enough. It'll actually create a database. So I click on create. Not a new cluster. No. Let's go back. So I can go create a new database. I think here I can click on browse collection and create a new my own data. The database name is OnlineDB. Collection name is optional, but I will create one called users. And notice the word users here. Collections name should end with. Okay, so this collection name is users. Database name is OnlineDB. I'll click on create. The configuration is ready. OnlineDB users collection is created. So now that you have the connection string, and now we have got the database name as OnlineDB, I will use that database name here, OnlineDB. What would happen if you don't provide this? It'll create a database by name test and create it and create all your records there. Okay, so this is the configuration. It should look like this. Okay, and after this /, you put your name of the database. In my case, you saw I created a database by name OnlineDB. That's the database name. Users are not required. Okay, so the collection name is not needed. Some of these ORMs require the collection name. Some of them don't. So with this connection, you will be able to connect to every collection that is out there. So there is no specific credential to access a specific table. In other databases also you don't, isn't it? So you basically give access to a database name. That's what you can do. The database name here is OnlineDB. Now this configuration is what I will be using from Node. So let's open Node. I'll just keep it here to, maybe to refer at a later point in time. The call is a DB URL. I've pasted this entire link so that I can use it at a later point in time. Maybe I can also uncomment it, but I'm not using it. Okay, so this entire thing is going to be a string. So in this string, this is the username. This is the password. This cluster 0 happens to be your cluster's name. And this is user ID, not user ID. It is called user. Basically, it's a user string. It is different for each one of us here. Okay. Then we have this configuration and then the name of the database. So what I can do here is this. I can go create a let config equals an object. Call this as DB user is something. DB pass is something. DB path is something, or a DB string. And call this a string. And a DB name is something. Okay, so this DB user is this one. This is DB password. This is the DB string. This is the DB name. Now, why would I want to keep a config file? See, because when I send this file to you, if you change this configuration to match your configuration, it should still work. So what I'll do is I will use ECMAScript 6 backticks here. That way I can now replace this $bind config dot DB user name. This one will be replaced with $curly brace config dot DB pass. This one will be $config dot DB string. This can also change. Okay, you can say cluster name. This cluster 0 can also be accessed from here. I think that is, oh yeah, that's the DB name finally. Database name. Okay, so you see the string that I copied has a lot of information, sensitive information. I don't want it to be here. Usually what you do is, you create an environment file and you put these details there. And this environment file can be separate for development and separate for production. So I can now, created this entire string and then I bifurcated these values. So this is the cluster name. So tomorrow, if you change a cluster name there and you change a cluster name here, this would still work. And then we have a different database name here. So I've put all of them in this configuration file. That is all, guys. So I can add few more parameters to this. Port, maybe, okay, 5050. Host, maybe localhost. So this port will be now used from this config file here. This will be config.host. That way here, I can convert this also to backtick. So I will now. So I've got this configuration file. I will now cut this. This is on the server side. All right. So I'll on the server side, I'll create a folder called config. And inside this config, I will create a config.json. I want to now convert this to a JSON. So in JSON, all the names will be a string. And the values can be a string and a number or an array or an object. So this config is this guy now. The config.json is nothing but a JSON file which has all the configuration. Now in the index.js, I would want to import that file. So I'll say const config equals require from the current working directory, you have a folder called config, and that has a config.json file. So what will this file give you? Nothing as of now. So you basically load this JSON file and call it as config, and this config will work. This DB URL is actually used nowhere yet. We'll be using it in a minute. But you saw how I could break it to smaller chunks, isn't it? There is your configuration file. Let us now see if this is working fine for us. Error server instance. Okay, local. Okay, there's a typo in the configuration. Local host. It should be local host, isn't it? So if you make mistakes, you'll have to be responsible. All right, so now see, it's working on localhost port 5050. Let us go check if this is working. Seems to be working. In the config file, you can also say, okay, what is the main file? And that config file can be set here. The folder can be inside a config file. Anything can be in the config.json file. Okay, so now what I'll do is I will build on what we have learned so far. I'll rename this as step1.js file, and I will create another file called index.js file. That way, this step 1 is your previous reference index file. I'll just remove all the things that I don't need now. We would need express routes. We would need this static configuration file, all of this. But this is something that you don't need as of now. So now in the step 1 index.js file, I've removed all the comments that I had put. I have my DB string. So let us console log this just to know if it really matches what we want. All right. So I'll say console.log DB URL. So let's Control C, up arrow key, run this. See, I get this connection string now. Okay. This should match exactly what I have written here. If it matches, then my process of chunking was right. So in this example, you see both of them are exactly the same, right? I'll just remove the line. See, they both are same. So which means that, I was careful when I chunked it to smaller pieces. So you are done with this configuration. Now we'll have to connect to this MongoDB. And what do we do after connecting? We'll be greeted with nothing. So what I'll do is I'll go create a simple user. I'll choose to insert a document, and I'll probably come up with, adding a first name, last name, maybe an email ID and city. I think that should be it. Okay. So let's add first name. See, this is Peter. Last name, Parker. In fact, I can use this configuration and that would be a lot easier. All right, so I've got all these values. And if you have observed, there is a property called _ID, which got generated, and we are not allowed to edit this. So this _ID is a read-only property, okay, which has a random string here, which will be unique for every record that you insert. So this is an advantage because we don't have to create a unique key in your database. So I have this underscore ID, which is a read-only property. You cannot modify it. You can read this. Now you have the first name, last name, city, and email. Choose to insert. So this record is now being inserted. You can see this data being inserted. Now, if I connect to this database, I will be getting this data. Okay, now the question is, how will I connect? I take this string. So I have my database, so at least some record in the database. Let us now connect. So how will I connect to this database? I need some connector. Node.js by default cannot connect. So you need a object relational model, or in other words, ORM, a connection basically. So you can connect using various modules. I'll be using a module called Mongoose. So let us stop this server and say npm install Mongoose. The Mongoose internally uses MongoDB connector. Mongoose is better because you don't have to do many nitty-gritty things that MongoDB requires you to do it. Mongoose will absorb them for you. It's an abstraction over MongoDB database, MongoDB module. So npm space install space Mongoose. So Mongoose is now installed. So far we have installed Mongoose now. In the packet.json, you see Mongoose is now added. Now we can use Mongoose to connect, but there are several steps that you need. Step one is, you know that Mongoose is used to connect to your database. Okay, now in order to connect, you need the connection string, this one, the DB URL that we have created. That's one part of it. But after you connect, okay, you'll have to communicate to it, isn't it? You want to send some data to it. What kind of data will you send is the question. You need to send a data that matches this structure here. Other ORMs does not require you to communicate with the same data. That is, if you send something which does not have first name, it will still insert. MongoDB is all about that, isn't it? But an enterprise application would not work without a structure in it. So I would want the record to have first name, last name, city, and email. These are four types of properties that needs to exist on a object that I'm trying to insert. So you need to create a model which can be used to connect or communicate to the database. Okay, so let's first import Mongoose. Mongoose is now available. Mongoose implicitly would be using MongoDB, which is actually available. In the node modules, you'll actually find MongoDB also installed. There it is, MongoDB. MongoDB is used by Mongoose. Now with this Mongoose, you can connect using the connection string. So let's uncomment this DB URL. And if you are able to connect to this DB URL, you will get a promise back. So that then we'll get a response. So if you want to cache that response, use it, you can. In my requirement, I don't think I would need to capture that response. As long as I am informed that you have connected, that is good enough. So I'll use a function. This function will do a console.log and say DB connected. So the database is connected. If there is an error, then we'll have a catch. The catch will capture any error. So we'll have a function. This function will capture that error, and we can log that what error really happened. Okay, so with this one line, we are now able to connect to the database, but we have still not created a model. We'll do that in the next step. Let's run this. Sorry, I was supposed to say node space dot. So it says now the server is now running and DB is connected. All right. So this tells you that the database is now connected. You can also convert this to an arrow function. Frankly, all of these can be converted to an arrow function. There it is. One of them got converted to an arrow function. I can also minimize this by removing this curly braces. If error, do this, else do this. And this can be converted to an arrow function. We don't have any parameters, so I can just write everything in one line. Again, this catch accepts only one argument. Basically, arrow functions make things really short for you, isn't it? So we are done with this configuration. Let us see if this is working. Database is still connected. So now that we have got our connection message, we'll now go create a model that can be used by our connection to communicate. Usually you'll have many models. Okay, so if you are creating an application, you want to create a user, that's a different model. A product that you may want to enter is a different model. An order that you want to create for your user will have a different model. Model is like a class, yes. Basically, it's a structure how your database's values will be placed and positioned. So every model requires an object ID. So you saw that in the database, our model should match this requirement. So I'll basically paste this as it is here. So this one is user model. So an ID would be an object ID. First name would be a string. Last name would be a string. City would be a string. Email would also be a string. Okay, so this is what we need. And this one, you see, this is going to be an object ID. Now the question is, where do we get an object ID data type? String we know, number we know, isn't it? But object ID data type we don't have. But Mongoose provides us with one. So we can go create a model like this. I'm about to delete this, okay? I'll just copy it so that we know the structure. Let object ID equals, no, object ID comes from something called as schema. So schema equals mongoose.schema. Now from the schema, we'll be able to derive the object ID. So with the schema, we have the object ID. Now we should be able to connect or make a model out of these. Oops. So I'll go create a let user, and model names usually will start with an uppercase because we are going to create a class out of this. Model is like a class, isn't it? So I will say hero equals mongoose.model. The model will ask for a name. Okay, what is the name? So we have a name already called user for it. Why did I call it user? Is an interesting theory. See, in the database, you created a collection by name users, isn't it? A collection is a plural form of a document that you're trying to insert. This user is now a document. Okay, this record is a document. And many documents are contained inside a collection. So you have a collection, which is a plural form, a document, which is a singular form. I mean, if I call this as hero, the collection will automatically become heroes, H-E-R-O-S. So now that we are done with this configuration, this Mongoose model takes two parameters. The first parameter is the name. The second parameter is the schema. It also takes certain optional parameters. We don't need them. So I have this schema, the schema that I created here in line number 12. So I can say schema. This schema will take an object, and this is what we will add here. Cut this exactly as it is and paste it. So this ID first name, last name, city, and email are the properties that I want to create. The last one doesn't need any comma. So this ID underscore ID is a reserved keyword. You should not be using it. What type of data will this ID contain? It will contain this data type called object ID. So this object ID type of data is stored here. And this can contain a string. So I can say this is a string. This last name is a string. City is a string. Email is a string. Optionally, you can also pass in an object here. This object will take type of string. Okay. You want it to be, I think unique is true. Something like that. So you can use type and what type of data you are expecting. You can also say, I want it to be required and so on and so forth. So you can use for more, clarity, guys, I suggest and recommend you go to the MongoDB's website. You go to the Mongoose's website, and here you can actually see the different types of configurations that can be assigned. There you see. Okay, so you have some good practices that you can use. So you have a name string. So I have used a model, but you see that you don't need to create a schema. You can directly create a string like so, and that would work as well. But I've gone with some industrial best practices. So you have this connection string, and then you have a simple working example. Click on get started, start guide here. You'll have a lot of configurations here. Okay, so you see schemas here, and you have schema types here. So the schema types, these are different types that can go in. So you can, do some basic validation as well. You see the type. Okay, I use type of, my bad. So it should have been type. Okay, type is what? What is the default date that you would want to assign? If it is a number, what is the minimum and maximum type that you can assign? Okay, so if the user enters something, would you want to convert it to lowercase and then insert? Would you want to trim it before you insert into a database? So you can do a lot of things. Okay, we may not bump into each one of them, but just be aware that there is documentation. I recommend you read the documentation when you start working with these. So I have not much of a requirement here. I'll simply use this user model, and this user model is what I can use to connect. So frankly, this entire thing, a model, can be stored in a separate file and can be imported here in our program. Okay, so I can copy this, create a folder, call it model. So you can have various models. In a project, you'll have various models. I'll go create a file called user.model.js file. The user model.js file, I'll paste this entire code. See, I need Mongoose here. So Mongoose is imported. Once the Mongoose is imported, I want this to be exported to the outside world. So what I'll do, I'll say module.exports dot user equals user. So which means to say there's a property called user which will be exported from this file, isn't it? So I can now export it from this file. In the index file, I will import it. So let me just comment this out now, because I would now be getting it from an external file. From this require model, you'll find user model dot user. I want to store that into this variable name by name user. Okay, so I've got my model here. I don't need this file now. I've separated it out. Usually you would not keep all those models in your program. You'll keep it outside. So now that you have got this user's object, we can use this to make a connection. Okay, and here we have these routes which are waiting. So again, I will be creating a routes file, external file, and I'll split that to another file here. That way you'll have a config folder to keep all the configuration, model folder to keep all the models, models folder. It should have been models, but nevertheless, it is model now. And you have, I think that's it for now. Okay, so let us now go create a route here. So if app, dot gets a request on the default route. I would not want to keep my home page in the default route, or at least the server response not on the default route. I'll say app.get / data. If it is so, if there is a get request coming on to the data route, I would use this function which will handle the request that comes in, the response that goes out, deal for me. So I'll say as a response, I will send, I'll say request on data route received. Now let's run this application and see if this is working. Control C, up arrow key. Server is running, the database is connected. Let's go to the document, localhost port 5050. It says welcome to my application. But if I make a request here, / data, it should tell you request on data route received. So which tells you that this route is working. Now, can we convert this to an arrow function? Yes, we can. I'm okay to use this response.send because we are about to do something different here. Instead of sending this static message, we'll use that user's object. And on the user's object, you'll have a find method. Now, this find can find all the data, and it takes a callback function. And inside this connection, you can, okay, so it takes a callback function here. So I'll pass in a callback function. I will get a response. No, hold on. I think, I will get a promise. Then I get the response, or I get an error. So basically, yeah, I think find has a callback function. Let me try this. Okay, if it doesn't work, then I will show you something different. So then we'll take a callback function, and I would like to console.log the response or db response that I've got. Okay, so I would like to call this as db response. Why? Because see, outside also I've called res, and this also, if it is called res, it will be I'll be creating a confusion in its mind. So let me create a different variable name. So the parameter that I'm getting is dbres. And now I would want to respond. Maybe I'll simply say response.end as of now. I'll relaunch the server. So you see, I've got this response. Now, frankly, instead of logging, I can send it. So I'll say response.send. This send would actually send this as a string. See, you got this data. But in order to be more specific, see, of course, it is being received as JSON. Let's say inspect. And from here, the network tab. So you got this localhost data. Yeah. So the content type is actually automatically set. You see, application /JSON. So Express has been really helpful. So it is actually sending this data as JSON type. But if you want to be really cautious, okay, so we can set up a middleware here and say app.use express.json. That way you are telling that any request and response that should happen as JSON. So this is just a fallback in case if your data sometimes is not correctly matched. This route will not fail. It will definitely send the data as JSON. So if I run this, got the connection. If I now refresh, I got the data. And if I say localhost, it should tell you response headers. Okay, now there is a problem. Hold on. I think, in the way the configurations have been addressed, I'm just chaining it. Okay, so instead of me calling it twice, I've just called it once. Let me try this once again. The node, I'm getting the data. Let me get this right, okay, and then I'll tell you what I'm doing here. Okay, it's working without this configuration. Frankly, I will not use this. But keep in mind that you can force the server to send JSON type. I think, this is required when we receive the data, okay? Because this is a middleware, correct? So we have two middlewares here. One that serves the public folder as JSON, as index.html as a default file. The second middleware will send and receive JSON data. Okay, I'll just configure this, and if it creates a problem, I'll later on remove this. As of now, let it be there. So I had initially kept both of them separate, but now I've merged them. That's okay, because you can always chain them. So as of now, this connection is working. And let me now send the database response. Now the client, when he makes a request to /data, he gets this. Now the question is, who is listening for it? Index file is not listening to it, isn't it? You would want to display the data here. What are the records that I'm getting? I'm getting the first name, last name, city, and email. I need that configuration here so that I can display it. What I'll do is I will go create some table which can display these records. See, we have created a read request here. All right, frankly, this is a read request. Or in the CRUD vocabulary, wherein we have create, read, update, delete, stands for CRUD. We are so far done with the read. We still have to create a create, update, and delete method. We'll now make a create request. Now, before all of that, okay, before we proceed further, it's important for us to find out how to do it. Okay, so how will we get the create done? Because the client side will have to send us some information. So what we'll do is, we will make this HTML file read first. Okay, so it should read the data first. So how will we send the data? It's available on the browser. It's available here. But how do we bring it to here? Okay, the HTML page should make a AJAX call, request the data, and then we should be able to get this data here. So let's go to Bootstrap and click on Docs. Now, why Bootstrap? So that our document can come in style. So I'll go click on a table, which is here. In the content, you will see tables. So you click on it, and you see the table should have a class called table. And in our case, we'll definitely need the serial number, first name, last name, handle. Maybe we can convert this to have email address, right? So I think this is required. All of this is required. So I'll just copy this. You notice I'm copying it from getbootstrap.com. From the document I selected under the content tables. So tables has a snippet here. That's what I copied. So I paste it here. Of course, this is not something that I would want to use. This is what I get to see. And oops, where did I paste this? Sorry about that. This is supposed to be pasted here. Now this is how it should have been. Yeah. I call this users list. But here, this should be serial number. So I'll call this a serial number. The first name, last name, and this should be email. The first name, last name, email. All right, so I don't need these many records. The scope, I don't think I would need this. So I just got one record. That is good enough. And this is where our data will come, that value from the database will come. Along with this, I think I will also add 2 more headings. One to display the edit button, another one to display the delete button. Edit and delete. But there's no record for it yet, so we'll create 2. This one will be a button, edit. And this one will also be a button, delete. You'll find 2 buttons, edit and delete. We'll apply some styling on them. Class btn space btn dash warning. This warning basically allows this button to look a little different. Okay, and similarly, so the first button would be yellow, the second button is red. Just aesthetics, okay, so it has nothing to do with our application, just that, it'll look nice. This record to actually come from the database. How will I do that? So we can use vanilla JavaScript to make a request, but what I'll do is I will use some jQuery. Here in the main file, so I think I have in the public folder, we created that main.js file. So this file we will attach in our application here. Let me just delete all the unwanted links. Script with an src. Script / main.js file. So in the main.js file, I can actually make an Ajax call in plain vanilla JavaScript and make a request. Watch. Okay, so I'll go create a variable, let xhr equals, maybe just to keep this, really short, I would write everything in the same file, equals a new XML HTTP request object like this. This XHR object, the XML HTTP request object, will have a method called onReadyStateChange. So that's an event basically. It will get triggered when it is in the process of making an Ajax call. This is pretty trivial. It's not part of the Node.js. So one reason why you don't have to know this before. As long as you have worked with some JavaScript, Ajax is something that you would have learned. If not, I'm showing you an example right now. So on this XHR, we can create a Ajax call. We can make a asynchronous call. Where is the question? So in this context, this index.html is served by Express, isn't it? So from this route, if you say /data, that's a qualified path to access the database, Node server, correct? So we can configure XHR to actually get a response from that. So I will now go use document.add event listener, listen to the DOM content loaded. When that happens, you call this function. And inside this function, we'll configure this XML HTTP request object to make an Ajax call. So I'll say xhr.add event listener, listen to the ready state change. And when that happens, a function called change handler will be triggered. This change handler is created here, which will respond to any change, status change here. They will capture the event object. It's simply console.log xhr dot status. No, ready state. Okay, so this basically will start with some numbers 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. 0 is when it is not being configured, 1 when it is configured, 2 is when you're making a request, 3 is when you're receiving the response from the server, 4 when you're completely done receiving the response from the server. So these are 4 different values, 5 different values that you should know. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 0 is when it is uninitialized. 1 when it is configured. 2 when you make a send request. 3 is when you're receiving the data. 4 when you're done receiving the data. So in this example, I'm more interested in listening to this xhr dot ready state. If it is 4, then I know I have got all the data. So I will console.log xhr dot response text. So I want to show what I have received. Else, I would simply keep logging all the messages. Okay, so let me do in both the places. So this change handler will be called whenever there is a state change. So we'll now have to configure this XHR object. It exists, but we have not configured it. So let's use that xhr.open. So open will ask you for a couple of parameters. First is a string. Where should I connect? Say /data. That's where you need to connect. The second parameter is, oh, sorry. The first parameter is the method. I forgot about that. So I making a get request. That's the first parameter. The second parameter is the URL. The third parameter is, do you want to make an asynchronous call? I'll say true. Yes, I want to make an asynchronous call. You have the option to make it false. That way you are not making an asynchronous call. So in this case, I want to make an asynchronous call. You can change these parameters and see for yourself what would be the impact. See, because we are working on a local file, it really doesn't matter whether you're making an AJAX call or not. But if you are not making an AJAX call, the next piece of code will not work until this is done. But this is a puny data, small data will come immediately. So, but again, true is a good practice. So I'm using true. Why? Because I'm making an AJAX call now. Now I'll use the send, xhr.send. You can also do the send on a click of a button. See, you have configured it, but you are making a request on the click of the button. So let's do that. Okay, so I'll go create a button.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, back-end development compromises? And your options are the user interface, API, database, or the API, MySQL server, then MySQL, HTTP, and the API, or the API, the database, and a server to house it all. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now let's continue with the session.
Get data. On click, we'll call a function. Button click handler is a function. This function exists here. And that's where, the send request will be made. Frankly, for you to understand in the sequence, I'll just put it down. So you're creating an XML HTTP request object. You're configuring it to listen to any status change. And when the status change happens, you have a callback function that is registered. And when the application is loaded, you configure it, and then you are making a request to receive. In this case, send will trigger or invoke this AJAX call. Okay, so I think the wiring is all done. Let us launch our application. I'll inspect with the console.log. You can see what happened. So it says 1. Now if I click on the get data, so you got 2, 3, 4, and I got the data. So we can sit and write all of this data using plain vanilla JavaScript. That would take us for forever. Okay, we have about 30 minutes to complete this workshop. What I will now do here is this. See, this entire thing that I wrote can be leveraged with another library called jQuery. So let's open or go to this website called jQuery. As of now, jQuery is slightly out of fashion because you have other libraries that you can use. But in my opinion, jQuery is still one of the easiest to learn. Okay, but when you get your foundations right using jQuery, you can start using other libraries as well. It's pretty easy. So I would click on downloading the uncompressed version, jQuery, and I've just copied the file name as of now. In the folder, in the public folder, I'll now go create another folder, call it lib for library, any external library that I would want to load. So here, jQuery 3.6.1 is what I want to load. Exactly like the way we used Bootstrap, and we do not have to write all the CSS from scratch. I'll be using jQuery, and I would not be, I would not have to write all of this from scratch. So if you see, just to read, we wrote a lot of code here, isn't it? For now, let me now add jQuery here. I'll use a script block with an src. From the lib, let's add jQuery. Now the jQuery is available. We'll use a script block, and now I will use $. So this $ method simply is jQuery. It can take a callback function and call this function when the document is loaded, which is equivalent to this. Okay, sorry. At the same time, it has some utilities that can be used to add an event listener to this button. So in this case, I would select this button like this, $, select this button. What is the name of the button? Button. On. Click. You call this function. What will this function do? Use $.ajax. Make a GET request. GET is the method. Frankly, the GET method is the default, so you don't even have to write this. So I'll simply type the URL is /data. And when I get the success, I will have a function that will be called. This will simply take the response that we get and it will log it. If I get an error, I will have another function. This function will log the error. It is also called fail, I think. Error. We'll use error. If it fails, then I will do something. I'll say console.log. See, with very few lines, okay, we were able to completely replace this piece of code. Okay, so let us ask our browser to relaunch. Click on this. I get the data. See, I got it. As simple as that. Now that I've got the data, I don't want to log this. I would want to recreate this. So inside this body tag, okay, on the body tag, I can give an ID, call this as user table. User table. This user table's content. So I will have to be replacing this, or I will have to generate them. So what will I do? When the success happens, I will look for that table. So I'll say $get that element which has an ID called user table. And I would like to append this HTML to it. Okay. So as of now, if I get the success, if I get a response, I would like to append. But is that great? No, isn't it? So if I run this example, see, there's no record here. Okay, there is a broken line, line 36. Line 36. Okay, here, append. Yeah, maybe what I'll do, I will simply wrap this as a string. Okay. So now there is a problem. I'll have to wrap this as inside a backtick. Let me see if this would work. Yeah, fair enough. That works. So if I click on this get data, I get this record. I'll repeat this once again. Click on this, I get this data. Big deal, isn't it? So what I want to do is I don't want to append it as it is. In the response that I get, okay, I may want to iterate through each one of the records. And for every record, I want to do it. That's what I want. So I'll say response dot each. Each will take a callback function. And for each, we'll do this. How many records do I get? 1, correct? I will go back, relaunch, click on this. Each is not a function. Okay, each is not a function. Of course, it is not. So we can use one other method of array, but you can use something called as for each. That would be appropriate. Run this, click on it. I got the data. See, if you are interested in getting this as an array back, then yes, you're right. So now I want this to be replaced with a serial number. So this for each takes 3 parameters. The value for which the iteration is happening, that is, I'll refer this as user. The next parameter is the IDX, the index, and then the array itself, isn't it? So we've learned that in the basic workshop. So I could take this user and maybe, in this case, I would want to bind this. So IDX plus 1 is what I'll use here. This mark will now be replaced with a dollar user dot first name. First name is the name of the property that we are receiving, isn't it? Now, similarly, this will be last name. This would be his email address. And okay, the edit button and delete button can still be the same. Click on this. We got this Peter at parker.com working. There is no map file, which is actually configured in our Bootstrap CSS. I know where exactly it is. So I'll remove this comment and that should work. There is no error now. Click on it and get the data. Yeah. So we have our client side ready with some JavaScript. I'm now able to make a request, load the data, and then render it here. This button, okay. So now that I've got this get data, I'll move this logic. Maybe instead of a button, on the click of the button, I would now want this entire thing on a function called reload or refresh. All right, so why? Just like that, you'll actually find the utility in a minute. Okay, so I've got this refresh function, and this refresh function is what I will call when the application loads, like so. So there is no button. You don't need to now rely on the button. I just wanted to show that so you know. Okay, so when the application loads, you got the data. All right, and it is coming from the database. If I now go to the database here and add one more data, all right, so I can copy this document. You can duplicate this. I can clone it, and now I'm changing this. The first name is Bruce. Last name is Wayne, and he's from Gotham. And Bruce Wayne.com. So I've got 2 records now, Peter Parker and Bruce Wayne. So if I now go back to my application and refresh, I should get 2 records. So in order to insert a new hero, I would need a form. Now, how do I get a form? How do I make one? Go to Bootstrap, we copy the form. We can create it using HTML, just that no, using Bootstrap would make it look a lot cool. So I'll copy this form. So this form snippet here allows me to accept an email address and password and some validation message here. Frankly, none of them are useful for me. All I need is just this so that I can use this. Okay, so maybe I'll just copy this as it is, just this one. Of course, this is password. I will be changing it. Let us go to the application. This is users list. Much before this, I would create a div tag, and inside this div, I'll paste this code. This one is to accept user's first name. Okay, so the label is okay. I will say this is user first name. All right. The type is by default text, even if you don't mention anything. So this should work. So this form will now allow us to accept user name. This will allow us to accept user's last name. Of course, I'll have to make some changes here. This will allow us to accept his email address. And this, I think we have city. City is another one, right? We'll say this is user city. And this would be user city. All right, so we are done with this. The form should look like this now. There it is. Yeah, so I should now be able to enter some text, and then I want to upload this file. So upload this data. How do I do that? Let's go to, yeah, so there is this button. I copy this snippet. I'll call this is add user. Here, this is the user, add user. I want to accept a new user and click on this button. When the user clicks on this button, I want to take all this information, insert in the database. Now, this is what we'll call for a post method. We have done this before. Just to recap, the last class, guys. So we created a route that would handle both get and post, if you remember. So in the last class, we just accepted one property, which was inserted into this array. Now we have a requirement to take the value from this input, from this form. When the user clicks on this button, we can actually sit and validate. But for now, my objective is to show you how you can send the data to the server. So when the user clicks on this button, I would want to collate this information and send it to the server. All right, so how do I do that? So I'll, when the application loads, apart from just making a refresh method, I would also attach an event listener onto this button. I will go give an ID to this button, add button. Maybe I'll use lowercase names, add button. And now I would select that button using jQuery, $select it, ID, add button. On the click, call a function called add handler. Add handler is a function that we will write now here. What will it do? It will throw an alert. You clicked add. Big deal, isn't it? So just want to make sure that everything is working smooth. So if I click on it, I get this you clicked add handler. So that means to say this function is actually getting triggered. So it's wired properly. And now what I want to do is I want to take this data from these inputs. okay, from these input, this one, this one, this one, and this one. So I'll go ahead, assign an ID to each one of them. ID is not the only thing that I can access. I can access the class. I can also access the tag name as it is. You have seen me accessing the button in the previous example. So I've got these inputs selected. I will assign an ID. ID should be unique. All right. So what I'll do is I would want to usually capture the ID as the name that you'd want to insert. Just a practice, that is all. Okay. So the first one would be the first name. The second one is last name. The third one here is email. The last one here is the city. I think we are getting city as well, isn't it? Here in the database. Yeah, we are getting first name, last name, city, and email. So let us now display city as well. So that demands us to add one more city that comes after the email. There it is. Let us see that works. Yeah, I'm getting it. City was available in the database. Now, when the user clicks on this button, my intention is to collate all this information and make a post request to the server. But as of now, the server has not been equipped with making or receiving a post request. We'll make that app.post on the same route, that is /data. If someone makes a post request, I'll have this request that comes in, the response that goes out, capture that post request and do a console.log. The request.body is what I want to display, or I want to log. And as a response, I would want to end it right there. Okay, I simply want to display the data in the log, whatever is being sent. So we have this configuration JSON, which is expecting the data to come back to you as JSON, right? So let us now go ahead and invoke this post here. Of course, I will be splitting this to a separate JavaScript file. For now, when the user clicks on this button, the add handler is called. The add handler will now make an AJAX call, $AJAX. This time around, we'll make a post request. The method is post to this URL. And the data that I want to send is this. So this data that you're sending, guys, should actually match what the server is expecting. What is server expecting? It is expecting the data to match this model. Which should have the first name, last name, city, and email. You don't need this ID because this will be automatically generated. So the data should match this. We don't need this ID and this extra bracket. Now the question is, where do I get this from? See, conveniently, I have it on an element which has an ID like so. And I would get that from the value property of that. The first one is first name. This is last name, and this is city, and this is email. If you recall, this actually corresponds to the names that I've assigned here. ID, first name, last name, email, and city. That's what I've assigned. That's the data that I'm sending. So guys, my bad. See, I had made a mistake. This would not have worked. Even if I would have run this, this would take the second ID because it would override the first one. So this ID 1 is good enough. So this first name is what we'll accept, and that value is what we'll bind here. And now what will happen is that now when the user trying to send this data. We are using the post, we are passing it to this, and we'll have to specify what is the data type that we are trying to send. I have a here that this data here actually has to be converted to strings to be sent. You can't send it as an object, that wouldn't be accepted. So I'll use the stringify method and I will pass this object. And I will have to specify what is the data type. The data type is application/JSON. No, this is for the content type. Basically, this content type goes as the header message. Okay, so the browser server knows that it should handle it as JSON. And we'll specify the data type as JSON. See, one of them is for the browser configuration, one of them is for the server to receive. That is all. The data type will be received by the server. The content type will be understood by the browser. Okay, so now that we are done, if there is a success, we'll have a function that will be called. I forgot to add a comma here. So if I get a response, I'll be able to log that response, console.log response. Sorry. And if I get an error, I'll have a function. This function will log any error. Now, who will send this response and error? We from the server will have to send. So I'll go to this index file. See here, I'm sending nothing. So what I'll do is I will use a send. I'll put a message, hello from post loud of express. And this message is what will be received here. All right. So let's restart the server because we have made some changes. DB is now connected. Let us see, this is working. I'll show you the console. Any logs that we may get will be listed here. So if I click on this, button, okay, I get an error, which is something that we can fix. Line 69. Of course, not here, guys. Here, 16.9. So this is where the error is being triggered. It's probably because add handler was called post content type, data type. Got it. See this. No, that's not the error. Hold on. It really doesn't matter, but I'm just in my mind, I'm seeing if everything is done correctly. It's done. Stringify. There's a success. Do this. If there is an error, do this. All right. And the server. Okay. So I'm actually getting the data here. Okay. Got it. Because see, I was expecting to send a JSON data from the server, isn't it? But I sent a string. That wouldn't have worked. So let us save this and restart. You got the message. Hello from post. Yep. So now what do we do with the data that we get? So I will now say user dot send. So this no, we have another way to do it. So we can go create a variable let user equals a new user. There's another way to do it. I will pass in the request.body and then I would insert this into the database. I'll say user dot save, and the save will have a Then we'll get a DB response. If we get a database response, we'll be able to take it and send a response to the client. If we get an error, we'll capture the error and display that on the server. I'll save this. So let's restart the server. The database is now connected. So now we have to send the data. First name. It's filling my name. No. Send Clark Kent. Clark at kent.com. I had filled this data somewhere before. Not with the same example, but okay. So if I click on add user, see, we got the response. Now it's telling you that the data is now being updated. Let us go refresh the data. All right, so you see Clark Kent is now added. Okay, so it's now inserting the record. And now after the data is inserted, guys, on the client side, we have called this refresh method, correct? We will actually, after the post is done, we'll call this refresh. But that tells me that when this application is loaded, when the data comes in, right? So this would actually be updated. So I'll show you the problem. So then you'll understand what am I trying to fix here. So if I run this, see, you got Peter, Bruce, Clark, and stuff like that. So I'll now insert Tony Stark, Tony at stark.com. He's from New York as well. So if I add, see, you got these many records now, which is wrong, isn't it? Basically, see, serial number 1, 2, 3 and 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1, 2, 3 is being appended. Okay. So our intention here was okay to append here, but we'll have to empty this before we append. That's something that we missed. So we'll say $, select this element with the user table and call the empty on that. So you're emptying the existing table before you make an Ajax call. I'll save it, go back, relaunch, and that should work. So let's add one other hero, Kit, Walker, Kit, added. You should see only one hero got added.
Let us look at what exactly React.js is. Facebook created React.js, a front-end JavaScript framework. React is used to build composable user interfaces predictably and efficiently using declarative code. It is an open-source component-based framework that is in charge of creating the application's view layer. The model view controller architecture is used by React.js, and the view layer is in charge of handling mobile and web apps. React is well known for its ability to create single-page applications and mobile apps. So why do people choose React? There are several reasons why you should use React.js as your primary tool for developing website user interfaces. So here are a few. First, it is fast. Feel quick and responsive as you move through the React apps can handle complex updates. Modularity. Modularity enables you to write many smaller, reusable files rather than large, dense code files. Scalable. React excels at large programs that display a lot of data changes. It is easy to learn. It is simple to learn because it requires only a basic understanding of HTML and JavaScript. Let us look at some of the features of React.js. First being JSX, JavaScript Syntax Extension J. JSX is a JavaScript syntax extension. We can use this to write HTML structures in the same file as JavaScript code. Second, unidirectional data flow and flux. React.js is designed to only support data that flows downstream in one direction. If the data must flow in a different direction, you will require additional features. React includes a set of immutable values that are passed to the component renderer as HTML tag properties. The components cannot directly modify any properties, but they do support a callback function for doing so. Third, object model for virtual documents. Virtual DOM is a lightweight representation of real DOM in memory provided by React. When the state of any object changes, VDOM modifies only that object in the real DOM rather than updating entire objects. Fourth being extensions. React provides a number of extensions for application architecture. In web app development, it extensively supports server-side rendering, Flux, and Redux. Fifth being debugging. Because of the large community support, testing React apps is simple. Even Facebook provides a small browser extension to help with React debugging. So is React worth learning? React has long been in the most popular web framework among developers worldwide. Because of the simplicity it provides, most businesses are gravitating towards React. React developers earn higher salaries than other technology professionals. Because of the growing demand for React in businesses, there is a high demand for talented professionals across all geographies. It is a good career path, and with the right plan and approach, you can easily get into it and future-proof your career.
I'll go create a variable called array. I'll call this Avengers. This is an array. All right. So this array contains, so we'll have Iron Man, maybe, and just to name a few, all right? So, there's a lot of Avengers we can use, but now I have some Avengers. Now I would want to destructure this. It's a very rare requirement that, you would want to destructure an array. Objects are pretty common to destructure because you don't know how many parameters or how many properties are there, how many levels deep you'll have to dig in. So that's one of the challenges. I think I showed you a couple of ways to do that using json.parse and json.stringify. And we also saw another technique where we use the spread operator, that is the spread syntax, to destructure an object, isn't it? And if you want to destructure an array, that would be easy as well. So I can go create a variable, and this time I'm destructuring an array, isn't it? I'm not destructuring an object. Here I was destructuring an object. So I would use an object notation. See, the same thing here. Let curly brace, and then equals 0. So similarly, you have a variable. Maybe you can also use let, because we have learned about it, right? So I'll say let what? All right. So now I can go create many variables here, equals Avengers. Maybe I would have lost it in the flow. This has various names. In fact, if you dig into the documentation, developer.mozilla.org is what you should cling on to, guys, because this has all the resources that you would ever want to know. And here, if I say REST parameters, you'll see they use 3 dots to denote REST parameters. And you see clearly here, this is one of the functional improvements that JavaScript has embraced, called REST parameters. 3 dots, ... to denote all the parameters that you'll be passing. Similar to this, you also have spread syntax, which is also ... All right. So this ... is an operator that you can use to expand an expression. It can be it can be an object. It can also be an array. It can also be a function that is returning an array or an object. So that makes it even more dynamic. You can also use something called as object.assign. So this object I think I'll be covering this at a later point, where you can create a clone. This is also another way of destructuring using object.assign. But I suggest you can make a note of this right now. Using this object method called assign, you can pass in a target object, and then you can destructure the source. That way you can collide 2 different objects to one. Okay. If you don't have an existing value, then you're trying to destructure an object, isn't it? So you can use that idea as well here. Now that I've destructured an array, I would want to give an alternate name for this first value, the second, and the third value. So I'll call this as first Avenger, second Avenger, and the third Avenger. All right. So what I successfully have done here is that I've created 3 variables which represent the first, second, and the third value in this Avengers. All right. So if I now say console.log, you can try this along maybe. If I say first Avenger, you'll get what? Iron Man. Of course, in uppercase, Iron Man, like so. All right, so you can try this out. Step 8 is what I've modified now, but this example was created a long time back. So if I run this in Chrome, yep, and if I open the console, you get to see Iron Man. All right, so you can destructure an object, you can destructure an array, you can do a lot of things. All right, I hope that will help. But there's a lot of things that you can do with the new techniques. Sometimes, every time I look at code written by developers, I do get into companies to evaluate. So I get to learn a lot, from these people, because each one of them come from various backgrounds. Some have .NET background, some have Java background, some of them have Ruby's background, and they all come put their knowledge that they are carrying in to build a project, right? So they would have used some new technique that always amazes me. All right, so let's go create a new folder, guys. Promise. That's the name of my folder, and inside this folder, so we concluded with step 12. So this is step 13. So I've named this file as arraymethods.html, and I'll start with the template, a basic one. And here, call this as array methods. All right, see, I have 55, 77, 78, 65, 4, 27, 80, 15, 27, 99. So I've got these many numbers. It's good enough for me to work with, isn't it? Let us say I want to sum all of these together. One requirement. Maybe I would want to double these. Okay, so you'll get various requirements, and for them, you have this documentation that I recommend, developer.mozilla.org, and look for array. This array has lots of methods here. You see, there's lots of them. So anything that you find which is implemented on the prototype is a method. Okay. So these are properties. Get is a property, and you see length is a property. Okay. And of course, get is an internal one. So whichever, uses this at the rate symbol is more for an internal, usage, not for us as developers to work. Of course, this prototype iterator converts an array to an iterable object. So you can use a method called dot I just lost the name of the method. It'll come back to me. When it comes to you, I'll tell you. All right. So you can actually convert things to an iterable object. Okay. So now let's move on. Sorry, values. This one. Values. So using this value, you can convert to an iterable object. So you see that. So if you don't know what is an iterator, don't bother, because we are not going to use it. Okay. But just keep in mind that, hey, Vijay did mention of something about an iterable, which gives you a method basically. So using that method, you can get the next value and the next value. So this is useful in a situation where this array is a dynamic object. See, as of now, we have a list of these many numbers. But what if these numbers would keep on adding and we don't know what is the end? How long will you iterate through them is the question. So you may get a situation like that. In that case, iterables will help you. Just keep it the back of your head. It's quite a rare situation, but you may get. But you have a lot of other methods. Some of them are quite familiar, I'm sure. You would have worked with concat, you would have worked with maybe join, you would have worked with pop and push and slice and dice, just to name a few. All right, so you have worked with arrays, I'm sure. If you have not, all right, so I suggest please take some time out, because each one of these methods are quite interesting to work with. And as a person who works with web development, you need to know arrays and strings and objects and maybe functions. All right, so I suggest these should be your core competency when you start working with these programming languages, any programming languages for that matter. So I suggest spend some time if you are new to it. But I will take this opportunity to go through some of them. All right, so let us say I have an intention. I want to double this array. How will I do that? So I'll go create a variable, let double array, or double fun, maybe. Double fave, sorry, fave num. I've given a name there, double fave name, fave number. Okay, so this is a blank array as of now. And I would want to take this value, double it, push it into this. Okay, so that's what I want to do. So what will I do? I go access this fave number, iterate through it using something called as a for loop. So I can use a for. So I'll go create a variable var I. We start with 0, and we'll keep checking if I is less than fave num dot length. Then I would iterate I, so that I can iterate through all the values of this array. And then I would use double fave num dot push. So I'm pushing a value. So I will take this fave num square bracket I, multiply that with 2. All right, so with this, if I run this loop, I would then be able to push a value into this double fave nums, okay, which has twice the value of this one. So let's go give this a try. I'll now do a console.log. Double fave num, which is an array. So if let me log both of them so you'll get an idea as to what has happened. So this is called fave num, and maybe I'll just make it camel cased. I'll have to make changes here and here as well. All right, I'm done. So if I run this example now, you'll see I'll have an array with the original value and double its value. There you go. So this is the original array, and this is the double the array. All right, so you see I have an array which has double the value. All right, so you can give this a try. But what's happening here is this. See, you see, for every value I'm iterating. So what is the problem with this is this makes it quite slow. This computation makes it quite slow, because see, you are creating a variable, you are doing a comparison. So every time you compare, you'll have to check the length of this array, isn't it? And then you iterate. And for every iteration, again, you need to access this array and then access the first array and then multiply that with 2 and then push it. So that's how we achieve this. But there's another smarter way to do this. Okay, what I can do is I'll just comment this out so you know that we spoke about it. And the JavaScript community realized that people will be doing something like this, which would consume a lot of computation time. So why don't we create a method which can internally do all of this for us? So they created a bunch of methods. Most of them, which I'm covering now, are new in ECMAScript version 6. So one of them that I want to show you now is called for each. All right, and another one called map, another called filter maybe, another one called every, then some maybe, and reduce, because this is quite useful. Use Control Alt and A, sorry, Shift Alt and A. That will do a group or a multi-line comment. And once you're done, if you want to move this line, you can hold Alt and up arrow key, down arrow key to move up and to move down. If you want to move the whole section, you select everything and then you can use up arrow key or down arrow key holding Alt, and that would work. That's the trick. Okay, so now you have a hat with you as well. You can also be a wizard. Let's go to the next step, guys. So I'll show you how you can reduce the complexity that is involved in this computation easily with one of these methods that we can leverage from. So what for each does is it allows us to iterate through each one of these values. Okay, I'll show you that really quick. Let's say my intention was to iterate through each one of these values. Maybe I want to access each one of these values. What I can do is I can say favnum. Favnum is a name of the array, isn't it? Because it is an array now, I can use all these methods. You see, all the methods are available. Now, I'm not interested in concat and entries and things like that. I'm interested in for each, this one. All right. So what will for each do? It allows you to pass in a function. It takes a callback function like this. I will show you a long form and then I'll shorten that process for you. So this callback function will take 3 arguments. Arguments.length is something that we can use. So I'll say console.log arguments, which is a property of a function. I can ask what is the length. You also have callee. Now callee is the name of the function which is calling this function. So if this function is called by another function, you want to know who's calling it, because a function can be called by another function as well, isn't it? So you can use the callee. You also have something called as caller, which is deprecated. So I'll now use call arguments.length. In fact, arguments itself is going to be deprecated moving forward. So there's no point, in talking about callee and length and things like that, because arguments is deprecated. So if I now run this example, you'll get to see how many arguments are passed. So if I relaunch this program, you get to see there are 3 parameters. What are those? How do I know? You can simply say argument square bracket 0, comma, argument square bracket 1, and argument square bracket 2. So just to want to know what are these arguments. So if I run this example, it'll tell you the first argument is 55. So that tells you that this is the value for which the iteration is happening. The second value is 0. And then you see it has then become 1, then 2, then 3, then 4. So which means that this is an iteration, an iterator, basically. So the first argument is the value. The second argument is the iterator, or you can call this as index. I call this as IDX, index. The third argument is the array itself. So you get to see the entire array will be passed every time this callback function is called. So I'll refer this as ARR. Now that we have given them a name, we can use those names. So I can now say console log these value, index, and ARR. It'll give you the same output, because earlier we did not name them. Now we are naming them. So it'll give you the same output. See that? It'll give you the same output. All right. So you can also say, this console.log takes unlimited arguments. So I can say value is and index is. Index is for, okay, and then array itself. So I can call this as so if I run this example, you'll see the value is 55, index is 0, array is then passed here. This is how it should look. I had zoomed in much so that you know what is happening. All right. So now you know this for each is quite a useful one. And you did not have to create a variable. You did not have to create an iterator for it. You have access to the entire array. Now, let us say if I want to do the same thing again and again, what will I do? So I have this double fun. So I can take this value. I mean, I'll show you another way to do this as well. But what I can do is I can use fav nums dot for each. Now I'll probably use the previous one. Okay. So I'll say fav nums for each. I can say double. Oh, I think I've commented it out. Let me just move it out here. This double fav nums dot push. You can now say vals. Val is what? The name of the value, isn't it? So I can simply multiply that with 2 and push it in. See, I'm not utilizing this IDX and array. So you can actually remove them because I'm not using it. But I will keep it there so that you know that these are some arguments that are implicitly passed. So if I run this example, you should be able to see. And then, I was supposed to log both of them, isn't it? So if I log this, you'll then be able to see the original array and the double the array. Okay. You see both of them have been displayed on the screen. So which tells you that using these methods is less stressful on the compiler and on the developer as well. Okay. So let us see if I have to do the same thing, because see, we are now expecting an array to be formed out of this computation, isn't it? So this is one of the ways to do it. So I'll definitely comment this out so you can refer it when I send this to you. I'll upload it in about a minute when I'm done with the next method as well, because both of them are quite related. So I would like to cover both of them. So now, instead of using this lengthy long syntax, we have another shortcut that we can use. Instead of using for each, see, my intention now is to construct an array out of this, isn't it? So what I can do is I can construct this array right here. So I'll copy this. I'll cut this rather. Instead of using this double fun, okay, and then appending the values to it, I will simply make an assignment right here. Okay. Now what will for each return? Nothing. So this wouldn't do anything. But what I can do is I can use something called as a map. What map does is it will return an array for us. And that's quite useful in this case, because our intention is to construct an array, isn't it? So I can now even ignore this because I don't even need to access it. I can simply say return val multiplied by 2. Now what will implicitly happen is that this map will go through each one of these values in the array, multiplied by 2, and it will be returned. And that will be computed and added to this variable. And this map is expected to return as what? An array. So this double fav num will now be an array with double the value. So you see there is not following now about map. Okay, I'll explain that to you. And we'll be doing tons of examples on map. Just to simplify this, map will return an array. Is that simple enough? In case of for each, doesn't return anything. Okay, maps do return an array. Just keep this in your mind. Now, while it is returning, I take the value, multiply it by 2, and then I return. So which means to say, I'm now getting an array of double the value. Clear? So whenever you have to iterate through a value of arrays and then construct an array out of it, You simply use map. So that is how this double fav num becomes an array. Map returns an array, isn't it? It will compute all of that and it will give you an array back. And that array is assigned to double fav num. And now if I run this example, you'll see the same output. Can we shorten this code furthermore? The answer is yes. How? We have learned that bit as well. So we have learned how to use something called as an arrow function, isn't it? So we'll now clone this. And now what I'll do is instead of this function, I will use arrow function. And in arrow function, if you don't use the curly braces, the very first line will be returned, isn't it? So I can avoid that curly brace and the return keyword. That way it will be done in the same line. Again, I'm not interested in passing all these 3 parameters because they are not being used, isn't it? So I can shorten this furthermore, just like so. So in this example, see, I've boiled the same job task to a single line code, isn't it? So run this example, you'll get the same output. Let's go create a log. There is a div which has an ID, a class called log. Maybe I'll call this as an ID as log. And see, I want to now log things into this. What will I do? I will say document dot add event to listener, listen to the DOM content loaded. And when the DOM content loaded happens, you call this function, right? This can also be an arrow function now. You know about that. What will this arrow function do? Okay, so this arrow function will simply add this double fav nums to it. I'll now say document dot get element by ID log dot inner HTML or inner text equals double fav num. And now if I run this, you don't have to log it in the console because you'll now be getting it in the browser as well. Now I'll show you filter. What is the purpose of the filter? You want to filter this array for some value. Let us say I want to remove all the values that are less than 50. Now go out of the values. 34 is not qualified, 23 not qualified, 4, 27, 15, 27. Oh, there are 2 27s, good. Okay, and then 12. Okay, all of these are values which are less than 50. I would want to remove them. They would want to remove these values. How will I do that? How will I filter it out? That's where this filter comes in. Filter basically will again return an array similar to map, but it has a different functionality. You see, filter allows you to filter an array for a specific value. So you can filter for less than 50 or greater than 50 as well. So you can do whatever you want. Let us say here, I would want to create another array. Let less than 50 is an array. Similarly, more than 50 is another array. So this is an array. This is an array. And how do I get a value from into this? I can copy the same syntax here. So I'll say favnum dot filter. Fill is different. Fill will fill arbitrary or dummy values. You can try that. I feel that it's rarely used. Okay, so filter will take a value, and what we want out of this is if the value is less than 50. I want that to be pushed into this array. And if I want to create another filter to filter values that are greater than 50, you simply reverse this, greater than 50. So now less than 50 is an array which has values less than 50. More than 50 is another array which has values greater than 50. Okay, so I'll call this as greater. We can do this by using a loop. If you want to use a loop, you know how much of trouble you have to take, how much of computation you are wasting as well, right? You have to create a variable, you have to compare every time, you have to iterate, and then you have to access the array and then push a value into it. And even while we are pushing, you need to access the original array. So there's a lot that you are doing. But here you see, you're not, because you are able to access everything that is inside this array right here. So there is no external factor involved. So this makes it more optimized. So that is the advantage of using these new methods. So now coming back to this context, let us say I will do a console.log less than 50. I'll say this is less than 50. Values less than 50 is stored in this array. Values greater than 50 is in this array. So if I run this example now, see the values which are less than 50. Let me also log the original array. This is the original array. And I've extracted values less than 50 here and values that are greater than 50 here. And I've created two different arrays. The original array is still intact. You're not modifying the original array, isn't it?
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys, and the question is, which of the following is correct? And your options are, JS is a server-side language, JS is a client-side language, JS is the both server-side and the client-side language, or none of the above. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now let's continue with the session.
Every and some are predicate functions. What do I mean by that is these two methods are expected to give you a Boolean value, true or false. So every expects every value in this array to match a condition and to fulfill a condition. If the condition is satisfied, every will return true. If the condition is not satisfied, it will return false. And now in case of sum, if some of the values in the array satisfy the condition, even if one of them satisfy the condition, some method will return true. If none of them satisfy the condition, then some will return false. Easy. And reduce allows you to reduce this array to a single value. So in this example, let's say I want to find the sum of it. So you can use reduce. You also have a cousin of this reduce called reduce right. We'll do the same thing, but it'll start, instead of the computation starting from the left to the right, it'll start from the right to the left. That's what reduce does. Index of will look for the index value of a value. Let's say I want to know what is the position of 34. What is the position of 34 here? So 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. 4 is the position. So that's what index of does. If you want to do the same search from the last, you can say last index of instead. Okay, so there are two more that I can add here, reduce to reduce right and index of to last index of. Yeah, frankly, there are tons of them. Okay, so I've just picked a handful of them because you will see me use map a lot. Sometimes I may also use the filter. And I would be using reduce for sure, because reduce is a very important method. You will encounter this in various places of this workshop. One is now, okay, when we're talking about arrays in ECMAScript. You'll also find this in React because this reduce is used by React to do something very specific and quite useful one. It also is used as a hook. I'll explain hooks and I'll explain it to you. And when we start working with Redux, reduce comes again. Okay, and in Redux, the reducers are an integral part. It becomes very important for you to know. That's one reason why I took this topic, so that you all be familiar with it. But I hope, up until here, all of you are clear with this, right? We explained, we've gone through for each, map, and filter. Now this sum and every are two predicate functions. So what are predicate functions? It is expected to return a Boolean value, true or false. So let us say I ask a question, is all the value less than 100? What is the answer? True, isn't it? Because all the values are less than 10, less than 100 here. So, but if I ask the same question, okay, are all the values less than 80, let's say. So this gets satisfied, this gets satisfied, this and this and this and this, all of them get satisfied. This one will fail, isn't it? So every will check for all of these values, and when it comes here, it will be disappointed. No, all the values are not less than 80. I mean, maybe 80 or less, and then this would also be rejected. So it would not accept this onwards. So every expects all the values to match your condition. Some expect some of the values to match the condition. Let us say, let all vals less than 80. Are all the values less than 80? No, isn't it? So if I now want to check this condition, fav num dot every, pass in a function, we just need the value. I will now check if the value is less than 80. And now you have something very important to learn out of this. See, although if I now say console and log all vals less than 80, you may expect false here. Now, if I run this example, it'll directly say false, because not all the values are less than 80. But the question here is this: how many times do you think this function got executed? Is important, isn't it? Because there are 13 values here. Will this function be called all the 13 times? Let's go check this out. So if I return this now, and before I return, if I say console.log, I would also access the index now. So you saw that this is quite efficient way of working. Now, similar, if you are expecting some of the values, are some values less than 80. So I can say sum here instead. So are some of the values less than 50? Of course. So how many times do you think this will run now? Are some values less than 50? One, only once. Yes, because it found a match. It doesn't have to even consider the rest of them, because what is the purpose of sum? Are some values less than 80? Is, so it met the first element. It's like, okay, I'm done with my job. Okay, so this will be executed only once. See, that's it. So these methods are quite economical to use, and I suggest make sure you use them in your day-to-day programming. If you when you start working with React or even plain JavaScript. So we are done with every. We're done with sum. Now we have reduce and reduce write. Okay, I will show you reduce. Reduce write is something that you can learn on your own. You don't need someone teach you that. Now what will reduce do is it is useful to reduce the array to a single value. Okay, so let us say we have a variable called total. I want to know what is the total of all the numbers that you have given. I have not computed, right? So I would want to know about that. So what I can do is I can say fav nums dot reduce. This reduce, unlike the other methods that we have learned so far, takes two parameters, not just one. The first parameter is a function. The second parameter is the start value. So if I had said if I would have said values that are some values that are greater than 80, then it would have gone through all of this. And when it reaches 99, then it would say true. Okay. Okay. So let's come back. So to get this total. So I was here, I was explaining this. This reduce will take 2 parameters instead of 1. So the first parameter is a callback function. The second parameter is the initial value. So what is the initial value that you would want to start from? I'll say start with 0. The initial value by default will become the first value if you don't pass this. So as a beginner, my suggestion is use this second parameter. Okay, so now that now the skeleton is ready, I'll show how you can use it. So in this case, all the previous cases, you know that there were 3 arguments that were passed, which is the value for which the iteration is happening, the index, and the array itself. Here, there is a twist. The first parameter is this one. So what do you want to name this? I call this as init_val, the initial value, then the value, then the index, then the array itself. So you have all these 3 parameters intact, but just this initial value happens to be the 0 that we have passed. And now what I want to do here is return the initial value plus the value for which the iteration is happening. So the total now gets an accumulated value of this initial value and the total. So let me just explain this once again right here. So initial value is what? 0. So 0 will be concatenated or added to 55. Correct? 55 happens to be the first value. Then 55 will be added to 77. Then the sum will be added to 78, then 65, and then all of this. And the value gets computed and appended to or assigned to this total. Now, if I ask console log me this total, it will tell me the total. Let's go run this example. 596 is the sum of all the values in the array. Got it? So reduce takes 2 arguments. The first argument is a callback function. The second argument is the initial value. Now let me show you. If I don't pass this initial value, what would happen? It would still do the same job. It will still give you the same value. But now you may ask, Vijay, what is happening? So if the second argument is not passed, 0 would be implicitly passed, or a null value will be passed. Null has a, when you are using a plus, it becomes a number. Null becomes 0. 0 would be implicitly passed. So null value becomes 0. That is why even if you don't pass anything, it would work. But I suggest as a responsible developer, you pass it, because sometimes you may want to pass some initial value. I mean, let's say there is 2 arrays. I would want to sum both of them, isn't it? So in that case, this initial value will be the sum of the second or the first array. You can pass that here, and that would be added to this number, and then you can get the output. Run this example. See, the initial value is 100. But if I make it 0, 596 is the value. Easy. Let's go back. I'll upload this file. So that's about reduce. Reduce write is something that you can try on your own. I suggest you can try reduce write. It does nothing different. It will give the same output, just that the computation would have now happened from right to the left. That is from bottom to the top instead of top to bottom. How will you know? You simply log value. You'll know how the computation is happening. And let's say now I would want to get the index value of 4. What is the index value of 4? Or let's say, what is the index value of 27? What is the location of 27? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, isn't it? So let's go check that out. Console log index of 27. So here there is a twist. You don't need to pass in a callback function. You simply pass in the number that you're looking for, or the value for which you're looking for the index or the position. So if I run this example, it'll tell you 7. Now I say, no, not the first one. That is first from the last. So you'll say last index of 10. Why 10? So this was 7, 8, 9, and 10. It found another 27. So this index of also expects a second argument, which is the start position, from where you would want me to look for. Okay, so you can use this index of and last index of to iterate through all the values. So if I want to use index of 27, we'll say 7. You may say, no, I want to look for the values from 7. Okay, from 8 maybe, because that was the starting position. Yeah, so now you get to see 10. Okay, so you have the ability to pass the location as well. So you see the search element and the index, the from index. All right, so with this, we come to the end of this array topic. And in the next example, we talk about promises. Promise is something that, someone will have to deliver at a later point in time, isn't it? So I'm sure, people have promised you so many things. Your friends would have promised you something, because see, promise has to be delivered at a later point in time, isn't it? It's not now. Nobody can say, I promise to have given you, a present yesterday. No, I promise to give you something, isn't it? So it's an anticipation that you may have that gets executed at a later point in time. Requirement. You may have some code that gets executed at a later point in time, or it gets delayed, or it is expected to be delivered later, not now, but at a later point in time. But you need to have an anticipation now. So when someone makes a promise, what will you have, guys? You will have an anticipation that they are about to fulfill it, isn't it? That they will go honor that promise at a later point in time. And when the time comes to deliver, they have a choice. They can either fulfill the promise or they can reject the promise, isn't it? So, but we can go ahead. We can schedule that this promise is going to happen, and if it happens, we'll do something, and then we proceed further. That's exactly what we will do with promise. So promise is expected to be delivered at a later point in time, and these promises can either be resolved or rejected. Let's go to the documentation so that, I suggest you spend time on this promise API. It's not much to learn. If you see, promise has a get method, and it is an internal one. So if you ignore these properties, these are some of the methods. You have all settled, any, catch, finally, raise, reject, resolve, and then. So if you see, out of all of these, promise, all, any, raise, reject, and resolve are promises static methods. That means to say you can call them on the promise directly. You cannot call them on the instance. So which of them can you call on the instance? Anything that you see prototype, like catch, finally, and then, can be called on the instance. So using this idea, let us see. I'll be covering almost all of them, but if something gets missed, you should come back to this documentation and read about it. Okay. So let us first go create a promise. So what is the promise expected to do? Deliver, deliver an output at a later point in time. So let's go create a script block, and I will go create a variable, let promise. A new promise. So this promise will take a callback function. It can also be an arrow function, right? So I can pass in a function. This is also referred as a higher order function. Why is it referred as a higher order function? Because this promise is expected to get a function, which in turn gets other functions as parameters, and it'll return a function. Okay, so higher order functions are basically functions that accept other functions and return a function. We'll encounter this several times in this workshop. Just keep this in mind. So as of now, this promise is expected to take a function which takes other functions. So you see, there are two functions that we can pass in here. One of them is called reject and another one called resolve. Sorry, resolve and reject. The first one is resolve, the second one is reject. I'll use the same name, resolve and reject. I can call this potato and tomato here, but I would use the same name so that it is in line with the methods that they have used internally. You see, reject and resolve are the names for the methods that they have used. That's what I'm using here. Not that I must use, okay? I can use, that is all. So here, if the promise is resolved, that is, if the promise is kept, I'll do something. If the promise is rejected, if the promise is not kept, then I will do something. So what I'll now do here is this. And again, in the promise is expected to do something at a later point in time. I mean, I want to do something at a later point. So you use something called a set timeout. You have two of these pseudo threads that you can use in JavaScript. What do you mean by pseudo thread? Is because they have its own timeline. By default in JavaScript, everything is sequential. But when you say set interval and set timeout, they do take a callback function. Does JavaScript has threading concept? They have pseudo threads. They don't have threads. We have pseudo threads. They are like threads. So it's just a function which takes a callback. So it works like a thread. So we don't have threads in JavaScript like in Java. So I can use a set timeout. This will cause a delay in a function. So here I will call a function which can be called at a later point in time. Let us say I will set a delay of 2 seconds and then I will do a console.log. Hello there. So if I run this exercise, this is a different file altogether. So let me run this. So it'll take you 2 seconds to see a message. By now it should have already done. But if I run this, see, it takes 2 seconds. All right. So like this, we can create a program that takes some time to execute. And when that happens, we can decide to do something. So we are setting a delay using the set timeout. And instead of console logging, what I'll do is I will use a condition. If true, do something. Else, do something. As of now, I've made it true. So the if condition should work. So I'll simply call resolve, which will take a value. I'll simply say promise was resolved. And if not, okay, so if it is false, then I will use reject. Let's say promise was resolved and promise was rejected. Okay, so this promise will take, let us say I'll make it 4 seconds because you saw 2 seconds is quite a short time. So I have got a promise, and this promise in this case will be resolved after about 4 seconds, and it will give us a message as promise was resolved. Now, how do I use this is the question. So we have so far created a promise, but how do I use it? So we can use this promise that we have created, and we can use one of these 3 methods: catch, finally, and then. You see all three in the documentation. See, catch, finally, and then. See, these are instance methods, correct? Catch, finally, and then, which is what we can use. So I'll now say promise dot then. Now, when will the then be called is the question. You can also say promise dot catch and promise dot finally. So instead of doing this promise dot then, promise dot catch, and promise dot finally, we can also chain them. I'll show you. So this promise dot then can take a callback function. So I've used multi-cursor here. How to create a multi-cursor? Hold Alt on your keyboard and click wherever you want. And then you'll get multi-cursor. You can type at many places at the same time. So you pass in a function. This function will get a parameter. See, the then will get a response. The catch will get the error object. The finally doesn't get anything. So I may want to now use the console log the response that I get. Okay, so this is a success response. Or maybe you can call this as resolve response. The next one will be an error or reject response. So I'm expecting an error this time. So this one is an error here. Okay, so this statement would be an error statement, let's say. And this finally has nothing much to do. It can only call a function. And when everything is done, either resolve or rejected, whatever happened, the finally will be called after. So just to denote that, hey, you are waiting for this promise and the promise has fulfilled itself. Not fulfilled either, promise's time is complete. Okay, so I'll now say console log a promise is completed. We don't know whether it is resolved or rejected, but whenever it is done, it will be called. So if I run this example, after 4 seconds, you see promise was resolved. The resolve response came in and it says promise was resolved. Yeah, so it's taking about 4 seconds. Now I think I'll make this a little shorter because 4 is a little too long now. I'm already in the console. See, now it's taking 2 seconds to give me a response back. Easy. Let's make this false. So programmatically now you have a technique to find out if a promise was rejected. And of course, there is, because we were expected to get an error, we got an error here. Okay. So maybe just to make this look glorious, we'll say error, console.error, and maybe this is console.warning. Okay, you see, this is looking like an error now, isn't it? If things went fine, then you'll see a warning and a log. See, there is a warning and then there's a log. So you have a program that can deal with a code that may take some time. When will this happen? So whenever you are making a AJAX call to some server resource, which is expected to give you a response, but something can go wrong, isn't it? I mean, the user was not authenticated, or the user is making a request to a data which is not existing. Anything can happen. So if the data is found intact, we will be able to return that. If not, we will reject. We'll expect a How do you put an error? Error, ERROR, console.error. Yeah. So console does have a lot of techniques that you can use, a lot of methods that you can use. Warning and error are few of them. Log is something that everybody knows. So we have got one promise which is expected to resolve. But so you may have multiple promises, then what? So what I'll do is I will simply call this as promise 1. Okay, so we can have multiple promises. Let me go back to my code, relaunch. So as of now, what? This promise will resolve. Promise 1 was resolved. Yes. Now you can also chain them. So I don't have to use promise dot, promise dot catch, promise dot. Finally, I can chain all of them like this, which is one of the advantages of working with promises. Because see, when you have a situation like this, when you have to make an Ajax call and you are waiting for some data to come, you'd usually have callbacks, one inside another. If this happens, do it. If that doesn't happen, do something else. And so that can be implicitly handled by this then, catch, and finally easily, isn't it? So you're also avoiding a pattern called callback hell, where you have promises, conditions nested deep inside. So that's another advantage that you can get or derive when you start working with promises. And look out for that. Just look out for callback hell in JavaScript and how promises can address them. Basically, you have a callback inside a callback inside a callback that can happen. All of that can be easily addressed when you work with promises. I'll show you that now. Let us say there is another promise. This is promise 1. This is promise 2. So promise 2 can also be resolved and can also be rejected. Let's create another one. Promise 3. Promise 3 can also be resolved, can also be rejected. So you'll usually get this requirement, okay, in a project. Let's say after the user is authenticated, do something. That is achieved with something called as nesting. I'll show that next. But I'm expecting the data to come from some server, the user data to come from some server, then product data to come from some other server. But both are important for my program to display. So how will I get that done? So in this case, I have 3 promises. So I'm expecting a response to come from all 3 of them. Only then I can proceed with my program. If one of them rejects, if one of them does not fulfill, then the application has no point generating. Yeah. So in that case, what can I do? So I've got promise 1, promise 2, and promise 3. So you have seen how to work or deal with one promise. That's easy, isn't it? And we also have understood how to work with then, catch, and finally. Okay, let me just emphasize a little more on this then, catch, and finally a bit before we proceed further. And let's say I'm just working with promise 1. Okay. So this then is capable of taking 2 functions, guys. Okay, let me just comment all of this or remove them. So then itself is taking 2 functions. If you see 2 callback functions, not just one, it has 2 callback functions, then takes 2 callback functions. The first function will be called when there is a success, when there is a resolve. The second function will be implicitly called when there is a rejection. But I recommend that you always use catch, because see, many developers may not be aware of the then using 2 different callbacks. So if you are using this, then they will be in confusion as to what are we really trying to do here. So if I run this example, this will work exactly the way we expected. Okay, it tells you that promise 1 was resolved. And if I reject here, if I go to the promise 1 and say false, the second function in the callback will be called. See, you got the error here. Okay, so the idea here is the then method takes two callback functions, not just one. So just keep this in your mind. But I recommend you always use this. Keep things clear. Keep things easy for anybody to catch up. See, because the same program can bounce at you after about 2 years. Then you may not, find out what's happening. So make your code easy for everybody to understand. And maybe, you'd usually not do something like this. You will not have something so simple in a project. So you would usually want to do something. If a resource is not found, you'll have to do something beyond this handling the error. So that is where the catch method is useful. But just keep this in mind. So let's now deal with this situation where I have promise 1, 2, and 3. I want all 3 to be resolved. Only then I can use the data, or I can proceed with the application. If not, I cannot. Then what will I do? So you can use one of these static methods of the promise. So you see promise all, any, and race. All settled and all are quite similar. So I will leave this all settled for you to explore. I will explain all, any, and race now. All expects all the promises to resolve. This is like, that every method you just learned. It is expected all of them to resolve. Even if one of them rejects, this promise all will call the catch method immediately. You have any expects any of the promise to resolve. All expects all the promises to resolve. Any expects at least any of them to resolve. Okay, if none of them resolves, then there is an error. Race expects the first thing to happen, either resolve or reject. Whichever resolved, whichever method rejected, whichever happened first, I'm okay to take it. The race is always in a hurry. So it wants something to come out. Okay, it made a request, either resolved or reject, it wants something. Then you would use race. So you have 3 methods, all, any, and race. I'll show how to use them. So we have all, any, and race. All is useful to check if all the promises are fulfilled. Any expects any of these methods to fulfill. A race expects one of them. It's always in a race. It's like, you either tell me it is done or not done. I need to go. So this basically will wait for either a resolve or rejection. Whichever happens first, it will take it. But now there is a scenario here, because see, if it was one single response, you know what to do with it. If you have 3 different responses, then how do we deal with it? Isn't it? Because promise 1 can also resolve, promise 2 and 3, all 3 can resolve. Then how will we access the data? So that's interesting. So let me show you how it is done. So these all, any, race are class methods. So you need to use the class promise and call the all. All expects you to pass in an array actually. So you see the documentation clearly tells you the values are in array. So I need to pass in 3 values now because I have 3 promises. Promise 1, promise 2, and promise 3. So I'm expecting 3 of these promises to be dealt with here. Now, I can now attach the then, the catch, and the finally here. Let me just break them to multi-lines. Then we'll take a callback function. Finally, we'll take a callback function. Catch will also take a callback function. So then expects a response to come back. Catch expects an error to come back. Finally, doesn't expect anything. It will be called after everything, the promises are done. So I will change the duration here, guys. Watch. So the first promise will be resolved in 1 second. Second one will be resolved in 2 seconds. The third one will be resolved in 3 seconds. How long do you think all 3 promises will take to resolve, guys? No, it'll only take 3 seconds, right? Because the highest duration required by any promise is just 3 seconds. You will not add all of them together. Yeah, it would be a correct answer if they all are nested inside. Like, if promise 1 is called, then call the promise 2. If the promise 2 is resolved, then call the promise 3. You can actually have a situation like that as well, where you can take 6 seconds. But for now, the maximum duration for any of these promises to resolve is 3 seconds, isn't it? So that's the duration that will take. So I will now expect the console to log this response. What I get here. Now, if I get an error, I log that here. And here, I'll console log. I'll say completed. Let's run this. It'll take 3 seconds. And you see, you get an array back. This array contains these responses in the same order that you had passed them here. See, even if one of them takes a little longer, so let's say, this will take 3 seconds. This will take 1 second. And this will take, let's say, 2 seconds, just to create a flavor. If I run this example, the sequence here, all right. See, promise 1 was logged first, promise 2 was then logged, and then the promise 3. So it's just to tell you that the sequence really didn't matter, isn't it? What really matters is how you have passed them here. So if I passed promise 2 first, then promise 3, and then promise 1, that should be the sequence of the logs. Promise 2, 3, and 1, right? 2, 3, and 1. Just keep this in mind. Let us say, I don't want all of them to be resolved. I want any of them to be resolved. So in this case, the very first one that will be resolved will be used. So I'm not expecting an array to come back. So this time the response will not be an array. It'll be the first promise that gets resolved, which will be the first promise to get resolved. Promise 1 is taking 3 seconds. So this is definitely not the one. Promise 2 is taking just 1 second. So this is the promise that we are getting. Let us say you have separate servers to store the same data. Whichever server gives you a response, you can use it. In that case, you'd use promise.any. Let's go back, relaunch. See, promise 2 was resolved. It did not wait for promise 1 to complete. All promise 1 would also complete, but it did not wait for it, isn't it? Promise 2 was resolved and you got the response. So that is how you'd use any. And when you're working with arrays, either promise can be resolved or rejected. Whichever happens first, you are okay to take that. In that case, you'd use arrays. Let me copy this. Paste it here. Arrays. Save. See, this race here is expecting whichever happens first. So in this case, this is resolving. It'll take it. If this is rejecting, it'll take that as well. Whichever happens first. See, promise 2 was rejected. So I'll make this one true, but I will make this one to take half a millisecond and throw a rejection. We'll take that. So any is expected any promise to resolve. All expects all the promises to resolve. Race expects any of these promises to either resolve or reject. Whichever happens first, it will take it. So what you need to understand or carry home is this. React is meant for front-end development only. It is not meant for backend. Of course, there are some backend libraries that work hand in hand with React. Okay, but just keep in mind that React is meant for front-end development. It's not backend development, not the server-side development as well. Of course, the React CLI will be delivered on the server side, or will be developed on the server side. We will be debugging it on the server side. How do we hook front end to a back end in Spring Boot? Will that be taught? No, I would not be using Spring Boot, Zaiba. I'll be using Node.js. But communicating with Spring Boot is as easy as communicating with Node.js. Okay, as long as your server side gives away some JSON data, you should be able to communicate to it. Of course, if you have enrolled for a full stack workshop, no, you don't have to know Node.js. You don't have, it's like this. I mean, see, you don't have to be a mechanic to drive a car. Okay, so I'll show you how to drive a car. So I'll show you how to use Node.js. We'll be discussing about creating some simple server-side program using Node.js, which can communicate to some server-side resource like MongoDB maybe, or Firebase, and we can complete this assignment. Okay, but I'll give an overview. Similarly, you can also communicate to Spring Boot. I mean, once you learn one of these, communication, the rest all becomes identical. That's what I want to say. And just keep this in mind that you use React to make things progressive. It's not that you plan build every part of your application just with React in one shot. No, you progressively make some small changes, and that's the feature that React is here to deliver, and that's what we will see. So if you are familiar with the MVC architecture, the model view and controller architecture, React delivers the view part of it. A few things that you need to carry always is any DOM manipulation that you have to do can be done with JavaScript as well, but put that to React. Let React do that, because then React is aware of the changes and it will help you keep track of the state that you would want to manage. So if you use JavaScript and not React, then React becomes innocent. I mean, he doesn't know what changes have been implemented. So he'll not be fully capable of helping you. And in React, everything is a component. Now, what is a component? It's a single unit that can manage itself. You can think about it like a brick or a Lego block, if you may. Okay, so you can use several Lego blocks to build whatever you want, isn't it? Or you can use bricks to build anything you really want. So that independent entity, which is capable of being molded to do whatever you want, is a component. And in React, you use a term called composition or composability, where you have several components coming together to become a bigger component. So React, on the other hand, helps us manage the user interface really well. So what React does as an advantage, I mean, what is the takeaway from React? Why should you start using React? Is because React makes things easy to build. It converts things to components so that you can collate many of these components to build whatever you really want. And if you want to update, it becomes easy for you to just change one component at a time and then make a big change in your application. So you can make your application scalable. That's the whole idea. React also supports partial refresh. Say if you want to a small view got updated in your application, let's say a small data got changed, then in a legacy-based web application, the entire application will have to refresh itself to denote that change. But that is not so in React, because React is using something called as a virtual DOM. It just manages to manipulate a small area or a small component, not the entire application. You'll realize that even if a small change happens in one related component, the parent will also refresh. Okay, React is also faster because it is fast in several levels. When I say it is fast, you may probably ask, okay, fast how? Is it because it will be fast in performance, or will it be fast because you can develop it really fast, or if it is scale really fast? What is it? In case of React, all of them is true. React actually is a lot faster compared to its other competitive technologies. I would consider Angular here. Okay, so is React faster than Angular? Yes, in certain cases, but in Angular also you can optimize. In React can also be optimized. So I'm comparing an optimized version of React with an optimized version of Angular here, and that way React is slightly faster because it has the flexibility for you to use plain JavaScript. Okay, and React has smaller learning curve compared to Angular. Angular has a lot of tricks in its hat, so it does a lot of magic behind the scene. React does not do all of that. You should be aware of whatever React is doing, okay, to get React to work for you. And you leverage your existing knowledge of ECMAScript 6 on React. So step 15 is before React.html, and I will actually convert the same example to a React one, so you will understand how React is efficient, how React is capable of doing certain things. So let me create a script block, and this is something that you have done before. So let us go create a virtual DOM, and I would like that virtual DOM to be added to a literal DOM here. So I'll create a element which has a ID called root. You can call this potato if you want, and that would still work for you. Okay, but I used the word root because React calls it or looks for this div with an ID called root. And some of these answers have already been given to you. Why should I use ID? I'm sure some of you asked me, Vijay, if I want to look for an element, if it has a class or an ID or a tag name, which one is faster? I told you, I gave you the answer. ID using the document.getElement by ID would be the fastest way to access. It's fast by a few nanoseconds, that is all. So now let us say I want to create a virtual element. So I'll go create a variable, let elm element, okay, equals what? So document dot create element. We have done this before. I want to create a div. Now, is this element a div tag? Yes, it is, isn't it? So this element elm variable is now a div tag. So this is virtually available. So I can access all the properties of this elm. I can say, what is the inner HTML, inner text? I will say the inner text is welcome to your life. So this virtually created element exists. We can also add attributes to this. I can say elm dot add attribute, or maybe I'll call this as set attribute. Set attribute class, and I want to add this value called box to it. So I've not only accessed the property, but I'm also accessing the attribute for this element now. So if I now go create a style block and look for the box class and assign some width to it, 100 pixel, height 100 pixel, background color so we all can see it, let's make this chocolate, a brown maybe, and color of the text will be beige or bisque, and the text align is center. I'll make this width as 400 pixel and height as, let us say, 150 pixel, because I just realized this text is a little lengthy long compared to 100 pixels. It could have been fixed, but let's say the text align is in the center. Okay, I've already done that. Okay, I wanted to vertically align it. What was the trick, guys? We have done this before. The line height is what we will use. Set it to 150 pixel. And maybe the font family would be sans serif. Whichever sans serif font your device has will be used. Serif means curve. Sans serif means no curve, not a curvy font. So we'll use a font that has geometric shapes. Whichever is that on your machine will be used. So let's run this example. See, we have virtually created this element which can take this class, but can the user see it? No. We can, render this element in front of the user only if there is a real DOM that is existing. So I will go ahead and wait for this document to add an event listener, listen to the DOM content loaded. When that happens, you call this function, which will look for document.getElement by ID root dot, I can say append child. We have done this as well before, ELM. And this ELM element that we have created, the virtual element, will now be attached to the literal element. And now if I run this example, you'll be able to see this there. Welcome to your life. Okay. So we created a virtual element and then we added it to a real or literal element, isn't it? Now, the question is, hey, Vijay, this is all good, but this is plain JavaScript. Where is React here? So what is React helping me do here? Okay. So React actually was created or invented after JavaScript was invented, isn't it? So React does the same thing smarter, lot better, in fact. So let me show you how you can now convert the same example to React. Now, if I want to add React here, we can go to React's website, reactjs.org. And in the website, you click on docs. And then from the docs, you see there are several links here. One of them says add React to HTML page in 1 minute. Frankly, React takes anywhere between 3. So if you want to add React in your application, see, there is a small snippet here. I suggest you can do it. Even now, okay, even till this date, there are companies, Fortune 500 companies, which are creating React applications exactly like this. Because you see, they started working with React about 6-7 years back. And they created this project, or they created a project, and they did not want to do any updates on that. I mean, it's working, the client has paid, and then the account is settled. The project is sailing, right? So they didn't want to make any difference. But now, you will laugh at it. Okay, what have you used? But just keep in mind that now there are many things that we can do. Okay, so now let us copy these 2 pieces of code here. You see on this website, add React to a website.html, that is add -react-2-a-website.html. Quite a mouthful link, isn't it? So you will find these links. Don't bother, you would not be using this for a long time, but I want you to know. Okay, I told you that React is getting updated. 18.2.0 is what I'll be using in this workshop. But when Intellipaat created the content, maybe we were few versions before this. Or there will always be a change, isn't it? I mean, you after a few days, if you come, maybe they will have some small bug fix here and they would release a new version. The content will still remain the same. So now that we have React here, we can start utilizing React. So I'll show you the exact same thing how you can do with React. Now that we have attached React, so there are two files here. You see, the first one is React. The core of React comes here. Then the second library here is to attach the React application to the DOM. Yeah, you can think about it like that. Yes, you can think about it like that, but it does something beyond. Okay. But because you are just starting, you can probably compare to it so that you get familiar. Okay. So moving forward, this React.development.js is the core of React. So it has all the core functionalities that React application should have. And then this one attaches the React application to the DOM. You may say, why, Vijay, they have created two different libraries? See, this React library, the core library, is used by React Native as well, wherein I go create an element and that implicitly gets converted to a device native element. Say if I create a button here, on the web, it will be a button that a browser can understand. But an Android device or an iOS device has its own button APIs. So it'll actually convert it to that. So what they have done is, they have split these to two different parts, wherein you have the core of React, which only is allowed to create components. And the second one can help you attach it to a DOM. See, DOM is what we will be working on. After this training, you can easily convert this application to a React native application. You just need to follow along, and the React idea that you have learned will still be the same. Okay. So if you attend my React Native workshop, I'll show you how you can convert it to a mobile application as well. It's quite a breeze. Now let's move on. In this case, I have to now create a DOM element. How do I do that? I have React to my help. I'll use React. And it has a method called create element. React.create element. See, the document also has a create element. React also has a create element, isn't it? Now this create element can be attached to a variable, React.create element, like so. And this create element, instead of taking just one parameter, the JavaScript only took one parameter, but the React.create element will take multiple parameters. So the first parameter is the name of the tag that you would want to create. The second parameter is the attribute that you would want to set. The third parameter would be any child that you would want to add, or any content that you would want to add. So these three lines can be just accomplished in one line. The first parameter is the tag that you would want to create. So I will say I want to create a div tag. So I'll go create a div like this. The second attribute, the second parameter would be the attributes that you'd want to set. So what is the attribute? We are setting a class here. So I will go say class is what I want to set. Of course, this is a pseudocode, so don't follow this, okay? The third parameter would be the content that you would want to add. So you would put this content. Easy. So the React.create element will take three parameters. The first parameter is the element that you would want to create. The second parameter is the attribute that you want to set. The third parameter is the content that you want to set. Of course, React does it slightly different. It takes values in a different way. These attributes can be just one, but can be many attributes as well. So what React does is it allows us to pass in an object. And on this object, we can pass in the attribute. Say, for example, class is what I want to pass. And the value for this class is box. Okay, but you should know that this React here is actually running some JavaScript behind the scene, and in that case, class becomes a reserved keyword. You cannot use the word class, isn't it? So what they do is use something called as class name instead. So they use class name instead. All right. So I'll use a attribute called class name, and the value for that would be box. Div is what I want to create, and I want to set the text as welcome to your life. Now with this, my virtual element is ready. Here in plain JavaScript, I took 3 lines to accomplish the same. Here in React, I could do that in just 1 line, isn't it? Okay, so we have another 4 more minutes. We should be able to complete this exercise, and we should be able to continue from React in the next one.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So MongoDB is an open source document-oriented database that is made to hold a lot of data and provide you with a lot of flexibility when working with it. It falls within the NoSQL database category because MongoDB does not store or retrieve data in the form of tables.
There's a function called find, which we can use to find the documents. But sometimes we have seen a simple example. We're using 2 functions. For find, we have seen there are 2 functions. First, we can use db.collection.find. Second, db.collection.find1. This find function, db.collection.find, this find function takes an object as an argument where we can write a condition. So when you don't write anything, it is equal to select star from table, means I want to see all the records. But we also want to write some advanced queries, and there we're going to use some operators. So MongoDB provides us with the various operators to write some logical, or you can say some advanced queries. So first we're going to learn about the logical operators. Logical operators, where we have AND operator. First is the AND, then we have NOT, then we have NOR, then we have OR. Now, if you remember, in SQL also we have something called AND OR. These are the operators we can use to perform some advanced queries. Suppose I want to find out the document, find out the record based on some condition. Either we can do it in this way. Suppose if I want to write here, I can write here db.collection.find, and in this we can add a filter. Filter is going to be another object where we can pass the field name, and then we can pass the value. So it is going to be, like, say for example, select star from table, where we can say, let's say ID is equal to 1. So we're going to write it like this, filter, it's going to be ID 1. So that's going to make the query select star from table where the ID is 1. But we also want to make some operators to write some other conditions. In that case, we can use this operators. So first we have the AND operator. AND operator used to join the query clause where the logical and return all the documents that matches the condition of both the clauses. So AND operator is used to join, it joins the query clauses with logical and returns all the documents that match the condition of both sides or both clause. Suppose we want to write a query, say find the document in the collection where ID is 1 and name is this. Means it has to match both the condition. If both the condition get matched, only then you get the result. Otherwise, you didn't get any result. And means both sides should be written true. Not invert the effect of a query expression and return all documents that do not matches the query expression. Right? Third is NOR. NOR means join the query clauses with logical NOR and which return all the documents that fail to match both the clauses. So join the query clauses with a logical NOR and returns all the documents that fail to match both clauses. And finally, we have the OR. OR means it will going to return all the document that match either clause. So we have put two conditions and it's going to return all the document which match with any one of the condition. So join the query clause with a logical OR and return all documents that matches the condition of either clauses. Right? Let's check in some examples. So first of all, let me open my command line. Let me connect with my MongoDB. So we can write here Mongo. We can connect with the Mongo shell. Let me check what is the database we have. So I can use this demo. Then we can use the collections, see the collection list by using the show collections. I have employees. Let me drop this employees as of now. So we can use db.employees.drop. I don't have any collection right now. So let's create a new collection and we'll insert some documents. So let's say users.insert. And we can pass here an object which consists of name, going to be Mark. Then we can have the age as 30, status as true, right? Let's insert a couple of more documents. This is going to be Mark. Let's insert one more. That's going to be Paul. Age is 32, status is true. Then we have, this is going to be John. Age is 28, status is true. This is going to be, let's say, Watson, age is 25, status is true. And one more, this is going to be Albert, age is 21, status is false this time. Right? What we did, we insert 5 documents as of now into my collection users. So we can use this db.users. I can write here db.users, db.users.find. And as of now, if I say find, or we can write like this also, empty object. Since we do not want to add any filter, so either you pass an empty object or don't pass anything, the result going to be same. So we can able to see we get 5 documents. Now I want to find the document based on a condition, right? So maybe I can write here db.users.find, and in this we're going to pass an object where you can pass where the status is true. Out of the 5 documents, 4 having a status as true. Yeah, user is a collection. We create a user as a collection. While inserting, when I say users, automatically collection get created. So we don't have to call the function create collection. We discussed initially there are two ways we can create a collection. One, explicitly create a collection first, or at the time of inserting a document, the collection get created. So now you can see we get all the 4 documents, right? Or we can write here false. So that's going to give me, this is single, like a where clause. We're writing a condition like select star from users where status is equal to true or status is equal to false. So you get the document as expected. That's a simple, straightforward. I want to add a condition where I want to check all the user where the name is Mark and the status is true. So we have to use the AND operator for this. AND operator join the query clauses with a logical and return all the documents that match with the condition of both the clauses. So in this case, it is simple and straightforward. There are 2 ways we can able to use the AND operator. Either we can directly just put a comma and add on conditions, or we can AND operator explicitly. Suppose I can write like this. So first of all, so we can write db dot users dot find, right? And then in this we have to pass an object. Find will take an object. Everything in MongoDB is an object. So we always object represented by the curly braces. Within the curly braces, we have to use the operator called AND. So use AND operator. All the operators we have to use using the dollar symbol and then it will take an array where we have to put a 2 condition. This is the first condition and this is the second condition. First condition we can write the name is going to be Mark, and then status is equal to me. So what we did, and will take an array as a parameter where we have to pass 2 conditions. This is the first condition when I want to check with the name as should be Mark and status should be 2. That's the second stage. Put it separate by comma. Copy this and try to run this here. Sorry, Mark we have to put in a double quotes. And you can see we get the result as expected. In the case of AND, we only going to get the documents when it match with both the clauses, which means if I write here, let's say false, instead of true, if I say false, you will not have any document where the name is Mark and the status is false. So that will not going to return anything. We don't get anything. But if I change this AND to OR, you get 2 documents. All the documents which match with the first condition and all the documents which match with the second condition. That's the difference between and OR. So this is going to be the AND. And this is going to be OR. Right? So this is going to be the first, we can see this is the first condition. So now using the AND operator, right? I'm going to put here a square bracket, means it takes an array. Array means it has multiple conditions. First condition, we are just checking with the name, and second checking with the status. So, and then you can see in the case of AND, we get 2 documents or 1 single document as a result. This is going to be the result what we received from this. And in the second example, we get two documents because first document match with the first condition, which the name is Mark, and second status is false. Now suppose if I write the same query, but this time I'm going to pass here status as true. Tell me how many documents we're going to see. What would be the expected output from this query now? Where I'm putting a name as Mark, I'm using an OR operator. Name as Mark, status is true. Yes, very good. 4 documents. Because it will going to give you all the documents where the name is Mark, also give you all the documents which match with the second condition, that's going to be status is true. That's the difference between and OR. Right? In this case, we're going to get the 4 documents. The next is not. Right? Mostly we use and or, but sometimes we want to use not also. So not invert the effect of the query expression and return the document that do not match with the query. Nor not are being rarely used. We'll see this example going forward, but before that, and or are the mostly used. Right? After this, logical operators. There's something called comparison operator. Comparison operator. In the comparison operator, there are 6 kinds of operators. First, we have $EQ. Then we have $NE, $GT, $LT, $GTE, and $LTE. Now they're not difficult to remember, right? You can simply say EQ stands for equals to. It is mean equal to. NE stands for not equals to, not equal. GT stands for greater than, greater than, greater than. LT stands for less than, less than. GT stands for greater than, and equals, equals to. LT stands for less than, equals to. Right? Gaurav, as I said, you can mix the operators. Instead of putting a condition here, you can use another condition which is going to be the and or. Right? Do not expect everything to be done. You can try something your side also. If you find some difficulty, let me know. But give it a try first. Okay? Just replace the statement with the another statement which include the and or. Okay? There are 6 operators we usually use. First is equals to. Suppose I want to do it will return true if the values are equivalent. NE stand for not equal, means return true if the value are not equivalent. Greater than GT, return true if the first value is greater than and the second one from the second one. Similarly, less than, then greater than equals to, or less than equals to. Let me give you examples. If you look at the documents that we have right now, db.users.find. I have 5 documents right now. In all the documents, you can see we have something called age, right? I want to find out the documents or find out all the users where the age is, let's say 30. So we can write here db.users.find, and then we can write a condition. So I can write a condition to find all the documents where the age is equals to 30. One way can be, you can simply write like this also. Suppose I can write here age, and then this is going to be 30. You get the result as expected. This is one way of doing it. Second way, you can write here. We can write here age, right? That is a field name first. Inside this, we can pass an object, and the object consists of $EQ, and then we can give the value. Suppose I want to the equal to 30, so you can say 30. So that's going to give you all the documents which match with the age 30. Now the only difference is, in this case, we can also find the documents using an expression. Means instead of equality, we can also use for not equals to. So I can use an operator called not equals to, which means it will going to give you all the operators which does not match with the sorry, any does not match with 30. Means all the other 4 documents you will see except 30. 32, 28, 25, and 21. Or you can say where the age should be greater than GT 30, means you get only one document 32. Or if you want to include 30 also, then greater than and equals to 30. Similarly, we can write here less than, LT, less than. So we get all the documents where the age is less than 30, 28, 25, 21. Or you can say LTE, which is going to give you less than equals to 30. So you can say including 30, you get all the 4 documents. So this is called comparison operator, where we can write the condition, write the query depending upon the write an expression. So EQ is similar. I mean, suppose you can say I want to find out, say db.users dot find. EQ is equals to. So we can write here, suppose age $EQ equals to value as 30. So that's going to give you, this is for equality. So get that will going to give you all the document which match with the condition, means the where the age is 30. I mean, both way we can do it. There are every time you will find there are multiple way we can do write a problem solution to a same problem in different ways. So we have the option we can do it in this way also, or we can use with the directly also. Okay, next is element operators. Sometimes we also have to work with the arrays. So for that we have something called element operators. Now to work with the arrays, we can use here element operator. Right? Element operator, there are two main operators, not array. First, first of all, the element operator means they are used to find the document based on a field type or its existence. So there are two main operators we can use. The list of operators are huge, but we'll try to cover those which we mostly use in our day-to-day life. First, we have $exist. Second, we have type. Now, it will the $exist operator matches the documents that have the specified field. Type operator, because since MongoDB gives us the flexibility in the schema, we can also have a document which may be having some stored a field in a different type. Maybe some same field has a value in the string, or same field has a value as an integer in some of the documents. In that case, if we want to check or we want to find the documents based on the type of the field, then we can use type operator. So that will use to select the document if a field is of the specified type. Let's take an example. Suppose I'm going to create here, let's say, a collection. We have this users collection. Let me drop this first, db.users.drop. Let me clear this. Now db.users.insert, and let's insert a document where we have a name as Mark. Then we can have, let's say, phone number, or let's say we can say we have the phone field which stores some phone number, and have a status field as true. Let me insert a couple of more documents. This is Mark, Paul, phone number is something else. Then we have John, and John does not have the phone number field. Right? Now if you see db.users.find, these are three documents I have in my users collection. Right? I want to find out all the document which has the phone field or which does not have the phone field. So suppose if I want to find a document which does not have the phone field, I can write like this: db.users.find, and then we can write here. Phone is null. That's going to give you the list of all the document which does not have the phone field. So phone null means which does not have the phone field, automatically return the null. So you can see only the last document you receive the last document only. But suppose if I want to find out the documents which has the phone field, irrespective to the value what we have. If we write here, let's say phone, and we can give the value, only going to give me a specific document. But my requirement is I want to find out the documents which contain or which have the phone field. Then we're going to use the exist operator. Means we want to check a specific field existence in the document or not in the entire collection. So we can write here db dot users dot find, and then we can write here phone, the field name, and then we have to pass an object which consists of the $exist operator exist, and then we have to give value true or false. If I say true, that means that value, this field must exist in all the documents irrespective of the value we have. Now you can see we get all the 2 documents which contain the phone field. If I change this to false, I can see only the one single document does not have the phone field. So this is going to be the recommended operator you can use if you want to check the existence of any field in the document or not in the entire collection. Is it clear to everyone? Let me repeat once again. What we did, I have the collection, there are 3 documents we have. So we have 3 documents in my users collection. Since MongoDB having a flexible schema, every document can be different from the others. My requirement is I want to find out all the documents which contain the phone field. So I can use this exist operator. If I write it false, that give me a list of all the documents which does not have the phone field. Or if I say true, that's going to give me all the documents which contain the phone field without checking the value. I'm just want to see the phone field should be the part of the document. That's it. Right. So this is going to be very interesting operator called exist. The name suggests exist. Find all the users where phone field exists. That's it. Okay. Next is type. As I said, MongoDB gives you the flexibility to have a different documents from each other. Sometimes we might accepted the value as a string. Sometimes we accepted a value as a string. Field is same, but the value type is different. So I want to find out the documents based on the field type also. Then we can use a type operator. So type operator used to find a document based on the type of the field. Right? That let's consider a simple example. Consider you have a user collection where user information, where we have user information, and you have to find all the users where the phone field is a type string. If you look at right now, let me clear this first. And if I see right now, we have 3 documents. Out of these 3 documents, there are 2 documents which contain the phone field as a number. If it is not wrapped with a double quotes, means it is a number. If it is double quotes, then this is a string. I can insert one more document. Let's say db dot users dot insert, and we can add the name as Watson, and then we can have a phone field, and then it's going to have the same value, but the number is of type string type because we use double quotes now. It's a string. It is not a string. It's a number. Understand this very carefully. We have a same value, 9999 for Watson, 9999 for Mark. The difference is in the case of Mark document, the phone number stored as a number, but here this phone number stored as a string because we use double quotes here. Right? Now, if you see again, find. Just simply write db.collection and then write find without any condition. That gives you a list of all the documents. So that's going to give you the entire, all the list of documents. There's no metadata as such, right? Because as I said, it is a schema-less. There's no schema as such. And usually we're going to interact with the application using an application. Some not directly going to interact with a shell. So we're always going to have the application which will be responsible to interact with your database. Okay, now coming back to the type operator. You can see right now this mark has being a phone number, 9999 as a number, but this is as a string. I want to find out all the documents. Suppose if I write db dot users dot find, and then we can write here, if I say phone number 9999, now tell me which document you will get. Watson, right? Last one, correct. Because you put this in double quotes. If I remove the double quotes, it will going to give me the mark, correct? This is going to give me the mark. Because now the MongoDB can differentiate. If you putting the value in double quotes, it will try to compare all the documents where the name, this number is stored as a string. So you can able to get the result accordingly. But irrespective of the value, I just want to find out all the document which has the name or the phone number as a string or as a number. So there we're going to use a type operator. So we can use here db dot users dot find, and then we can write here phone using a curly braces. Now we have to write using a type operator. So write dollar type colon, and if I write a string, it will going to give me all the phone numbers, all the document where the phone number stored as a string. As of now, out of this 4 documents, we only have 1 document, and you can get the last one, Watson. But if I just write a number, you can see we get both the documents. Irrespective of their value, I'm checking based on that value type. So we get a type operator for this. That's your type operator. Suppose if I write here db dot users dot find status. Now if I write here type as string, right? You will oh, just a second, I forgot this double quotes here. You will not see any document here because this string, the status is not a string, it is a Boolean value. So you have to use Boolean. Wait a minute, I just misspelled this. Wait a minute. You have to make sure that all the JavaScript, if you have to check all the JavaScript types you can use here. Double O. Wait a minute. Private bool. Yeah. You can use bool. You can see we get all the 3 documents where we have the status as Boolean value. Right? Just make sure all the types of it is Mongo shell or the this MongoDB using all the JavaScript data types. Suppose you can say you should not use int for numeric value, use number. And if you don't want to return the result, don't want to return the document, just want to see how many documents are there, just add on the top of it count function. That's going to give the number 3. Count is a function. Vivek, you can use count function also if you want. Instead of returning the documents, if you want to see, want to check the number of documents, just add count because this find return the cursor. And on cursor, we can use this count function. Okay, next is there are some array operators are also available. Suppose if you want to interact with the documents which having a value stored as an array. So there are several array operators are also. Out of these 3 are very important operators. The first one is going to be all. Operator name is all. Second we have is element match, called element match, which is used for the some kind of a condition. and third is going to be size. Now, what is the use of all? It matches array that contain all the element specified in the query. It should be exactly the same. Want to check all the values should be the part of the query of the array. So matches the array that contain all element specified in the query. Second is the LM match, which is used to where we can have a select. It select LM match using a condition, means select the documents, select documents of element of the element in the array field, which matches all specified condition. Matches all specified LM match condition. Our operator LM match conditions. And the third is size, used to select the document if the array field is a specific size or not. Specified size or not. Irrespective of the field, irrespective of the value, it's just going to check the number of elements should be same. So size of the array should be same. Suppose we have 3 elements, it should contain 3 elements. Does not matter what the value you have in that array, but it should count the number of, to compare the number of elements in the array. Okay, let's take an example. So let me clear this first. So I want to create a new collection, say db.results.insert. And this is my new collection by the name called result. As I said, there are 2 ways we can create a collection. Either you could call the method create collection explicitly, but there's no need, because while inserting the first document, if when I write specify the name of the collection, if the collection does not exist, it create a collection. So I want to get a new collection by the name called results, which contain the data, which contain a document where we have a name as A, and then we can have the scores. And the score is going to be an array. How to define an array? Using a square bracket. We use double quote for a string. Object use curly braces. But for array, we can use square bracket. Now there we can mention suppose 50, 45, 60. I insert first document which contain 2 field, name and score. Name is A, score is an array which contain 3 elements. Similarly, I want to insert one more document. This is going to be, let's say, B. It has the values which is going to be, let's say 80. Just random values 80, 88, 90, right? And then we can insert. Let's add one more. That's going to be C. And that's contain 95, 98, and 99, right? Now let me check db results dot find. So there are 3 documents. Sometimes you can say this is a little complicated. I can't able to understand this is an array or type. So we can use a function called pretty. Pretty is a function we can use to format the document or display them in a prettier format like this. So now it's clearly mentioned this is going to be a kind of an array with 3 elements. So just append this pretty in the end. It is just used to return the format your response. Okay. Now consider consider you have a result collection which contain the score as an array. Now we have to find all the documents where the score should be greater than and less than let's say between 80 to 90. Right. So right now we can say the first score, the document which has the name as A, does not have any score which is in the 80s plus. Only these 2 will satisfy the condition. I want to find all the documents where the score should range between, let's say, 80 to 90. You can say these are the 2 documents which match with the condition. as of now, there are 3 documents I can able to see directly. But if you're having a millions of documents, I want to find out. In that case, I want to find out based on the range. And this element is not a single array, it's an array. So in that case, we can use the lm match operator. So how are we going to write the lm match operator? We can write here dv dot results, right, dot find, and then we can write here scores. That's the field name. Then we can use here an operator. Which operator? lm match, element match, lm match, and then we can write here a condition. This will take a condition. I want to write, let's say, and condition. Now we can write here $GTE means greater than equals to. Now you can see I'm mixing 2 operators here. First, I'm using the lm match operator, and then we are writing the greater than equals to operator. It should be greater than equals to 80. And for and, we can also use and operator or just put a comma also. Both are fine, but not for the or. Only in the case of and, this is the exception. GTE 80, my first condition. Second is going to be less than equals to 90. Because less than equals to 90 means that we're going to give me all the records where the scores is range between 80 to 90. Makes sense or not? All of you understood this query? So consider you have a result collection which contains the score as an array, and we want to find all the document where the score should be greater than equals to 80 and less than equals to 90. So if you see, in this case, this does not fall in my condition. It has 80, so that will be fine. And this is going to be 90. This is also not going to come. So let me write here. It should be, let's say, 95. You get 2 documents now. Second and third. Let's see. We get 2 documents based on the condition. Suppose if I write here 90, you will see only 1 because we don't have any value between the range in the first document, not in the third document. So that's going to give you only 1 first document. Suppose if I write here 50, and then we can write here 95, you get all the 3 documents. Then how are we going to find this? How are we going to write the query? This is the reason that why we have these operators. If you want to do some kind of want to write a query for the array type. This is the array. I want to find out documents based on the elements we have in the array. That's why element match. You try to match with each and every element that you have in the array. Because this is just a simple value, but you can write it more complicated expression also using the lm match, right? lm match is not only used for this integer value. You can also write some expressions. So we can write multiple expressions also, which can contain integer or other values also, right? So this is how we can able to use the lm match operator. Okay. Next we have the all. Means matches the array that contain all the elements specified in the query. Now this is going to be exact match, which means it should match exactly. Let's do one thing, create one more collection. So I'm going to clear this. Let's create a new collection called temp, a temporary collection. Insert just a name. You can give any name where we can use something called, let's say, tags. A use case can be building an e-commerce app where we're going to, or maybe building a blog website where I am going to insert writing the post. And sometimes you see post contains some tags that we can use to find. So in that case, I want to find out all the post which has these tags. So suppose I can have the field called tag, which contains some values. It's going to be, let's say, A. This is going to be B. That's going to be C, right? And this is fine. Let's insert this. Let's insert one more. That's going to be tag, which contain of B, C, and that's going to be D. And this is going to be, suppose I can write here, this is going to be E, F, and G. I inserted 3 documents. So if I say dv dot temp dot find. These are 3 documents we have inserted. Every document contains a field called tags, and tags is an array which contains some names A, B, C, B, C, D, or E, F, G. Now suppose I want to write using the all operator. So all operator is equal to the AND operator, which means find all the document in which we have, let's say, tag A, we have the tag A or B. Or you can say B or C. So you can say B or C is there in the first document also and second document also. So that we're going to give you both the documents. In this case, it will return only. Temp is just a collection name. You can give any name. It is just a collection name. Nothing that we have some reserved keyword as a temp. It's just a collection name. So when you're doing these demonstrations, how can you be more creative to get a lot of names? So you can use any random name for practice. So if I write here show collections, you have 3 collections: results, temp, and the users. Okay. Now let's see. So we can say db.temp.find, and then we can write here that's going to be tags, and then we can use here all operator. Suppose if I write here tags, right, and I just want to write here A, how many tokens we want to get in this case? Only one. Suppose if I write here B, we get only 2. Suppose if I write tag B, or we can say this is the first condition, second is going to be tags, and this is going to be, let's say, A. You get AB, right? Or we can write here, let's say this is going to be, and that's going to be C. So this is equivalent to your AND. One way of writing this is going to be just put a comma and can have multiple condition. Other you can write here, suppose I can write here, I can pass an object where we can say $and then we can pass an array in which we can pass 2 conditions, first and second. First is tags, and then we can pass here the value is going to be B, and then you can have tags which is going to be having the value as C. So this is a short syntax. So either you can write here like this, you can write like this. So this is a shortcut for your AND operator. So this entire statement or query, you can write like this also. One and same thing like this. So no need of writing this AND operator explicitly. Both will going to give the same output. Only this is the exception in the case of AND operator. For OR, we always have to use the OR. But in the case of AND, no need to write this AND operator, then put a square bracket, then write 2 different conditions. Just put a comma, pass one single object with multiple conditions separate by comma. Correct? So now we can see that 2 ways we can write the same query. Third, you can using the all operator also. Using the all operator. So what we can do, we can write here db.temp.find, and then we can write here, this is going to be tags, this is going to be tags, and then we can write here $all, and then we can write here square bracket and just try to give the values. So we can say B and C. That's it. So this is also equivalent to your AND operator. You get 2 documents where we have B and C. Suppose if I just write here C and B and A, you only get 1, which we have AB. So it works similar to the AND operator, not the OR. It should try to compare and give you all the document which match with both the conditions, which has both the values in the array. So don't be offended if you see that there is why we are doing this, because they can be done with another way also, because this MongoDB has evolved a lot. Some APIs are using from the older version, some are using from the newer version. So you will find the same query can be written different way. And you can find this is something which is there across multiple technologies. Nobody say you that this is the right, this is the wrong. You can find the solution with different ways, right? So either we can use the simple AND operator or we can use the OR operator also when we are dealing with the array type data. So these array operators, we mostly going to work when we have a data type as an array, right? Now, third is the size, and this is also very interesting. And I give you a practical use case also. First of all, let me give an example for this first. So if you look at right now, we have a collection by the name called result, right? So we can say db dot results dot find. Okay. So we have 3 documents right now in my collection. Let me insert a couple of more. So db dot results dot insert, and then this is going to contain the name as X, which contain scores, and I'm going to have the array which contain, let's say, 2 values. Another one is going to be X, Y. This contain 30, 40, 4 values. Then we have one more that's going to be Z, which contain 2 values. Okay, now if you see, I have a document collection called result, on which we have the documents which contain 2 field name and score. Score is of array type, and we have different sizes of the array. First contain 3 elements, second contain 3, third contain 3, fourth contain 2, then 4, then 2. That means there are different number of elements we have in the array. Correct? There we use a size operator. Size operator matches any array with the number of elements specified by the argument. Means I want to find out how many documents are there which has the 4 elements in the score array, 3 elements in the score array. Suppose I can write here db dot results dot find, and then we can write here scores, and then scores, and then we can write here dollar size, and then we can give a number, let's say 3. So we will get 3 documents which contain 3 elements in the array. Or I can write here, let's say 2, you get only 2. Or we can say 4, we get 1. So irrespective of the value, I'm just trying to check how many elements we have in the array. Based on that, I want to size of the array, I want to find the documents. One of the practical use case can be, I was working on a project. That time we having the hotels collection. Now every hotels provide several amenities. Some provide 3, 4, 5, 6 like this. So I want to write a query where I want to say, I want to find out all the properties where we have at least 10 amenities. Doesn't matter what the amenities they provide, but they should have 10 amenities. It can be, let's say, Wi-Fi, pool access, atrium facing. So these are the different amenities provided different properties. So I want to write a query in such a way user can able to select how many amenities you are looking for to choose the property. So there we can simply just check the amenities number, and then based on that we can find the documents. So this is again very useful operator size. Okay, there are a few more array operators we can use. For example, some more array operators. And these are very common. You might have heard about this. You might have used in your JavaScript programs also. Push, pull, pop, right? So we have this something called push. Then we have pop. Then we have pull. Then we have pull all. Then we have add to set, add to set. So push, as name suggests, append an element into the end at the end of the array. So this is used to add an element, append an element to the end of the array. End of the array. Pop is used to remove one element from the end of the array. End of the array. Pull remove all elements. Remove all elements in the array that matches or match a specified value. Match a specified value. Similarly, we have pull all. Remove all the elements in the array that match any specific value. Append, add to set used to append. We have this append an element to the array if not present, if not already present. So if you look at the official documentation, there are so many operators are there. Some of the operators we have discussed, and some few we will discuss. Let's say push and pop. This is something which we can use to add the element or remove the element from the array. For example, suppose I can say db, okay, let me create a new collection, say db dot, this time we'll take a, let's say, different collection, students. First, let me clear this. db dot students, db dot students dot insert, and let's have a field called name with a value as, let's say, a, and then we can have the scores, and that's going to have some random value 20, let's say 45, 65, 80. Let's insert one more, that's going to be, let's say, b, and we can have some different values. This is going to be 30, 35, 40, 45. So now if I say db dot students dot find, you can see we get this two documents. Suppose I want to insert a new element into the array. Right, in the first document where the name is a, I want to add a new value, a new element into this scores array. So we can use push. So we can write here, this time we're going to perform the update. So db dot students dot update 1. I want to perform the update 1. So this will take two condition, two parameters. First is going to be the filter. Second is going to be the push operator. First, we can write here, find the document based on the name is a. Second, we can use here $push, and then we can write here push into scores, and then we can add a value is going to be, let's say, 90. So as of now, there are 4 elements, 20, 45, 65, 80. If we're going to add one more element into the existing array, that's going to be 90. Match count 1, modify count 1. If we find again, you can see we get this 90. Okay, now tell me, suppose if I say a, this is going to be, let's say, a. And now if I write here something else, this is going to be, let's say, tag. Now we don't have any field by the name called tag. Then what will happen to this existing document? Does it going to create a new field, or let's see, match count 1, modify count 1. If you check this find, it's going to add a new field tag, and you can say by default going to be of type array, right? Because we already discussed update 1 will going to update, right? Like a set operator or unset operator we use to either add or remove the field from the existing document. Similarly, in this case, it will perform the update because there's no schema as such. So it will going to consider that we might want to create a new field by the name called tag, which is of array type and with the value 90. So that we're going to add a new field by the name called tag with the value 90 as an array. Okay. Let's take one more example. Suppose I'm going to insert a new document, insert db dot students, right, dot insert, right, and then we can insert a new document where the name is going to be C, and this is going to be, let's say, scores, and let's add a score as a simple value 10. If you look at the find, the score is as an array in this above two documents, but here it is as an field. Now see something very interesting. Suppose this time I want to add here, this is going to be B. I'm using a, sorry, this is going to be C, and that's going to be score. Understand the problem statement. What exactly we want? We want to modify the document where the ID name is C. I want to, using a push operator, to add a new element into the scores, but score is just in a simple value. It's not an array. Then what will happen? Now tell me, does it going to give me any error or convert the score into an array? Override. Okay. You can see we get the error. The field score must be array, but it is a number. It doesn't mean that MongoDB is very flexible, where you do whatever you want, never going to give you the error. That's going to give you the error. Because push is something we can use only on the array type data. If you don't have it, automatically if you observe, it creates a field by default as an array, not a simple value. But this time, since this is not an array type, so it's going to give you the error. The field score must be an array, but it is type double. So now if you see, find does not make any change at all. So don't think that MongoDB will accept whatever you do. If you do some silly mistakes, you will get errors also. Because only on the array you can use push and pull. So make sure either we have the existing field should be of array type, or you can create a new field, but that will be also going to be array type from the very first day. But if you're having a simple that cannot be converted into an array type, because that might going to be loss of the data. And that's reason this kind of action is prohibited. Right? So this is how we can able to use the push operator. Okay, we'll take one more example. Let's take the example of pull. Same, let's say same collection. Let me clear everything. Let's say find, and now pull operator we can use if you want to remove any value from the, if you want to remove the element from the array. Now consider you have a student collection with the score information, and we want to remove a new score into the from the existing array. Suppose I can say this 90 which we have added. Okay, let me do one thing. Let me drop this first document. So, or let me drop the entire collection. Okay. Why we get this false? Because I misspelled the name of the collection. No, it's removing the element from the array, not going to remove the field or not going to remove the document. Pull is used to remove the element from the array. We are dealing with the array operators. That means our intention is to perform some operation on the array type data. So db.students.drop. This time we can see we get true. Let's see, db.students.insert. Let's say name a scores that contains some value 20, 45, 65, 50. So I can use here students dot update one. Then we can use here first is going to be the condition to find the document based on a condition. Second, if I want to update, suppose I can add here push first and want to insert a new element into the array. So we can say push operator scores, that's going to be 100. That will update my existing document. Now we can see we get 100. I want to delete or remove the last element from the array. So I can use, instead of this, we can use a pull. So I can write here pull. So it was a pull 100. That remove the last element. Now we can see we get 80. Suppose if I want to remove, let's say 20. Or if I count 1, it remove 20. So if you want to perform any operation on your array type, then these two are the very popular operators, push and pull. It can be of any type, it doesn't matter. Suppose I can insert a new document, insert, I can enter here. This is going to be X. This is going to be B. Since MongoDB is schema, that is the beauty of the MongoDB. You can able to have an array which contain numbers also and can contain the string also. But when you want to remove or delete, you just have to make sure, suppose if I want to use a pull, I have to give the same value. If it is X, it will just remove the X. Data will be decided by putting the value either double quotes, single quotes. You can see it remove it. Now if you see X has been removed. Other two operators that we usually use is the set and unset that we already have seen, but let me revisit one again. Set is an operator we can use to set the value of the existing field, or add a new field. Similarly, we have unset, which is used to update or to remove the field from the existing document. Right? So now if you see, let me go back here. So there's no as such direct operator is available that you can only remove the distinct, or you can say the duplicate values. That is something you have to write your own logic for that. Or maybe you have to check the documentation if there any new operator has been introduced. Okay. But see, I'll tell you one more thing. Since right now we are interacting with the MongoDB directly, but more majorly we're going to interact with the MongoDB, our database with an application. So the logic will go in the application. So you have to write the logical thing in the application, and from there we can interact, right? But in the when we're trying to do something with the database directly, then we have to see what are the features provided by the database. But when we're writing the logic from the application, we have all the flexibility to write the logic and then we can execute this. Maybe we can have to write multiple queries. First, we need to find out duplicate values and then use that value to perform another operation. But there might or may not be any direct operator for this. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Collections. So let's say db.employees, our favorite collection, insert, and let's add here some name is going to be A. Then we can have the email address. That's going to be A, B, C, or A @gmail.com. If you see db.employees.find, you can see we have one single document. I can use the db.employees.update one. Since we have only one single document, I want to perform update only on one. You have to first find using the name A, and then we have to use the set operator. If you wish to change the value of any existing field, suppose email, I want to change the value. I want to make it abc@gmail.com. That we want to update, modify the existing value. So db.employees.find, the value get modified to abc. Similarly, suppose if we want to add another field, if I try to modify the field which does not exist, set operator can also be used to add a new field. Now, if you see, we get a new field, email to an email. Similarly, we can use unset to remove, unset or remove the field from the existing document. So we can see now we can able to remove the field also. These are the operators we can use for the updates with the updates. Right? Similarly, there are few more operators. Last one, we're not going to in much detail, but few more operators. Just want to give you the quick overview. First, we can use the inc, means increment. Minimum. You can also use maximum. We have some update operators. We want to rename any of the field, and we can rename also. So these are some of the another operator we can use. Current date also is another operator we can use, which going to give the current date and time, right? To rename the field, we can use a rename operator. We can use maximum to update the field with a specific value. If the specific value is greater than to the current value, minimum. Inc means increment. I'll give you another good example for this. Suppose we can write here. I'm going to have a collection. So let me say db dot drop entire database. Now we can say db dot users dot insert. Let insert a new document where the name is going to be A, and then we can have the age as 30 and status is going to be true. This is going to be B, and the age is, let's say, 35. This is C, and that's going to be 40. Correct? So db dot users dot find. We got these 3 documents which has the name ABC, age 35, 30, 45, 40, status all are true. I want to perform the update or want to modify or increment the age of every user by 5. Now this is something we cannot able to do directly. Suppose we have 1 million documents. I want to perform update on all the documents. And in this, I want to make sure, want to increase the age of every user by 5. Might be there's some mistake happen while inserting a document. We want to update, modify. But logically or some kind of a calculatively, we want to increase, apply the update. So in that case, we can say, take a use case. Consider you have the users collection with user information, and you have to increment all the active users age by 5 years. So maybe status, you can take one condition to make sure that they are active. And then age we can use, which I want to increment by 5. Means 30 become 35, 35 become 40, 40 become 45. Then we can use the inc operator, means increment operator. So we can write here something, let's say db dot users dot update many, and then we can write here first condition is going to be to get the users based on status, which is going to be true. Second, we can pass a condition. We can pass the condition which is going to be inc operator, means increment. What we want to increment? We want to increment the age by what? By 5. So then you can enter, and you can say 3 match count, 3 modified. If you see find, 30 become 35, 40, 35 become 40, 40 become 45. That's how we can able to take the help of increment operator.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys, and the question is, in which language Node.js is written? And your options are JavaScript, C, C++, or CoffeeScript. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
So let us begin by taking a look at full stack developer beginner interview questions. First, what is the use of a namespace in web development? A namespace is a single global object that contains methods, properties, and other objects. It adds ease of use via modularity, thereby providing users with the ability to reuse the code and avoid naming concepts. Second question, what are the latest trends in full stack development? Candidates interested in full stack development should be aware of the following trends according to industry experts. Increased use of frameworks and libraries such as React.js and Vue.js, as well as progressive apps, real-time web apps, and mobile web development. JavaScript enhancements are beneficial to programmers. Finally, the development of a more compatible extension. Third question, is it possible to reduce the load time of a web application? Using image optimization, keep JavaScript and CSS in external files, reducing redirects, load CSS and JavaScript files asynchronously can reduce the load time of a web page. Let's move to the fourth question. What is the use of CORS? CORS is an acronym that stands for Cross-Origin Resource Sharing. It is a mechanism that allows multiple resources to be requested at the same time from a domain other than the current request domain. Fifth question, explain pair programming. Pair programming is the practice of having two programmers share a single workstation. Formally, the code is written by one programmer, known as the driver, at the keyboard. The other programmer is the navigator, who looks over each line of code, spell checks it, and proofreads it. In addition, programmers will switch roles every few minutes and vice versa. Sixth question, what is long polling? Long polling is a web development pattern that is used to improve data push from the server to the client. The client requests information from the server using a long polling pattern. Instead of sending an empty resource, if the server does not have any information about the client, the server holds the request and waits for some information to become available. Let's move on to the seventh question. How is GraphQL different from REST? The primary distinction between REST and GraphQL is that GraphQL does not work with dedicated resources. Instead, everything is viewed as a graph which is connected and can be queried to meet the needs of the app. Eighth question, what is a RESTful API? REST stands for Representational State Transfer. It is a compositional style used to create web services. It accesses and uses the information via HTTP solicitations. We can create, update, read, and delete data. A site's API is the code that allows two programming projects to communicate with one another. It enables us to write mentioning administrations from a running framework or another application. Ninth question, how is multi-threading used? The primary goal of multi-threading is to provide multiple threads of execution concurrently in order to maximize CPU utilization. It enables multiple threads to exist within the context of a process, allowing them to execute independently while sharing process resources. 10th question, explain inversion of controls. It is a design control used to invert different kinds of controls in object-oriented design to achieve loose coupling. Controls refer to any additional responsibilities a class has in addition to its primary responsibility. Control over the flow of an application as well as control over the flow of an object creation or dependent object creation and binding are examples of this. So now let us look at full stack developer intermediate interview questions. First, what do you mean by data attributes? Data attributes are used to store application or page specific data. They enable us to store additional data on standard semantic HTML elements. The saved data can be used to enhance the user experience on the JavaScript page. A data attribute is made up of two parts. There must be at least one character after the prefix data and no uppercase letters, and a string value can be used as an attribute. So let us move on to the second question. Explain the distinction between blue-green deployment and rolling deployment. Blue-green deployment strategy. This deployment strategy creates two distinct infrastructure environments, blue and green. A blue environment contains older code, whereas a green environment contains most of the up-to-date code. At any given time, there is only one live production environment. Whereas in rolling deployment methodology, this deployment strategy completely replaces old versions of an application with new versions by completely replacing the infrastructure on which they run. The third question, how do you protect against screen scraping? A simple and effective technique is to use JavaScript to set up cookie value that is checked by the web server. Captchas are also an effective method of preventing scraping. If an IP sends too many requests, captchas can be presented to the end user to validate human interaction. Fourth question, which technologies and languages would you need to develop a project from scratch? So this is a hypothetical question designed to help you understand how the hiring manager will evaluate your readiness to start the job. It is a simple method for distinguishing between a good full stack developer and a novice. Therefore, it is important that you choose your answer accordingly. Fifth question, explain mean stack. Mean, MongoDB, Express, Angular, and Node is a well-known set of software development tools for breaking down language barriers. A mean stack is built on MongoDB and a NoSQL data storage text. The Express and Angular HTTP servers are used to build the JavaScript frontend. The stack's top tier is Node, which is used for the server-side programming. Next question, explain event loop in Node.js. Asynchronous programming is possible in JavaScript thanks to the event loop. Every operation in JS occurs on a single thread, but we can create the illusion of multi-threading by using smart data structures. Any async work is handled by a queue and listener in the event loop. When an async function or an input-output function needs to be executed, the main thread relays it to another thread, allowing the V8, that is the JavaScript engine, to continue processing or running its code. There are various phases in the event loop, such as pending callbacks, closing callbacks, timers, idle or preparing, polling, and checking with different FIFO queues, which is first in first out queues. Next question. What is a connection leak in Java and how can we fix it? So a connection leak in Java is defined as a situation in which the developer forgets to close the JDBC connection. When using a connection pool, the most common type of connection leak is encountered in Java development. We can resolve it by disconnecting the connection and paying close attention to the error handling code. Next question. What is dependency injection? Dependency injection is a design pattern used to execute IOC. Object injection and object connection are handled by the container rather than the object itself. There are three types of classes involved. First, client class. It depends on the service class. Next, service class. It provides service to the client class. Finally, injector class. It injects service class objects into the client class. Ninth question. What are the two phases committed in the database? Explain. So the two-phase commit, 2PC, is a feature of transaction processing systems that allows databases to revert to their pre-transaction state in the event of an error condition. The two-phase commit strategy is intended to ensure that either all or none of the databases are updated. As a result, the databases remain in the sync. 10th question. What is closure? Give an example. So closures are made whenever a variable that is defined external to the current extension is reached from within some inward degree. It grants you access to an external function's degree through an internal capacity. Closures are created in JavaScript whenever a capacity is created. To use a conclusion, simply characterize and uncover a function within another function. Now we take a look at full stack developer advanced interview questions. First, what is the difference between event bubbling and capturing in JavaScript? In JavaScript, event flow refers to the propagation of events within the DOM, that is the document object model. The event flow specifies the order or sequence in which an event is received by a specific web page. As a result, event flow in JS is determined by the following factors. First, event bubbling. An event is captured and handled by the innermost element first and then propagates to the outermost element. And in event capturing, the event is captured and handled by the outermost element first and then propagates to the innermost element. The second question, what do you mean by temporal dead zone in ES6? So the variable declarations were only possible before ES6 using var keyword. We now have let and const in ES6. Let and const declarations are both block scoped, which means they can be only accessed within the quotation marks that surrounds them. Var, on the other hand, does not have this restriction. Unlike var, which can be accessed before its declaration, the let and const variables cannot be accessed until they are initialized with a value. The time elapsed between the declaration of let or const variables and their initialization is referred to as the temporal dead zone. Let's move on to the third question. Do you know how to prevent a bot from scraping your publicly accessible API? It is technically impossible to completely prevent data scraping as long as the data within the API is accessible to the public. However, bot activity can be reduced by throttling or rare limiting. Rare limiting can prevent a specific device from making an unlimited number of requests within a specified time frame. A 429 too many attempts HTTP error is thrown if too many requests are made beyond the defined limit. Fourth question, what is callback hell and how to fix it? Many full stack developer interview questions are all about explaining certain technical terms. Callback hell is a JavaScript phenomenon in which the developer attempts to implement multiple asynchronous operations concurrently. The nesting of callback functions to produce difficult to read, error-prone, and difficult to manage code. We can efficiently resolve it by employing the following methods. First, dividing large functions into smaller ones. Then, use promises. And finally, use either async or wait. Next question, what are the types of design patterns? A design pattern, in general, is a repeatable solution to common problems in software design. These patterns demonstrate the interactions and relationships that exist between classes and objects. Design patterns are classified into three types. First, creational. These are about the creation of objects or the instantiation of classes. These patterns are further subdivided into object creational patterns and class creational patterns. Next, structural. These are concerned with organizing various classes and objects in order to form large functionality and provide new functionality. Finally, behavioral. These are concerned with identifying common communication patterns amongst objects. Sixth question, what are the advantages of using a content delivery network in jQuery? CDNs are widely used in jQuery because they provide numerous benefits to the users. The server's load is significantly reduced as a result of CDNs. They result in significant bandwidth savings. jQuery frameworks load faster due to optimizations. And finally, CDNs have caching capabilities which contributes to faster load times. Next question, what are the types of CDNs supported in jQuery? So there are two widely used CDNs with jQuery. First one, Microsoft. It is used to load from jQuery Ajax CDN. Then Google. It is used to load jQuery from the Google Libraries API. Eighth question, give an example of a project you have worked on and the technology is involved. How did you make these choices? So this allows you to understand the full stack web developer's methodology as well as his sharpness and precision in selecting the right toolset. When discussing why you chose a specific toolset, you should be as specific as possible and go into detail. Demonstrate your ability to develop both the front end and back end of a web application. Ninth question, what do you think of AMD versus CommonJS? So both are methods for implementing a module system which was not native to JavaScript until ES 2015. AMD, that is asynchronous module definition, is obviously asynchronous, whereas CommonJS is synchronous. CommonJS is geared towards backend development, whereas AMD, with its support for asynchronous module loading, is geared towards browsers. Most people would find AMD syntax quite boring, whereas CommonJS is more akin to how you would write import statements in other languages. Most of the time, AMD is unnecessary because if you served all your JavaScript in a single concatenated bundle file, you wouldn't get the async loading properties. Furthermore, CommonJS syntax is more similar to the Node style of module writing, and there is less context switching overhead when switching between client-side and server-side JavaScript development. The last question, what was your best implementation or debugging in the past? The hiring manager will gain an understanding of the type of complexity of previous projects you have completed by asking this question. You should describe the difficulties you encountered and the steps you took to overcome them. You can also discuss the lessons you learned from the situation.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below.